Hey, how's it going, everyone? Hope everyone's doing well, having a wonderful, wonderful night. Time for more Mag Man. We're going to the lobby today. All of us. Let's all go to the lobby. Who wants to go to the lobby? I'm excited. How's everyone doing, though? Welcome all in. Not the greatest day today. Kinda getting real fucking sick of my neighbors. Right before the stream started, I just had like one of the nastiest smells ever, and it's like what I assume is water, but it probably isn't, flooding the floor in front of my place. And they do the thing they always do where they leave a garbage bag out, and it has attracted a ton of flies. And I'm just like, I cannot fucking wait to move or they get kicked out. Either one, I don't really care. Egg Mammal is relaxing for me, though. I get to relax, good time. Streaming in general for me is how I relax. I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome on in, Jet. Good to see ya. Hey, Mick. Good to see ya. Yo, Video Gamer Paul. How you doing? Yo, Mooch. What's up? Hi, Pironic. Hey, Azure. Flashman. See ya. I would absolutely try whatever that game is when it's out. I hate the sound of all of it. Oh my god, I cannot wait till this is resolved. It's like one other thing after another with them. But, we're going to the movie theater. We're gonna go watch some levels. I'm not gonna play them. You're gonna watch pre-recorded footage of me. Not actually pre-recorded, but we're gonna pretend it is. So, we're gonna see some cool movies, we'll call them. Wow, that's so cool. Get the popcorn? Hell yeah. That would be a really fun gimmick. Who's to say I didn't already pre-record the footage? I didn't, but that would have been a really good prank. That takes far too much effort for me to do. That would have been really funny, though. Surprise. These are all movies. Yo, Sonic, what's up? I can't help you with that, sorry. I think Discord support could help you. Available from the start? Yeah, alright, okay, I can probably drag you in a moment. Let me finish up my intro stuff. For those who don't know, though, I worked at a movie theater for 4 years, so literally anything about a movie theater, if you want to ask me anything, I will answer it for you. I have so many things that I could talk about. Movie theaters are fun, but also, you know, I talk about it a lot. Yeah, it was 4 years of my life, and it was a lot of fun. For as much as I hated that job, there were a lot of really fun shifts where I met a lot of really cool people, and I make a lot of really good stories. So, you know, I think that's part of it. Quality music choice, by the way. Thank you. That is my theme song. For those who don't know, I get my music from my buddy Popsky. He does commissions. He did my intro theme and the intermission theme. He does fantastic work. Absolutely recommend him. He could do chiptune, he could do whatever. He's great. The show. Hi.
Yo.
Howdy, Mick.
Hello.
Got here. See, I'm just checking out the movies real quick.
Of course, of course.
Get the V's. Session stand. I think this... Yeah, I think we fought Slushman and then we stopped.
No, Slushman. Oh, actually, we fought Slushman in the preamble, at least.
Oh, yep, no, I was right. Because Crosshair Aware is the next level.
Yes.
Well, this is lazy. You put the same poster next to each other, movie theater. I know it's random, but I'm just like, come on, movie theater.
Obviously, whoever made Wily Foo Hustle paid a lot of money for poster spots.
I bet. Changing posters is an interesting experience. But you get to keep them. Oh, it seems like they stay here no matter what. So you go into a level.
Oh snap! You actually encountered a bug, I guess.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, Pyro just commented they're not supposed to be able to duplicate like that.
What if their feet just like touched? You just like make one super long Wily. Hi, Snorrun. How's it going? Prices at a movie theater, though, they're always expensive. It's like, movie theaters, they told me, if you work at a movie theater, you're actually working at a restaurant. Tell people you work at a restaurant. That's what my managers told me. And, yeah, they make all their money on the food, which is why it's always so expensive. Honestly, just, like, sneak it in, nobody cares. They never paid us to look. It's funny, though, because it's just, like, the price of popcorn is, like, 800% of the price that it actually is, so... If that's not convincing you to just, like, bring your own food, no. But let's play Crosshair Aware.
Alrighty. Oh, Dr. Zoc, for reference, literally Mega Man 42 has done that gag, so...
Noted. I'm reminded of my favorite Robot Master I encountered from working at that movie theater. I have never told this one on stream, but was reminded of it the other day. Of Napkin Woman. And it was this lady that would come in, and she wouldn't even see a movie, she would just steal all the napkins, like the full tin of napkins. And I'd have to be the one all the time to yell at her and be like, hey, stop that. You do with those napkins.
Also, it seems like we're being shot at.
Certainly are. This is a very Donkey Kong Country 3 level. Best way for me to describe it. If you're familiar with DKC3, there is a level with the same gimmick. So cool to see that in a Mega Man game. Big fan of
Obviously.
DKC3? Hell yeah.
Obviously, there needs to be an actual Napkin Woman Robot Master in a future game now.
Of course. I remember one of the times when she actually did buy a ticket. She was buying it for me, and I was like, "Hey, don't do that thing you always do." She's like, "What?" And I was like, "Stealing all the napkins!" I just shouted that at her.
What did you do to piss off Searchman so much?
Oh no, this is the DKC3 level. It's Crosshair with a K because it's a Kremling.
Ah,
is the name of that guy.
okay.
You never actually see who that is. It's just a Crosshair. They also, I guess, maybe return in DK64 as the guy who goes, "Get out." If you know that part of the game, that scared me as a child. Right, goes off screen.
Secret lore.
I knew it.
Yep. Sounds about right.
What's up, Jewker? How you doing, Mick?
Hi.
Also, no, we doing pretty well. Also, we haven't defeated destroyed the unrelenting fighting obliterator. At least, not again. No one's made that a tier boss yet.
I appreciate a level like this. I don't know if everyone is going to like a gimmick like this. Do you...
Oh no, don't tell me.
Did one of the platforms not spawn?
Yes. That is exactly what happened. And in fact, we literally saw it spawn and then promptly despawn. See, it's right there now.
So because the level, or this part of the map kind of scrolls upward, it has a chance of that having.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. I love the gimmick though. Again, it's a thing that's proven to work in another game. So have I ever seen this before in Mega Man? Not really, but it works. Whoops. That's my own.
What's a pet? I had to look away for a moment. Did I miss another glitch?
I don't think so.
No, I just fell in a pit.
Okay, someone was like, we've already had 2 glitches, and I'm like, I know I saw the camera.
The other one was the posters.
Oh, duh.
I can't believe they would do this. They would post 2 of the same poster. I mean, what were they even thinking? I hope someone was fired for that blunder.
Also, I could definitely say that the camera spawn issue, I'm just gonna say that in advance, that's dev kit issues.
Okay, so that wouldn't be a level thing?
I would say that, it's like, if it is, at most it'll only knock off like 1 point.
That's what
I think I did myself in that section, but I never ran into that glitch specifically.
I admit it's probably a dev kit issue. Liminality Carb, welcome on in, thanks for the raid. How you doing? Now, I'm going to assume there's no boss fight, because that is the way that it was in DKC3. So, you never actually fight that guy. It's a thing. Happens, and that's kind of it.
We will see.
I would
Obviously, I know the answer, but I'm not. Obviously, I already know the answer, but I'm not spoiling.
I kind of hope
got canceled? Oh, that's unfortunate.
I kind of hope you sneak up on the guy who's still kind of looking through, and then you just kick him, and then he's done.
Unfortunately, charge kick's not in this game.
Hey.
Maybe one of the costumes, the costumes has a kick animation for break dash, but I don't remember.
There's gotta be one.
I was playing around with some of the custom sprites, and I know it's not a kick, but I love that Idol Woman has basically a power slide when she uses that.
Yes.
I think I'm going a little too fast.
Custom sprites have
been
been fun to kind of tinker around with. People adding in custom sounds for if they hold the up and down.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the custom costumes are the most robust they've ever been in this game.
For sure.
Heck yeah.
Oh my god, actually having a boss fight?
There's a face!
Huge thanks to Snorut. Oh wow, if Snorut was here, I would tell them, thanks so much for coding such a cool asset. But unfortunately, Snorut is not here. I bet they'd say something like, I'm in the chat. But nowhere to be seen. Same. It has extra settings that are even used. Ooh. Spin attacks, hell yeah. And me, this is a 10 out of 10 level. Anytime any game has "and you" in the credits, 10 out of 10. Sniper Man?
Sniper's a good job, Mike.
Yes, yeah, I believe that actually is his name.
Alright, well, congrats. This is now canonically the guy in DKC3 who does this. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them.
Put Mom on the phone. So long as there are 2 people in the world, somebody's gonna want somebody else dead.
Try that again.
Ow.
This is where the aimbots went? Ouch. He's literally an aimbot, though. That's not fair.
I'd like to think he's better than that.
I do like to imagine this guy is Australian, though.
One can only hope.
Give him an Australian accent. Oh, good point. He's not pointing his gun up while spinning.
That's a fun fight.
Got him. Revenge pilled burst maxer.
What could it be?
A second
What
to
could
write my
it
thoughts.
be? And yeah, Ice Wall is actually quite effective on Sniper Man.
Yeah, he kind of stays on the floor quite a while.
Yeah, he does kind of just sit there.
Okay. Got X-Man. Appropriate. We ran into him last time.
Yeah, literally, you can't get his plushie until after you've cleared tier 11.
I've noticed that with other tiers, so that makes sense. I'm biased because of DKC3, and I completely admit it. I'm gonna say this is a 26. I think some of the rooms...
Highest, not even the highest design score.
I mean, yeah, but still. It wasn't
I'm just
used...
having fun, don't mind me.
I know. It wasn't used as well as I think it could have been, but it was still really cool. I'm actually curious how many people here have actually seen that level in DKC3. It's kind of a scary level the first time you play it, because you're like, uh-oh. Fun. I think we're off to a really good start today. Creativity? I have seen another game do this, but I've never seen it in Mega Man. I'm gonna give it a 9.
You reminded me, I need to get you that list of fan games.
Yeah.
I should tap Flashman. I'll tap Flashman's document to help me with that. He has like a big
tap
list.
wherever
of
you
them.
want, I don't mind. Happy to check them out. Aesthetic! The aesthetic is pretty good. I like it. I think it works pretty well. Give it a 10. And I didn't run into any glitches minus the engine one, and I guess that probably would have come up in testing, though, is kind of my logic behind that, so I'll give it a 9. I think that's valid.
Yeah, I think that's a 72 then?
I think so.
No, shoot my phone. One more.
Played a DKC game outside of Returns. You should, they're good. The first one's kind of hard and dated, and the second one has like a really bad save system, but they're good. I just really hate the save system in 2 a lot. It's pretty bad.
Unfortunate save system shenanigans.
Yeah, you have to like
Okay.
pay to save, and you have to like, I forget exactly how it works. I think you can't leave a world until you beat the boss, something like that.
Ew.
That does sound awkward. Alright. So, Jetman's theme remixed from Mega Man Unlimited, as well as being a Starry Night City and severely weakened crosshair fire from Super Fighting Robot's Wily 2, all merged into a single level. If anyone's wondering why I never mentioned SFR before this point, that's because I was deliberately waiting for my review. With such strong inspiration from other fan games, this doesn't impress me on the creativity angle. Fortunately, it has enough unique setups in its gameplay that it doesn't lose out completely. There is substance beneath what's been done before. As a whole, these city rooftops make excellent use of their pieces. Personal props for having strong difficulty curves. Each individual piece has a solid climb, and this happens without sacrificing the difficulty curve of the stage. The girder platforms stand out the most in that regard. That second spike room is nice and simple, but the spikes give it that late-level threat it needed. Similarly, the crosshair itself is so simple that it works in basically any scenario, which lets it command a ton of valuable variety in its scenario design. The enemies are simple, but they make good partners for the crosshair, and I appreciate how everything here fits the theme of aiming. I particularly like that Dachshund was considerably something of a threat. Normally, that isn't the case. Even Tondale managed to perform here better than it normally does, and I overall appreciate seeing a pushover being made into a fair challenge. The only real dud was Wall Blaster. It doesn't have as much of an impact on the level layout comparatively, and having its first appearance while also avoiding the crosshair seemed a little awkward to me. One moment.
Hey, Cape Luigi, how's it going? Anyone else just getting here? Hey, welcome on in. Hi, Adam Bomb, I see you. Hey, Jet, what's up? I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember the crosshair gimmick in Super Fighting Robot, and I played that game. I genuinely do not remember it in that game. Or in Mega Man Unlimited.
For reference, it was in the second Wily stage in Super Fighting Robot.
That's probably why I don't remember it.
So, ultimately, this is well designed and fun to play. It's definitely not the most creative level in the contest, but it's still a well-crafted experience. Some personal favorites are the second Hyoi, mixing drop platforms and the crosshair to great effect, and the final auto-scroll room, which is an excellent climax prior to the boss. The rest of the level serves its purpose nicely, so there's very little to complain about. But that doesn't mean there aren't issues beyond creativity, namely the boss and the camera. The Sniper RM is a little awkward, owing to his really fast bullets and how easily you can prevent his desperation move. As for the camera, there's a few spots where it won't behave quite right. Primarily the climbing room with the drop platform. Please fix the camera in the climbing room, devs. The way it jerks around on that one platform is literally painful.
Sure is.
And I mean, yeah, and literally, it hurt.
By my own admission, I tend to get bored very quickly, and stages are too easy or have very simple enemy and room layouts. To an extent, this level would have fallen into this trap had it not been for the main gimmick making things way more interesting. Crosshair gimmick technically isn't anything new, as Super Fighting Robot did something just like it with one of its Wily stages, so while I can't give it full marks for creativity, exactly faulted for how engaging it makes the stage. The inherent nature of the gimmick, you're pretty much always on the move and need to take care not to trip over enemies in the process. Granted, some of them are a bit more threatening than others. The Chone in particular presents a nice challenge when used alongside the crosshair. Tondial, okay, in all fairness, it's very hard to make that particular enemy threatening, though. I always appreciate the effort to try to find ways to do so. Another thing I like is the general flow of the level design. There's a decent amount of breather areas in between that lack the crosshair, but introduce new gimmicks. Said gimmicks then get used in tandem very nicely with the crosshair, especially by the end during the auto-scrolling segment. It's a really good way to structure things around the central mechanic here. Trying to introduce new stuff alongside the crosshair could have easily proved too hectic otherwise. That said, I did run into a few problems as well. The biggest of them was in the vertical room involving the crosshair and several Shadow Man platforms. The screen has a tendency to jerk upwards when you reach a certain height in this room. It doesn't help when you're trying to platform. The other main issue I have is actually with the end boss, who I found to be a lot easier than the stage itself. I mainly blame this on him following a perfect pattern for all of his attacks each and every time. While this sort of thing works for mini-bosses, it's a bit detrimental to see it on a robot master. His desperation attack certainly spices things up, but it also comes with a caveat. Now, right, skip it if you damage him enough during his regular pattern. Despite those issues, I still consider this to be an overall well put together and pretty fun level. Nice work. Yep.
Sniper! Oh no, the crosshair from Super Fighting Robot Battle Network 4 strikes back.
Battle Network 4 as well? But God, I don't remember that either. I don't remember a lot from Battle Network 4.
It was in the Searchman scenario.
I was going to say, I think it's a good reason you don't remember it. Yeah,
I didn't play that one.
Yeah.
I had
Kinda
Blue
when
Moon.
it's like, eh.
Fair enough.
Actually, as long as you're moving, the crosshair usually has trouble keeping up with the level layout, also being more calm than where the similar mechanic was used in SFR. There's a few thrilling spots though. The drop platforms and shooting sealed enemies with the right timing make you have to deal with the crosshair. Those sections are really fun. I also appreciate the generous checkpoint usage here. An unfortunate thing about the stage is that it's a bit on the short side, along with the fact that the crosshair is absent during some of the trickier sections. The main gimmick of the stage ends up feeling not as prominent as a result. The setting, while a fairly generic night city, is somewhat fitting for a robot master who is a sniper. I enjoy the vibrant color scheme. The boss can be intimidating at...
I wasn't expecting that to be the end.
intimidating at first, but his shots can be dodged and manipulated in your favor once you get the pattern. I like it.
Yeah, you can make him shoot the wall when he does the jump attack.
Right.
Pretty fun. With its interesting premise, steadily increasing complexity, reasonable length, suitable checkpoint placement, mostly solid and sensible construction, clean graphics, and listenable soundtrack, this level meets my expectations for a good Mega Man level. With further refinement, it could definitely exceed expectations. There's a clearly defined structure to the gameplay. Introduce new hazards, combine them with an aggressive crosshair, repeat. However, the level rushes its challenge arcs a little bit. Only a few of the introductions are pitched at the right difficulty for players who've never seen these hazards before, and it wouldn't hurt to cut 1 or 2 enemies from the roster. I vote Wall Blaster. Even so, the challenges are good. The speed and damage output of the crosshair gimmick are calibrated perfectly. Enemy placement is excellent, and any combat involving drop platforms is a highlight for me. The boss puts up a good fight, though his crosshairs should really come out at half health, and his departure from the arena should really be through the open ceiling, rather than through a solid wall. Or solid floor, if you stand too close to him because you hate winning. I'd like to see spikes that look more obviously like spikes. Smoother transitions into the continuous scrolling and auto-scrolling screens, the former is nauseatingly janky, and power-ups between checkpoints, given that checkpoints are just full health refills waiting to happen. I'd also like more integration of the aesthetics and main gimmick, more elements that look like they relate to the crosshair theme, or music that intensifies when the crosshair appears, or obvious visual boundaries between crosshair and non-crosshair areas. Perhaps demonstrating that you're safe indoors and vulnerable outdoors, which is only partially true here.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's true. Maybe what could have been cool here, hearing this, I don't know how well this would have worked, is if there was a way to do like a foreground where you could see like windows, but then again, how do you even convey that without covering up most of the screen with walls? I think that could have been cool. Like, he can shoot you through the windows like a sniper.
Could have also, like, even just something as simple as putting up a sign. Oh, I thought there was more to the Flashman's review.
Was there?
I think I remember it wasn't at the little scrolly box wasn't at the bottom yet. It was like 1 away from the bottom.
Oh, there you go.
There's more I want from the level, but it's enjoyable nonetheless.
Thank you. I didn't even notice that.
I'm ridiculous.
This is very close to being a really good level, but there are a few places with fairly significant difficulty spikes down to your enemy choice and placement. The vast majority of the enemies were fine, although the first few rooms seemed a bit busy introducing all the enemies we're using in this stage at once, but the Dachshund and Cyber Gabiole were usually to the detriment of the level. When Cyber Gabiole acted, it was a recurring nuisance, as it acts differently to most other Gabioles, and you need to know how it works from the first encounter with it. Movement of the enemy is very finicky, especially as the crosshair gimmick punished you for waiting for good patterns. The bigger problem was the Dachshund. The first encounter is usually lethal. It is placed in such a tricky spot to deal with when you do not know how it works. There are 2 versions of the enemy, the other of which does not have the leg armor but looks almost identical. So even if you know how the enemy works, you don't know how to get rid of it in a pinch. Second encounter manages to be more dangerous because it is much harder to hit safely and respawns if you move back even a little. There should have been a safe version of the enemy first to give the player a chance of understanding how to deal with it. The crosshair gimmick is very simple, but works well. It ensures that none of the screens it occurs on are dull, as the player has to be constantly aware of the crosshair and when it will fire next. The boss was a very welcome addition. It was a reasonable challenge on the first couple of attempts, but also easily masterable. Also a fan of a stage gimmick coming back and working in a boss fight. Yeah, hell yeah. But you implemented it impressively here. Overall, I really liked the way the whole level gelled. It looked good, and the music was great, although the background was a little boring. A lot of the elements are fairly generic, but put together still feel like a solid, traditionally themed Robot Master level. I'm gonna be multitasking for a while and tuning in and out. Oh, okay. Working on making the game experience worse. Hell yeah. Spoken like a true dev.
Yes. One of the last cheats is being worked on.
Hell yeah. I recognize Delta Mudkip.
People are getting served a giant ad right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm sitting on one that's like an ad break that's like a minute long.
I hate that Twitch does that.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay.
Underground Runaround! A level that I'm glad you didn't try to do last stream.
I have a feeling
Mega Man 1 next.
probably... Oh, hey, look, this is another no token level.
Dr. Zoc commented on seeing some things in the Magma 3 spoilers chat, yes. You remember the green stars from Magma 2?
I sure do. I did them in my free time and it sucked.
Well, prepare for them to be worse.
I don't know, I'm kind of a sicko, so I might love this level.
Flashback's like, shh, secrets! Alright, I am no longer under ad.
It's just optional for bolts. No. Are you a fish? Kind of. It is!
That is indeed.
Fish! Fish
Fish
fire. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think that was a crush death.
I think it was.
Oops. Well, crud.
I see.
Oops.
There we go.
Yay! Woo! Did it!
Thanks for the key. I was in my friend's chat. He was playing Mega Man 9 blind for the first time today.
Oh, was that what Koopa was doing?
That was what Ryan was doing.
Right, Kraber was, yeah.
It was pretty funny. I was talking to him, and hearing him talk about the game, as he's a game developer, is interesting, but also, I was going insane because he just didn't use the weapons as intended. He did the entire Mega Man 9 castle without freezing the magma, which I know is doable. I've done it. Mostly to see if I could do it.
That is definitely a rough thing, though. I suppose the ability to concrete the magma is not necessarily demoed. Yeah, I think
It's
you could.
not.
Yeah, I think you could just like use like rush coil in that section.
You can.
I think that's what I did. I think that's what I did too.
I think I did that my
Never-
first time through, but like simple things like enemy with shield, I'm just like, just use the laser trident. It's like, what are you doing? I was in his chat complaining. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Never.
I was going mad. I was going so mad.
Oh gosh, I actually have never beaten Mega Man 9's castle.
It's hard. I don't blame you.
I mean, in my case, it's more that I got to like basically right at the end of Wily 3, and then I was just like, you know what, I'm bored now, and then
Yeah.
turned the game off
I
and
think
just
it's
went and did something else.
One of the worst castles in the series. That might be a very strong opinion, but I believe that.
They were definitely tacking on some extra difficulty just for some reason.
Yeah, nah, I get it.
I think it has cool things that it does. Don't get me wrong. I think there's some really cool things. The projector enemies are really neat.
Oh.
What? Okay, I just got engine. Yeah, I think the projector enemies are cool. I think what they do with the magma beams are cool, but kind of unfair because nothing tells you. The laser gimmick is not very good because it is so precise, the concrete shot, what they want you to do with it, that you're probably going to waste it all. And then you're going to need it for the boss, because Wily also needs it, so that it's like, well, now you can't use this. You
Ironically.
trying to miss through the lasers. What?
I think you need to slide, but like with timing. That part like gets a lot of people, if memory serves. Ironically, Dr. Zock and I are of different opinions. I
would
really
rather
like
have-
Mega Man 11.
I was about to say,
Wily
I'd rather
Castle.
have 2 really good levels than 4 or 5 really bad ones.
Yeah, because like, I'm someone who does not like the fortresses more often than not.
Agreed. I'm in that camp.
So it's like, but then Mega Man 11 is like I get it. If I was actually like a Capcom dev, the fortress probably wouldn't end up very amazing on my end either, because like, you know, that's where the budget's running out.
Yeah.
So I think it was better to put the work into making 2
Oh hey, they took away
levels. Which means this is likely a mini boss.
yeah. I at least approve that taking away the invulnerability frames for mini bosses alone is a good sense of
Yeah.
helping speed things
Oh,
along.
this is weird. This is a triple weapon.
Looks like, yeah, the tile slide from one of the Wily levels in Mega Man Tree.
Yeah, genuinely, I think there are good gimmicks in the castle. That's how I always come away from the castle. This wall, for example, that we keep breaking, incredible gimmick. I wish I could say the same about the castle it's from.
Yeah, fair. As I said, it's like Mega Man 11's castle is like one of the only ones I can think of where it's like I played it and actively enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So that's gotta
I
be
remember
11.
enjoying the 11 castle and then going, oh no, when I got to the first boss.
Oh gosh. Bloody yellow devil.
I was about to
I
say,
was-
wasn't it a devil? Yeah.
It was the original yellow one, but he's back.
I mean, at least you got slide, and technically the double gear.
And there was no reason to go up there. That may as well have just been closed off.
Indeed. But it's like, I'm trying to think. Because with most of the other castles, the main thing I remember about them is, like 4, 5, and 6, I feel like the whole double castle thing just ends up contributes to a lot of filler, you know?
Agreed.
Oh, that goes down.
I got stuck in that.
Oh dear.
I think that's an engine thing, so I can't blame the level.
Yeah. Like the level
like,
does not
clip
do
through.
much custom.
Dragged me right to Brazil.
Yep.
going to Brazil.
I think that also from given the amount of damage it did, I think the only reason you even encountered that glitch is because he had the skull amulet.
Agreed.
Because us judges did not have the skull amulet.
Correct.
Ah.
So it's like that one actively can't be blamed on the entrant by virtue of it being.
Hire me to test your favorite games. They call me the accidental bug tester.
I feel like the only other castle that it's like where it's like I'm thinking on it and it's like I don't immediately think, oh, there's gonna be something about this I dislike. Is ooh, that was close. Oh, thank goodness. Is ironically Mega Man 1.
Really?
Because the thing is,
this is something that you reminded me. I'll say after, but you go on.
Because for me, it's like Mega Man 2's castle has the absolute travesty that is Boo Beam Trap.
Yep.
Oh, but
No, I have to buster it. Hold on. We're gonna buster duel a bot live in the chat. You ready? I'm gonna use the ban weapon. The ban hammer is a great weapon from
yes.
Modman.
Yes, the ban hammer is a favorite of mine.
I like the little interaction, the fact that the teleporting down was being moved by the conveyor.
That is silly.
It is.
Yeah, it's like because Mega Man 2 has.
Can I real quick say though, chat?
Sure.
Thank you for not spamming bot when I try and click the button to ban. I hate when people do that because I banned them by accident. It's happened far too many times in too many streams where I'm like, no, you're not helping. You're making it harder. Think I go down? Ah. That was not clear.
Thank goodness for the checkpoint being literally right there.
Yeah, that would be much worse. I've had that happen far too many times in streams though, where they're just like, bot, there's a bot.
I feel like it probably helped that I saw it was so quick on being like.
Oh, I had seen it, but like I wanted to focus on the boss.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's like Mega Man 2 has the travesty that is Boo Beam Trap. Mega Man 3 has the problem of being
down from there. No, no, no! Okay, that worked out.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness for those blocks. It's like Mega Man 3 has the whole issue of being, like, you know,
Unfinished.
rushed.
Yeah, I have the hack of that finishes the game. I have not played it.
And I mentioned already with 4 to 6 how it's like the double castle is like filler to me.
Yeah, I don't like the double castles. I already don't like one castle, so I'm like, great.
Actually, now that I think about it, Mega Man 10 is another castle where it's like, I don't have anything about it I immediately hate.
Agreed. I like the 10 castle.
Because like,
I was gonna say, yeah, the 10's brought in the weapons archive.
Yeah, I think the weapons archive is one of the best official castles.
Oh, what was
yeah.
that? Uh-oh.
Some real Mischief Makers BS going on right here. You know, you know.
I don't. I've not played that game.
Ooh.
Ow.
There's some stuff like that in that game.
I think this gimmick is from Napalm Man's Game Boy
I
version.
think so. Specifically, there's a level where you have to race against a fast exploding thing of blocks like this. That's what I'm thinking of.
This is also another section that I personally.
I
do that a lot.
A different way.
I do that a lot. I get squished. Yeah. Mega Man 7's is another castle where I don't immediately think about it and think, oh, this had really, really terrible stuff.
I think the one boss that you literally have to run from is maybe. Oof.
I like that guy.
interesting, but it's just like, maybe not the best. Maybe also a little rough having to do base fights the first time around, but I'm pretty sure what.
I would say the 7 Castle is fine up until the finale, and mind you, I'm someone who's a sicko and has done the capsule without getting hit with just the Buster, because it's pretty easy to manip once you know. But even then,
it takes a while to learn it.
It takes a while to learn it. I still think that castle is
yeah, fair.
Okay up until that point, then it's inexcusably bad.
I'm aware of the 7 Wily capsule. It's been a very long time since I have fought that one. Although that reminds me of what is probably going to be a very weird take to a lot of people. I consider base harder when he's not using Trouble Boost.
No, I agree. His triple shot is really easy to avoid.
Yeah, it's like when he activates Trouble Boost, I'm not sure what it is. If a game, it's like both in Mega Man 7 and Mega Man 8, he felt way easier with the Trouble Boost than he did in the one fight in Mega Man 7 without it.
I think the pattern is just that much more recognizable with Trouble Boost.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
That's a good way to put it. Wow, those are some very lucky drops.
E-tanks. Oh, hello.
It's this asshole. Get out of here.
Oh.
Except different. Because he's shooting at you.
That adds a little bit of, like, extra...
Yeah, it's different enough. You know what? I don't hate this.
Yeah,
the boss was just kind of nothing in the original game he's from.
Yeah, Blue Power Piston is, like, actually distinct.
You just fire Tomahawk shots at him and then he dies. Oh, hey, look at that. I think.
Okay, cute.
Yep.
Oh, it's gonna fall down the hole. Nope, bounces up.
Yep. I also found that in Super Fighting Robot as well, because Super Fighting Robot Base is the one who's just like, LOL, have 4 phases. And the Trouble Boost ones are both the easier ones. It's a consistent thing. Except for one.
Alright.
There is one base I can think of where no. Oh, that's perfect. And yes, that Atom Bomb, that base was an extra boss. He still gets easier when he pulls out Trouble Boost compared to when he doesn't.
Agreed. I think this is a 20 for me. I enjoy those blocks. I think they're fun. I'm gonna give it a 15. 9.
Honestly, I think it was convenient that we all had so much to talk about during that level.
Pathetic. It's another cave level to me. Cave levels all just kind of blend together.
Fair.
It's not the level's fault, it's more that so many people made cave levels. Functionality. I admit that the glitches I ran into were not the game's fault, so I guess I'll give it a 10. Or the engine's
it looks like it looks like all of us had found something we knocked.
I suppose I could take off 1 point then. I'll make it a 9 like the previous level.
So that is a 61. Oh gosh, no! Another freaking ad break. Good grief. Just having a glance, I was like, oh no.
No, Twitch, what are you doing? You're killing me.
So do you want me to wait until I'm done in ads before reading?
You can start now. It's only got like 10 seconds left according to Twitch.
Yeah, I may as well. Yeah. So, this level surprised me, to say the least. To get one thing out of the way quickly, underground runaround isn't sunk by any individual rooms. That's not to say there aren't spots with problems. Some of the super tight Darkman block sections have required suicide restarts more than once. And having red platforms against a red background is plain bad for readability.
Poor Flash fan. Oh no. He's gonna hate this level.
But those aspects aren't outright deal breakers for me, and most of the level is great. I loved the Darkman platforms and tile slide sections overall, mixing old and new ways to handle those gimmicks into something unique. The few stone blocks were also pretty cool, and the new blue enemies were a neat twist that increased the difficulty curve. Of course, individual sections aren't the problem as much as the whole. And good gravy, what a hole it is. It's not bad off for the first Darkman section, and just ending at Metal Daddy would have been acceptable but boring. Adding the tile slide afterwards gives the place some new life, but then it also runs the level far longer than necessary. By the time we get to the napalm blocks, I feel like that annoying kid in the backseat of a road trip, pestering their parents about, "Are we there yet?"
You take us to
Oh
Mount
dear, I
Splashmore? No.
Oh dear, I pitched myself up too high, so Discord didn't catch that, so...
No, I caught it.
Are we there? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Now, is the level design bad for its length? Well, not really. The variety of the level remains solid, very little of it feels like filler, and checkpoints and power-ups are plentiful. If you're wondering, I've had Discord fail to catch my voice when I pitch it up so many times.
Yep, I've done that too. I've been there. I think with the way I have my RTX voice on, I have made sounds that are not considered human, so it just deletes them. Doesn't matter on the pitch or volume. It's just like, nope, that's not a human.
Rude. It's like, checkpoints and power-ups are plentiful. While this absolutely feels like you took every neat concept you had and threw it into the level, and the end result can be downright exhausting. I completely understand not wanting to leave good ideas behind, but sometimes you just have to do that for the sake of your players. Thankfully, Blue Power Piston ended things on a fun note, and the majority of the level is entertaining on its own, just, it's way too long. That's why I commented on it being glad that we had so much to talk about, because, like, it didn't feel as long.
Didn't feel long. Delta Mudkip does good work, though. I forget what levels they've done in the past, but I know I've played their levels and been like, that's good. Despite suffering from an overarching problem with its length, this level isn't all that bad. This stage is a really good example of how to apply gimmicks, along with adding one or two new things on top of it. Darkman Tower Effect is used really well here, and I especially like the new quirk of having enemies halt the screen's progression. The changes to the falling platforms are pretty interesting as well, making all of them fall instead of just the one you're standing on. Not only are these new aspects introduced well, but the stage takes full advantage of them with some great room layouts and platforming challenges. There's a few rooms here and there that feel like filler, but for the most part, they're still pretty engaging. As mentioned before, however, yeah, this level suffers a bit due to how long it is. There were numerous times I said to myself, this level should be ending now, yet it kept going, despite the challenges being fun. There wasn't enough variety to distract from the fact that the stage kept dragging on and on. This raises an interesting question for the chat. How many times do you fight that guy who just falls down, who's like green or blue? Fight him like 5 or 6
there's like
times.
6.
4? Oh, wow, even more than I was thinking.
I'm glad there's at least a good amount of checkpoints placed throughout, otherwise this could have been a lot more annoying. There are a few other minor problems as well, like the blue press-in introduction being in a way too cramped room, along with the boxes. Boss fight having some strange properties when you stand on top of them, as you don't move along with them. Things considered, though, it's not a bad stage, but the length issue definitely holds it back.
Turn around and goes around. I enjoy the stage for how many creative setups it has with the Darkman Tower blocks and falling rock platforms in particular, though towards the end it kind of starts to become a bit of a drag. The aesthetics are not bad, but some of the tile arrangements can be misinterpreted as secrets. Yeah, I did see a few moments where it's just like, is there something there or not?
Yeah, same, but I noticed that the level didn't have any tokens, so I just stopped caring.
Yeah. I really like the different setups for each of the drill mini-bosses encounters, be it in the form of new attacks or arena setups. Pretty creative ways to spice up that mini-boss in general. That
Honestly,
was
in hindsight, I think I would have hated this level a lot more. I didn't hate this level, but like I probably wouldn't have liked it as much if this had tokens, because I think they would have been really annoying.
That mini-boss,
Fair.
too. That's from the Wonder Swan, isn't it? No, that's a
Probably.
Game Boy one, isn't it? Actually, yeah, sorry. The real problem I have, again, is the sheer quantity of the fights. Even with the variations, it can start to feel like the concept is getting overdone and becomes padding on the stage's length. Not to mention the stage introduces another type of mini-boss near the very end. It really doesn't need to be there. The Prism, or Power Piston boss at the end is alright, a funny concept for a boss, and it's simple enough that it isn't quite as draining after the mini-boss gauntlet happening throughout the stage.
No.
Mega Man World 5. Okay, so it is from
It's one of the Game
it
Boy
is from
ones,
the Game Boy. Yep.
I gotta say, I was just reminded, since the Power Piston is from 6, that I saw a post the other day talking about how these are some of the most frustrating games of their series, and somehow Mega Man 6 was on there, and I just can't fathom in what way do they mean frustrating? To play? To talk about? And like,
I have no idea.
I just don't know, because then like other games are in there and I'm like, oh yeah, talking about this franchise is garbage, because like one of them was like Fire Emblem. Definitely a bait
Yes.
shitpost? Probably.
No doubt.
But I was just like, man, why is Mega Man 6 on here? I know the feel of Mega Man 6 is different, it's not something you realize unless you play all the games back to back, but I like 6, I think it has a lot of cool stuff. It's the easiest game in the series. I don't know if I agree with that. I'd probably say 5 because they hand out lives like candy. That's my opinion, at least. I personally feel that way. Symphony of the Night, Fire Emblem, Sacred Stones, Mega Man 6. Yeah, that does seem like bait.
Alright. The original plan for my judge level was to combine lots of underutilized gimmicks, including scrolling blocks and falling tower physics. Two of my favorites, in creative and tricky ways. So I'm glad the person who beat me to the punch was able to do the premise justice. That said, there are some conspicuous flaws. I'll get the negatives out of the way. Unpredictable / inconsistent object behavior, e.g., elevators rise until they arbitrarily decide to stop.
Yeah, that was not good.
I actually realized while watching you play the level, they try to telegraph when the elevators stop in the background, but the telegraphs are extremely not obvious. Bomb shockwaves teleport from the edge of a higher platform onto a considerably lower one. High soft lock / death potential from playing differently than intended. Example, failing to stand on an elevator when it departs, using magnet beam basically anywhere. And too much padding, e.g. straightforward metal combat. The aesthetics are comfortable, save for a few clashing color / tile choices, e.g. scrolling background tiles. With different architecture, there'd be no need for a few stray invincible blocks and only seen once falling blocks. Long load times are a problem. One or two challenges need serious retooling, e.g. sliding out of an elevator shaft at the last minute. The boss is fine, but disappointing. Why introduce a conveyor when you have scrolling blocks? I think probably so that the
I think
reflect blocks can be
yeah,
dumped off
I was
screen.
about to say, I think that's the only reason that's there.
I harp on the negatives because they detract from a level I otherwise love. Frequent checkpoints and mystery tags keep the difficulty reasonable. I assume the mystery tags are the question mark cans.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because my brain is just like, I don't remember there being that many M tanks.
The problem is that I don't think they ever explain what the tanks stand for, so it's like, what is an E-tank? I assume it's energy, that makes the most sense, right? We can all agree on that. W-tank, is it a Wily tank? Is it a weapon tank? I think both of them make kind of sense. It's most likely weapons. Then you get to M, though, and it's like, is it a Master Tank? Is it a Mega Tank? Is it Mystery Tank? Could be all three of those.
So, where was I? Self-destructing blockchains are used innovatively. Synchronized falling rocks allow for some clever jumping puzzles. The watch your aim tower maze is satisfyingly tricky. I think a third Preston variant is necessary to minimize fatigue, but I like the showdown at the end of each section. Gachon actually gets a chance to shine, which makes me so very happy. Elevator plus scrolling spikes is a fantastic combination. I've never enjoyed a fight with Stompy so much. My advice for next time, step up the playtesting, tighten your focus, and hang on to the design instincts and creativity that make the best parts of this level awesome.
Yep, that was, I was surprised he didn't hate the red. I guess it wasn't that bad for you, Flash Man.
I think the thing is like, it's like, for me, like, I specifically have trouble with, like, contrast myself. But that's because of the... Oh,
Yeah.
okay, Flashman, to explain, I commented on red platforms against red background being bad for readability. And Jewker was like, oh man, Flashman's gonna comment on that for sure. And then your review didn't.
Yeah, I was just surprised. I was like, oh wow, you actually didn't hate
It's
that.
like, Flashman is, like, if memory serves me well, background looks brown to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, I don't know this for sure, but I'm pretty sure my vision is worse than Flashman's. Just on account of the fact that, you know, I need glasses.
Enough
Whereas,
texture contrast that it didn't bug me. Okay, that's good.
yeah. Well, there we go then.
When something has the same
Same
texture but different color. Oh, okay. Alright, let's read this one. Highest praise I can give this stage is, I think the first 2/3 of the stage are absolute blast to play. There are a ton of very clever and very new individual challenges, despite using vanilla assets, and the best part is probably the fact that it makes use of out of underutilized mechanics from the mainline games. You get a lot of mileage, even out of things like the Chone. Never seen so many easily dodged stray bullet enemies be so inconveniently well placed. Personal favorite segment is the lift area combined with the Mega Man 3 scrolling tiles. It's short, but manages to be fairly exciting and yet not too difficult, related to the music too. There's still some issues within this part, including potential softlocks and forced suicides. Being able to reset screens would solve both these problems, and inconsistency with spike lethality, which is more floppy than anything. Not a fan of how much you encounter pressing to open doors. I understand why, but it gets a bit redundant. Reduce the impact of the other mini-bosses. There are just too many of the blasted things overall, and really hurt the flow of the stage. Tiling is also messy in places, and some of the foreground is difficult to tell apart from the background, which doesn't help matters. It also is not easy to tell just where some of the lifts are going to stop, leading to some guesswork. If the stage really falters, it just should have ended sooner. There are many places where it feels like the stage can end, but it just keeps going. The further you get into the level, the less intuitive the layout gets, and the worse the enemy emplacement is. I did like the rising lift and explosive block combo though. That makes for a great final challenge without running the explosives into the ground. Though my clumsy paws did struggle to get the slide timing down. I think parts between the edited Wonder Swan mini-boss, there we go, there's your answer, that lift explosive block combo and the parts after that block combo prior to the boss doors are probably the weakest part of the stage, and I honestly think the level would have been better off just not having them. Oh well, it's never quite pushes into the event horizon and being too long in length, but definitely skirts it. The upgraded power piston is a decent enough boss. Doesn't really make much use of the stage mechanics and felt out of place. Even the room it's in doesn't match the level much. The stage is really close to nailing it, and I enjoyed it. Keep it up with more polish in future. I am sure your levels will be great. Fine level.
I think I saw someone comment they weren't sure how that level got as high as it did. I think the reason why it got as high is fairly simple.
And
Nobody disliked it.
It did what it needed to do competently.
Yes.
Like,
That's one thing I...
Okay, yeah, aesthetic's good on this one already.
Yes. Let's woman.
Double nets.
It's cute.
Yeah, because it's like... where was I?
Two. Our first
That's
time
one
tonight.
thing... Because, like, one thing I definitely I've observed when actually looking at the results, we're 5 very different people on the panel.
Except
So
for
it's
that
rare.
one really average level. But yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's rare for there to be a level where there isn't at least one of us who's like, nah, this has problems.
That is actually making sure you have a good. Oh no, he's throwing martinis. Sorry.
No, yeah.
That's good to have, just to know that you're going across the board. Because yeah, having varying opinions is perfect for this kind of stuff, I would say.
Oh yeah, it's like, I'm not gonna talk too much on like on development, just because some of that gets into stuff where I don't.
Oops, didn't see that.
Stuff that's deadly, like that. But I would say the whole judge application process was like one of the best executed parts of the early lead up, and all 3 of the judges we got from applications were dope.
Heck yeah, on that.
And it turned and as I said, it turned out a panel with a very wide variety of opinions, which of course does have the result that a level that even just all 5 of us are just moderately okay with does really, really well.
Agreed.
So, basing this off of casinos, I'm assuming they're going for more of a Vegas Strip, which completely works putting in the sand.
Oh,
you're in the middle of a desert.
Right, I'm just not gonna risk it. I'm just
Understandable.
like, no,
Magnet beam to the rescue.
it's a little
Oh,
rude.
hell, the magnet beam.
The martini glass here reminds me, for those who don't know, Castlevania is getting added to Dead by Daylight, and they finally revealed Dracula, and they included his kill animation. And his kill animation is great. He slits your character's throat, and the Survivor, I wasn't sure which Belmont they were going to do. They went with Trevor, and there's probably skins for other ones. But,
And they took away Vampire Killer.
But you're not allowed to have weapons. That's part of Dead by Daylight.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's really cool. They basically said, alright, fine. We're gonna give him one of his most iconic things, Dracula, if he's gonna be in the game. So, yeah, he slits your throat. There's blood pouring out. And he pulls out a wine glass.
Yes!
And drinks it. And then just throws it on the floor.
That's
Amazing.
amazing.
I heard, because I think I was seeing somebody mess around on the public test realm earlier today. I did hear that there is actually, they have separate Moris, is what it's called when they do the kill animations.
No, they do
They
not.
have a separate Mori for when he's in wolf form as well.
There is not one. I saw a
there
video
isn't?
about it. No.
Never mind then.
I don't know what they were talking about, but there definitely wasn't, because I was watching the Ots video, because
Never mind.
he covers a lot of that, and they tried it in his video to do Wolf, and it just didn't work.
Okay.
Alas.
Maybe Ots messed it up, I don't know. That's likely.
I still want an actual Castlevania game, but I at least approve that they're doing any crossovers with Castlevania
I've
well.
accepted that we're never getting another Castlevania game, and that we will live forever we will give other people our IP timeline.
Just give somebody else the IP that can make a Castlevania, damn it.
No thanks.
Fan game time.
Yeah, I gotta try Castlevania Revamped. I hear that one's real good.
Oh, is that the one that turns Castlevania 1 into
Castlevania 1 into
Metroidvania?
Metroidvania. Yep.
Yeah. I think I saw Dan playing that.
Yeah, he told me to play it. I was like, oh, it's already on my list. I'm stuck in Magmantle Hill, though. Sorry.
Is it really hell when you're enjoying it?
Is it hell?
Oh.
It is when it takes me this many streams. I still love it, though.
That is fair.
This is a much better darkness gimmick, I gotta say, than the terrible one in Right Man stage.
The flashbang.
Yeah, fair.
The aesthetics work considering you're walking away from the disco ball, or at least the disco ball is literally behind the stage.
Yeah.
Clever.
Ooh.
Can't even see that, too, in the darkness. Hi there, who are you?
NPC. Aurora.
Aurora Man, at this time of day, in this part of the stream, in this part of the level, localized entirely within your Mag Mammal 3 level?
Should've seen that one coming.
Dr. Wiley fired me just because I was late getting to the boss room last year.
So do you recognize the joke here?
Yeah, the Aurora Man didn't have a boss, right?
Yes.
Oh
and this
no.
And this level was made by the person who made Aurora Man and Magmal 2.
Perfect.
That's funny.
Does that break into the you can't reveal who is the creator though?
Oh, no, on 2 levels.
Okay.
One is that he totally could have been put there and been fine.
Oh! Okay.
You
That
can't
didn't
go
work.
underneath that platform.
Yeah, I thought you can go under it, too.
And also he wasn't in the judge build.
Okay. That makes sense then.
Could also be
I didn't know,
the
like,
inside joke from anybody random, so hey.
Hi, Polk.
Hello, Polk.
Hi!
Although this actually reminds me of what ended up being a hilarious moment with dev NPC shenanigans in the other casino level you've played, Hit the Jackpot.
Okay.
Where Caricato, the person who made the level, his NPC was hidden, which ended up causing me to realize the level was his.
Yes, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, because it's like, I knew the robot was his, and I'm like, the creator went to so much trouble to credit all these other people, and yet they didn't credit the person who made the robot. Wait a minute.
Wait a moment.
It didn't count as a leak against him for obvious reasons.
Makes
Like,
sense.
Magmal is a tightly knit enough community in places that it's like, there were no rules against us figuring you out.
Okay. So you can kind of put like references, you just can't straight out say it.
Yeah,
Like, you can.
Glass
I would think you
Factory
could
got
suss it out otherwise.
Yeah, Glass Factory got in trouble because it was literally impossible not to know. Whereas, like, Evil Energy Facility, I recognized Hexman was Solifant's Robot Master, and knew the level was. And it's like, I knew the level belonged to him at that point.
Mhm.
But then, although that also reminds me of another funny joke I've made based on the rules. Oh, one moment.
Let's,
Do the glitz.
Alright, let's
she
fight her, I
Ojo
mean, please kill me so I can get my health back.
She Ojo Samba laughed at you.
Oh no,
But,
she's Scrooge McDucking!
Oh, hey, I like that Yamato Man and Nightman's helmet are in the background too, along with Swordman's sword.
And Blade Man.
Blade Man too.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I see that too on the left. She's a collector of fine weaponry.
Anything
What was I
shiny.
going to be saying? Oh yes, I have joked that YouTube is banned from making levels in Magmal contests.
Wait, what?
Yes,
YouTube.
YouTube.
Like the comment section?
The actual website. Why? Because somebody else made a level using one of their old Robot Masters, and then YouTube just happened, because you know how YouTube will show you random videos that are really old? YouTube showed me the video of their robot that was made well before the entry period. And so I'm just like, did YouTube... So I was like, did YouTube seriously just leak this person's level to me?
You spoiled it, YouTube.
Ah, I almost got her on the dive down.
You
Oh, that's
YouTube.
unfortunate timing. But yeah,
Animations
YouTube...
are very nice.
Yeah, YouTube has literally spoiled a level for me.
Also,
And there was a
for
rule
being
against-
such a
Yeah.
small coin that does a lot of damage.
You ever been hit with a
And
coin?
there
It
was
hurts.
Yeah, and there was a rule against spoiling other people's levels that was exceptionally harsh. So it was like, so I've joked YouTube is not allowed to participate in any contests. Anyway, I need to BRB for a moment or 2 or 3 or 5.
All right,
Beautiful.
I'm just writing my thoughts down.
Quite a nice level.
It does seem like it.
Anthro Sheep Man. Mega Man.
Yeah. Let it roll over your eyes.
Fun. I think this is an 18.
Good amount.
Creativity. It's not the only one in the contest. So I'm gonna
That
have
did a
to give
casino?
it. Yeah, there was another one. We were talking about it earlier.
Mm.
A 10.
I
Could
will
be more.
comment on casino levels, but I'll wait until my review.
It's almost like casinos were a hot thing in this game. Tokens. Aesthetic? Oh, I think the aesthetic is great. I would honestly give this a 15 on the aesthetics. I think it looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't run into any glitches, so 10. That is
A 77, I believe. A Robot Master stage set in a casino. Not something you see every day. Me saying this when this is the last of the different casino levels I played. Although, funnily enough, one thing I actually really appreciate. There are multiple casino levels in the contest, with each of them with Robot Masters at the end.
that's cool.
They are extremely not similar to each other, which I think is amazing, actually.
Well,
Like, hit
casino
the
is
jackpot.
so
Yeah.
basic of a term, I guess is the good way to put it. That you can do
it's
so
like-
much with the casino. It's like, how do you interpret that?
Yeah, because like you got Glitzwoman with the coin theming and the darkness
Ooh.
disco ball, but then you had hit the jackpot with the roulette walls and springs and wheels and super crowns. So yeah, not something you see every day. Glitzwoman stage is a fine experience, laying out how I'd expect a Robot Master level to go. There's a solid variety of enemies and gimmicks, both customized and familiar, and it gradually grows into a respectable endgame. Not amazing, but by no means is it bad. My favorite part is easily the enemies. I got a kick out of the Metops, and their higher aggro range offers a bit more variety in how to use them. Susie J was brilliant. There was something fun about the paranoia they created with piles of coins, what you referred to as the sand. And Waiter Joe was another highlight. His telegraphed attacks and unique projectiles, again, gave him more variety than the standard. Roulen is less interesting in comparison, but it's enough of a challenge with its accuracy that I'm happy to see it. On the dev kit side, while Diarn has an annoying tendency to show up after a risk assessment's already been made, thus throwing you off, Wall Blaster is surprisingly good, and I really like the setups with Bomb Boy when he appears. The gimmick side is less interesting overall, but no less effective. The spring stools look interesting, and I'm surprised at how well they work with spikes and wall blasters, even if they're infrequent. The coin dispensers are a good reskin of Drillman rocks, and the flashing telegraphs are much appreciated. The disco ball is the weirdest gimmick in the room, and I feel like it could have used one more appearance. However, both of the disco rooms are pretty fun, particularly finding the second token, and I appreciate that this isn't an assault on the eyes when it's active. Not to mention, trying to fit 3 disco balls in the stage might have made it a bit too long, I can appreciate that restraint. In general, this is fine. If the worst thing I could say about the stage is that I'm a little underwhelmed, it did something right. Sadly, the bosses leave something to be desired. Slotan is an interesting concept, but his low health and easily dodged attacks means he's no threat. Even Buster only, I've been able to dispatch him with zero danger, which is a problem. Fun fact, if you use charge shots like I do, you can hit him when the handle is all the way at the bottom. He dies super quickly. Blitzwoman is a bit better, putting up a decent fight with interesting attacks. Unfortunately, RNG attacks don't mesh well with her fighting style, and while she's good about getting rid of it regularly, she suffers from typical shield boss tedium. She's more interesting than normal, but shield bosses usually aren't very much fun. Right, I have food, so I should eat.
Good. Not a bad stage, all
right.
things considered. There's a few things here and there that feel a bit off, but for the most part, really enjoyed my time with this one. Starting off the positives, I really like the general pacing of the stage. Everything gets a proper introduction and doesn't stay in hand-holding mode for very long. Keeping a steady, difficult curve throughout. Granted, I did find most of the stage to be a bit on the easy side, barring maybe a few rooms here and there. But it was never easy to the point of being boring. The stage still managed to feel engaging thanks to most of the enemy and gimmick placements, contemplating each other with the custom enemies in particular. Standing out quite nicely. I especially like the diamond shooting enemy that hides in the coins. The disco ball rooms are probably the most notable part of the level. While I'm not the biggest fan of lighting gimmicks, I didn't mind this one since it's not in any kind of timer. Plus, it's pretty easy to figure out where to move around and jump to. Maybe the exception of the final token room near the end, that one might just be on me, but I feel it's very easy to miss. No, it definitely is. If I didn't have the compass, I would have missed it. All that aside, we also have the matter of the bosses. The slot machine mini-boss feels a bit strange. Also because he has boss-type invincibility frames after being hit. Even then, he seems to have very low HP to the point where I didn't even get a chance to see him attack more than once during my first playthrough. Definitely feels like he could have used a buff to make him more of a threat, especially since when he actually does attack, he only spawns one enemy and is very slow to do so. As for Blitzwoman herself, I can't really say I enjoyed her fight much, unfortunately. Her basic attacks are fine, if a little wonky. That fancy walk move of hers, I like the fancy walk because it does the thing a lot of Dark Souls things do, where it like delays the attack. So I was like, uh-oh, kind of tripped me up a bit.
It was off the timing.
The fight starts to have issues once she uses her shield. The dive move into the shield can make her invulnerable for a good chunk of this battle. Causing the fight to drag out for Buster only players. I feel like it did. I feel like she could have done this move with less frequency, or at the very least given the player a longer window to hit her as she jumps back up to raise the shield. That one issue aside, I didn't really have any other problem with this fight, but the sheer amount of time she could spend invincible during it really does drag it down a bit. Despite the slight fumble with the bosses, I'd still say this is a very solid stage altogether. Here you go, Mooch.
Glistering Glitz. It's a fine stage, but it feels just a little bit unpolished at times. And for being a casino-themed stage... Sorry, 1 second. Casino-themed stage, it didn't quite bring the theme to its full potential, I'm afraid. Maybe could have used 1 or 2 more unique gimmicks to really spice it up. I like the concept of the Waiter Joe enemies, and the Mets are really cute. Can't say the same about the rule ends. Their arcing shots can be a real pain to dodge on many occasions, and are just... Oh, good. Just really irritating to deal with. The darkness section is also a bit odd, definitely not expected for a casino stage. Regardless, it is still pretty unique in execution that the room is only completely dark if you're positioned where the backdrops are, covering the light object in the background. Keeps it to the theme, or at least makes it an obvious when it's going to happen. One problem that seems to show up a lot in this stage is respawning enemies on screen edges. Oftentimes, there are enemies in the way, so that a player's natural instinct is to move back and dodge their shots. But before they know it, they get ambushed by a Met or the Susie J from the previous screen, making the whole situation more hectic than it should be. Susie J are the jewel ones, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. the darkness mechanic also often leads to that, especially for the section near the end where one of the rule ends can snipe you from off-screen. I feel like the rotating platforms should have really been top solid, but they're not, and that makes escaping some jumps trickier than it should be. There's also this... You okay?
Yeah.
Hulk.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
a little squeeze.
Gotcha.
Good chair. The chair will survive.
Fair enough. I feel like the rotating platforms should have really been top solid, but they're not, and that makes escaping some jumps trickier than it should be. There's also this one jump at the end of the stage that was clearly designed as a trap, which just doesn't sit well for me considering you get sent back quite far, to the problematic portion of the stage, no less. Boss is alright and simple, although a little too random at times where she decides to jump or choose her attacks, which ends up to me being cornered more times than I should be. The credit room is neat, where it provides names for the custom enemies, makes it more convenient for the review, and the descriptions for them are cute. I think there's one more at the bottom. Cute and charming. There we go.
Alright, Polk, do you want to read this one?
Of course. You know, as always, it's always like patch you or flashbang. So hey,
Yeah. I try and keep things consistent with who's around.
no problem. This is a level that goes all with the teaming, takes a worthwhile gamble on several unique enemies and gimmicks, and knows when it's time to cash out. It introduces new concepts in a rapid but effective manner, combines elements in different ways, and keeps the player going with checkpoints and power-ups that only need a little tinkering to be ideal. Graphics looks nice enough, but not always read as intended. I had trouble listening what Waiter Joe was supposed to be, and it wasn't until the very end I realized that dirt floors and breadcrumbs piles were probably coins. I do like the little touches. The little touches offer crisper details to the swordsman's sword, the boss chamber. Also like the visual transitions from one area to the next, which keeps the background interesting and work with a challenge to create a good sense of progression. I feel difficulty curve with the challenges, but not always a clear sense of vision. In particular, any screen with CCJ tends to immediately spiral out of control. The challenges aren't bad, though. Balancing platforms, fun! Coin shoots, great telegraphing, and disco ball, cool idea, are used especially well. The mini bosses and final platforming challenges are also highlights. Polish is the biggest issue for me. Slow load times, missing collisions on the boss portrait, unnecessary two-way screen transitions, mildly unclear dictionary of the first path split, the blink and you'll miss its entrance to the second token, Blitzwoman wigging out against the wall, etc. I spent a lot about this level, e.g. clearly labeled bottomless pits, or the bonus room in the enemy bios, but I wish that respect translated to greater excitement. For my taste, there are too many moments of confusion and too many shielded enemies, but thank you for giving them a presentable resistance to laser trident.
Blitzwoman straddles a few lines. It's difficult with screens filled with enemies, projectiles, and death pits, and Glitz herself being a significant challenge to end on. Honestly, it's a good thing that not many things do a lot of damage. Damage value's been any higher, probably would have pushed the stage into frustration, but the player should get used to having very little health. They are repeatedly barraged by a stray bullet or burrowing critter. This stage is adorable. I love all the little flourishes and details to get progress through the casino. Highlight being the neon signs of Mega Man and related items. New enemies are obviously adorable too, but a nice touch is enemies based on their rooms. Dark room enemies and light room enemies choose a palette that helps them stand out more. While some of the larger pixel art is questionable, overall package results in a good looking level. My favorite aspect of the stage might just be the dark rooms. They may fall into the overcrowded category, but the layouts here do a good job of not to make an unintentional pun, leaving the player in the dark as to where to go or traverse. The darkness isn't the danger here, and it could have so easily been brutal. Both bosses are on the polar opposite ends of the difficulty spectrum. Lawton is so easy to be basically irrelevant. Blitz herself has some really difficult to dodge and parse attacks. Something about her movement makes life hard for the player. She's a reasonable fight. Fun to fight what is basically Scrooge McDuck as a robot master. But she is tough. And it just
me,
takes 7
laddies.
die on if it crosses the difficulty line for people. It doesn't for me, but it's a close thing. Next up is Boost Man.
You got boost power.
What's up here? Any no movie posters in this area? All right, well, fine.
Yeah, you're in the. I was gonna say you're in the whatchamacall area.
You're in the Boost Man
With the
room.
the projectors.
Checkpoint. Okay, I don't think I need to be there, but thank you, I guess.
That was quick.
Ah, I see. We're doing another cave level.
What are those things?
Oh, that's the boost.
Ah. How
Boost
many,
gel it's the boost gel from Portal.
It is. Same
reminds me
color.
also of the boost pads from Super Mario 3D.
Ah, no, they knew I would cheat.
Ah! Magazine for you.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, as long as it works.
Good job, Stanley.
Meh.
Ice wall mentions? Hold up. There's something cool there.
Frozen even.
Try one more time. I have a problem I just noticed for today's stream. It's not a problem with the game. It's more of a... I want to make sure to do the top 10 in one stream. So I'm like, I need a good stopping point for today, but we started in the middle of this tier, so I'm like, I'm just thinking about that now, and I'm like, ooh, that might actually be a problem, yeah. I don't think I can reach that with the way I have things. Alright, well, we'll skip that. It's optional.
Yeah. I would say we want to use Ice Wall and ride it from top. Kind of tight timing, but
I do want to try one thing. No, they don't seem to boost. That's a missed opportunity.
just need to play with the physics.
Why would I ride the ice wall? What a weird concept. Alright, so it seems like, unfortunately, this level has two paths. So we're gonna go down first. And then we're gonna go kill ourselves. Hi.
Oh, it's the draining ones.
We're gonna take an intentional death because it means we get to take time. Boost jumps. River Rotor is a cool enemy. I respect it. Next turn.
Too bad.
Yeah, this is a really cool level. I like it. I will rush over.
It looks to me like you're just taking your time.
Yeah, that token is a bit of an awkward one.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little disappointed that the enemies don't get affected by the gimmicks.
Oh, did somebody get downgraded? Well, downgraded, I mean, to mini boss status.
Oh no, I would grab that. That's fine.
Hindsight.
Honestly, I don't know how easily the developer for this level could have made the enemies affected by the boost pads.
Correct. I did think about that. Movement
Because,
boosting is a fun thing though, and I don't know, I think it could have made this level really cool if there was a way to.
yeah, it would have
They
required making
absolutely have
new
to make
objects.
Correct.
And
about that.
also, like, the pads themselves have some odd behaviors sometimes,
I bet.
too, so it's like, I could appreciate them being like, let's not touch this.
Ow. My next room. I don't want to accidentally jump into the spikes.
Yeah, Pyro
easy
mentioned
little
having
waterfall.
actually used these in another thing, so they are a bit finicky.
Alright, okay, I guess they show up in either tier X or Castle. That's cool. Oh no!
Yeah. Whoops.
Oh,
Awkward landing.
Oh no!
That's a spike.
Awkward jumping. That's my fault. It's all player.
I'm glad that my nomming
Oh no!
food
I fell for
that
the same
I
trick!
didn't- Oh no. I'm glad that I didn't miss this entire level while nomming food. Because this one is like, honestly, is serious contender for one of my favorites, even if it didn't get one.
Boost Man, I guess?
Oh, I mean, that's the name of the level.
Whoa, 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 he's weak to Ice Wall? That must be a glitch.
Well mentioned.
Must be impossible to use weakness on him.
A cute little detail where when he's walking, he's actually maybe not actually.
He's
It
cute.
might just be his steps. Well, when he's walking, it looks like there's like little fire effects like trailing behind him.
Yeah,
Is that
that-
another
yeah,
Robot
I mean,
Master's
that-
AI? Because
He might. His AI is actually no. I think his AI is custom, but finicky. Pyro in the Twitch chat. Will he boost on out of bounds today? But no, you weren't. He does actually. When his running animation actually does have little flames on his feet. So
oh, neat, that was cool.
oh yes, that's right. We forgot a thing because I had to run off the
But someone
food.
had a costume weapon. We'll check it out in a bit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have access to the water shield weapon now.
Yep.
Very, very fun level to go through, though. Absolute blast.
Oh,
writing
yes.
my thoughts. 10
Boostman is such fun.
I think I'm gonna give this a 29 and a 21 for fun. I think it was a lot of fun. Short and simple, but it was
really
fun.
is.
Creativity. Most creative thing. What? I'm gonna give it a 9. Oh, I haven't had to farm anything. I think the game's giving you plenty. Aesthetic! Fine. Middle of the road. 7. I didn't run into any glitches, but apparently Snorrit was saying there was, but I didn't see it, so can't factor it in. 10.
Yeah, that's fair. At the 76, I believe.
Before we... Let's show off that. Treasure Man.
Treasure tracker.
Starman. I think we saw his weapon.
We did, oh man.
The Glitzagus.
Let's Aegis. Ooh,
I like it.
jewels and coins.
Look, we have Jewel Satellite now. Everyone was complaining. Why isn't it in this game? We got it's fine. I still like using the original, but it's cool. I like it.
Yeah, that's fair.
The only ones we haven't seen is Rookman and Mafia and Thermal.
Rook and Mafia haven't
Did we-
shown
did we
up
see
yet.
Thermal?
Thermal has. Thermal was in tier 9.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was. I forgot if I showed this. I did. Okay, yeah, that is familiar.
Okay. Oh no, more Twitch ad.
Okay, it's at the end of every stage at this point.
Okay, that boost pad gimmick is some of the most fun I've had in this judging period. It's why my icon is smiling. The base concept is simple and elegant, but the way it's used to defy pixel-perfect jumps and sail over enemies? I just love it! Level puts its core to great use, and the twist into bounce pads is a small, organic shift that adds a wonderful new dimension to the level. Best exemplified by the 2 spike corridors that start as all speed.
Bounce.
And then... I was waiting for that.
Hold on. Oh, every time
Yeah,
it's
what-
like my stick is super sensitive and always like
Yeah,
very
we are in the first paragraph.
Yeah.
Still need to go up a bit.
Like right
So-
here.
2 spike corridors that start at all speed and then become all bounce. Barely changing anything else between the two. Quickly diverting to comment on Dr. Zock. You have found one of the reasons why I have the pet peeve of boss doesn't get to use all of their abilities on 1 health bar. Cough cough, Thermal Man and Hex Man review both complaining about that. So,
I think he only had
Really?
the ice for me on stream.
barely changing anything else between the two. Then it all culminates in a big showdown with a bunch of lasers, marrying 2 speed-based gimmicks for an adrenaline-pumping climax. If I have one issue to raise, it's that taking the bottom path leaves the bounce pads feeling somewhat underutilized in exchange for even more lasers, when the final bit with the lasers is probably enough. The enemy set may not dazzle, but it is no less solid. Fireboy and Fire Totem are exceptionally fun to dodge on the pads, and the tallest boys always give me a chuckle. Garyobi meshes well with the gimmick, and Helipon breathes some life into otherwise unremarkable rooms. There are a few duds, namely Turbo Rotor and Jump Roller. both of them feel underexposed, especially since there's lava for Jump Roller to play with. Moliere is also a little off in execution. It isn't underused, but the Moliere sandwich is where this enemy peaks. Almost every encounter afterwards isn't as interesting. That being said, the level's main flaw is aesthetic design. I don't mind a lava cave level. A fire stage fits speed-themed Robot Master rather well. I mean, how often have we seen things going fast enough to burn rubber on the ground? But red lava does not work with reddish-orange rocks. It's a good thing it's animated, because if it wasn't, the poor contrast would make it hard to tell what's safe and what's death. More importantly, there is at least one type of color blindness that blinds the difference between boosts and bounces, which makes the level far harder to play. And yes, I tested this. Color coding anything is a risky business in game design. If you don't have extra telegraphs, it's a dice roll as to whether or not they'll understand it. Beyond that, splitting the tokens between paths forces a retry or a needless replay to get 100%, which some might find annoying.
I definitely didn't. It was short enough.
Of course, if those are the worst mistakes the level makes, it's really not that bad off. Even professionals can struggle with accessibility details like that color issue. I know this because I literally took a game design course that was taught by professionals. Outside of that, like that color issue. Outside of that, the only other off points are that the boosts behave weirdly combined with ladders, and that Boostman himself feels really unfinished compared to his level.
Sure does.
Otherwise, this was quite fun, and I hope to see more from you in the future.
Before I read this, I'm gonna test something since Pink just did a thing. Can you bite?
That is a good question.
Find out for science. I'm willing
Science!
to science when given the option. Nope, seems about the same.
A little negated off of that at that point.
Unfortunate, but understandable.
Actually, kind of confused as to why the bike was even in the level at that point, but yeah.
It didn't hurt anything to have it
I
there.
suppose, yeah. Definitely a very fun premise in the stage, and I think it was executed to good effect. Had a few flaws here and there. Would probably have caused bugs by itself, probably. But I mean, you can just
Not
easily not use it. And highlights here, these getting jump boosters. I'm all for gimmicks that seem simple, have a lot of utility to them. These fit right at home with that. There's a lot of fun room and energy, and enemy synergies to be had with them. And I especially like the sections that use them in tandem with force beams. That said, I do kind of wish that they were combined with more gimmicks. Beyond that, since they seem like they could work off other hazards relatively well. What's there is fun, though I did notice the speed booster effect acts a little wonky if you jump into a ladder with it. Speed turning over after detaching. This is an extremely minor thing that you can't even really abuse. I think the only part of the stage design that I actively find questionable is the split path. Both the paths have well-designed room layouts, but the main thing I take issue with is the presence of a token on each path. It means you'd have to take an intentional death or retry if you want to get everything here in one run. I understand this was probably meant to introduce a bit of replay value, but I've just never really been a fan of this sort of approach. Lastly, there's Boostman himself, and while I'm glad he at least shows up, the fight ends up feeling very underwhelming. He only seems to have 2 attacks, a Skullman-esque tracking shot and an occasional jump shot. The only mildly threatening thing about him being his high contact damage. He definitely had the potential to be a fun fight if he had more involved attacks that fit the theme of the stage, or if his boss room even had speed jump boosters that both he and the player could use. I agree, I was thinking that too. That would have been nice.
Yeah, boosters in there actually would have been a great idea because
That would have made the fight harder, but also more fun.
Because actually, we both, Shin and I, said Boostman feels unfinished.
Agreed.
He is. He outright is. I know this.
Dang.
I feel that was a big missed opportunity here. That aside, I think he could also stand to be a bit less buggy. I've seen him jump out of the room a few times. Not to mention his energy element flat out didn't spawn one time. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oops.
Overall, though, while the boss is a bit of a letdown, and I'm not a fan of the tokens on the split path, this is still a relatively fun stage with decent execution behind it. Those aforementioned aspects were polished up. I could easily top tier Robot Master stage.
Oh, oh. As an aside, Pink's comment on that much speed probably causing bugs by itself reminded me of a trivia detail that I've been holding on that I hold on to with Forceman in Magmal 2 of all levels. Most people assume that level disables Flash Stopper because, meh, you don't get the time stop weapon in the Force Beam level. Actually, the Flash Stopper is disabled in Forceman's level because if you use it on the blue on and off lasers, those bug out really, really badly.
Good to know.
As in, like, could literally kill you, kind of. Kill you harder than they normally would, kind of badly. And Cosmic had no idea how to fix it, so he just like, okay, disable Flash Stopper so that no one has to worry about it. It makes it one of the few times where I'm like, I know that, and I'm like, okay, you disabled a weapon, normally I hate that. I'm not gonna hate on you for this one because I get it, bro. Anyway.
Up, up, and away! Now this is a pretty fun one. I'm all for movement enhancing gimmicks, and the stage certainly creates some good challenges out of them. The boost pad gimmicks are definitely pretty neat. They somewhat remind me of the gel types in Portal 2. Hey, somebody else will remember it.
Yeah.
The stage makes use of the pads fairly well, placing them in varied platforming situations, providing some nice utilities when combined with enemies. Two of the tokens almost look possible to grab without using Rush with the way the pads are set up. Either it's very strict with how you jump, or I just didn't have enough patience to try them because you're almost guaranteed to fall to the next screen if you fail the jumps, with no way to quickly return back up. Boss's, his design is fairly generic, and so is how he fights. He chooses one of four moves randomly. Fires one shot at you, fires 3 shots, jumps towards you and fires a shot, or a very fast boss running towards you at incredible speed. I think that's supposed to be high. Rinse and repeats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks pretty close to high. Oops.
I like it being speed. None of them has any clear tells, and certain combos can result in Dyna down. Sorry, cat. Can result in unavoidable damage, making it not a very fun nor fair fight. On my initial playthrough, he somehow managed to clip himself out of the arena and got killed off screen, trapping the energy outside. Wow, somebody else had a problem. Upon investigation, it seems that when Boostman turns around, his asymmetric hitbox can get inside of the wall, and the game pushes him to the other side of the... He literally does a clip boost? His asymmetric hitbox can get inside the wall, and the game pushes him to the other side of the wall. So yeah, he literally has a... what is it called for the speedruns? Is it just a clip?
Yeah, clipping.
Yeah. So it's like the Mega Man 2 clip.
Zipping.
That's it. He pulls a zip. That's cool. I mean, sucks that that's kind of how it bugged out, but kind of cool in a little regards to me.
Alright. This level is fine. Light the Dirt Ship was fine. Difficulty of challenge progression are fine. The music has a few fun game instrument choices, but it's fine. Now the pool backgrounds.
I'm sorry, we play with someone called Funky all the time, so I'm like, I didn't hear Funky, I heard Funky. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
It's possible, even when he's not here, he's still present with block things. Yeah. I guess we're too, but it's fine. Now the pool backgrounds make the floor look higher than it is. Laser lines are helpful but obstructive, and the tile work and architecture be blocky. But the animations are nice, and the level overall looks fine. The boss fights in Boost Pad have a few programming kinks, but they're fine. I don't want fine, I want thrilling, surprising, inspired! This level has a lot of cool ideas and good design elements, and I find myself fixated on the parts that could be done better. Purposeful leading curve is disruptive at path split and leaves the play only half a bad deal with the final stitch. Some screen transitions allow some unnecessary backtracking, or drop the player into a mold you encounter with almost no time to react. Most tokens are sitting out in the open, yet there are really clever secret rooms hiding in, and a trick with jump boost plus tornado blow that could be used. I don't understand how boosting pertains to the Earth plus Fire team. Some sort of narrative explanation or aesthetic connection would go a long way. Boost pads need more than color to tell them apart. And it's a letdown that they're silent. Activation sound effects will enhance the atmosphere. Boostman himself needs a boost pad in his chamber, or perhaps an attack or animation that looks and feels properly boosted. Distinguish him from any other boss who runs, jumps, and shoots. What I like most is how simple yet versatile the boost pads are. The mini bosses are a particular highlight. I also like that the architecture is attentive to where lava riders and ceiling holes come from. That's the kind of stuff I want to see more of.
Fun little stage. And the two paths are a rare example where both paths felt equally well baked and justified in their existence. I always appreciate the restraint of not forcing another exit on the player. Agreed. Nope, they could just pop in the alternate route, get the token, beat the mid-boss, and exit. Good. Or checkpoint retry. Even faster. One path has reasonable force beams, the other gets more mileage out of the green jump pads. I didn't particularly feel the latter portion of the stage introduced its assets out of nowhere, and both previous paths felt natural. Boost and jump pads are a novel idea. It's so simple, you wonder just why Capcom hasn't made use of them yet. Despite being so simple, it's well taught too, mostly, but the one thing that sells them is keeping the player's momentum. This much at all in Classic. Reusing the former Fortress boss, Power Piston, as a mid-boss has enough changes, namely the lack of hit and vulnerability, makes him feel like he fits. Jump pads help make it not feel like a filler refight. I don't think I can quite say the same for Stonehead, whose pads don't really alter the fight in any real way other than maybe reduce difficulty. Oh well. I have to question the checkpoint placement after the mid-bosses. It's rather far after them. And the rooms leading to it are pretty dangerous, and the player is probably at low health at this point, so bad punishing.
I think the reason why those checkpoints are longer is probably to allow the player to do the retry more easily, given the whole split path token thing.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. Graphically, the stage makes good use of its dev kit assets to assemble a new level. Weapons are a bit trite at this point, just a bit more personality helped, but I appreciate the little animation it was given. It isn't just another Quickman looking level rehash. The level song is catchy, though I'll give it that, it suits it. I do feel Boostman could have done with more work. Nothing other than his walk speed suggests he's, well, Boostman. Projectiles are generic and he is lacking any real personality. Bad boss by any stretch, but he is rather underwhelming. Overall, I feel like the stage, I like the stage a fair bit. Feels like a solid Mega Man 4 era level. Yeah, I can respect that. I think that's a good summary of the stage.
Woohoo!
Spectrum Science by Spin Attacks. Spin Attacks mentioned?
Oh, yes.
Ah, you hid one on the left. What are you doing?
To the left!
The
Ooh, button though.
Always check the left.
Oh!
this level.
Gotcha there. Oh, maybe not as much. Oh wait, there's a press up. It's a
Day 23 of observation. I've seen enough of this Prism woman to understand how she ticks. Given a little persuasion, hey, I have a weapon of hers because of a glitch. Oops. I'm certain she'll be on my way in. She's far too strong to be a mere lab rat. They're hiding something in there, I just know it. Anything they want hidden is something the brilliant Dr. Valley must have. When she's on my side, completely locked, the facility down, and redecorated it a little, needs more W's. I have a person to look over. Mega Man or any other would-be heroes try to step in, to send them to the scrap heap faster than light.
Yeah, this level.
Whoa!
Yeah, this level has. Yes.
Up we go.
This level has lore.
Yeah, I just want to hit this one more time.
Lord.
No reason, I just felt like hitting it again.
Fair enough. Buttons. Buttons are fun. Until we torture you.
Hello,
with them.
visitors. Welcome to the research facility of Spectrum Science, the world leader in laser and light refraction technology. The facility is perfectly safe, and all research goes towards bettering the life of you and your neighbor. Please look around and bear witness to our technology in action. Consider joining our proud family of investors. Spectrum Science Every laser helps. I don't know if I need lasers in my life.
Everybody needs more lasers. The freaking lasers on my Death Star.
Gotta have lasers.
Everybody wants lasers. That and explosions.
Oh!
Ooh,
I like these.
fancy.
Prism attacker.
They're back. First time I've seen them in the contest. I thought I saw them earlier in the contest last stream, but
They were
they were sort of different, right?
They're an evil energy facility, but
I will
slightly fun.
deflect Mega Man's bullets with my head. Oh. Okay. Is that a one-shot? I guess we'll have to find out.
We won't find out because I won't get hit.
I mean, I can answer you now.
Ooh. Oh, wait. I see what they're asking me to do. Oh, maybe not.
Then not.
You.
Do you have a
Okay,
light
how much
weapon?
do you want me to say?
Give me a moment.
Wait, may I make a guess for you, Jewker?
Sure.
Yeah,
What?
sure, why not?
Laser Trident.
That's what I was gonna try.
Yeah.
There's an institute for that.
Yeah!
Good
That's
instinct.
that's exactly what I
Nice.
was gonna try because they kept mentioning lasers. But like, honestly, the lack of ice wall is embarrassing in this level. You know, it needs more of it.
Okay, cute. Add in the-
Although,
oh. I wonder if that's supposed to...
Will not kill me. I've dealt with these stupid lasers enough.
funnily enough, that's how you do that section you just did without taking damage.
Huh, neat.
I like that it's actually stuck to what you read before. I'm gonna put some W's everywhere.
Yeah, I put the W's everywhere for Wumbo.
Already
Whoa.
approved for, like, sticking to the aesthetic and the story you got going.
Whoa!
Well,
Which way? What way?
whoops. That was a
Fire
spike.
the laser. Is laser like a really cool acronym in this case? And some people are like, laser's a cool acronym.
I think I remember, yes, laser is an acronym.
L
Hold on, I'm
as in
looking it up.
laser. A as in laser. S.
Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation.
Yeah.
So, light
Badass.
amplification, stimulated emission of radiation. So, yes, it's an acronym. We've learned something today!
Learning is
I'm
fun.
learning.
Learning, yay!
Okay, well, fuck you, I
Oh,
guess.
almost had that.
Oh, that's so cute. He's trying his best. Well, I mean, I gotta go in here.
Oh, or lore.
Important notice to all employees, lately Prism Woman has expressed a desire to visit the beach outside the facility. Please remember that due to the construction of her prism armor, she's prone to unintentionally refracting sunlight into dangerous high-powered lasers. Oh no! It sucks for this
Oh.
robot master to exist. She's like the robot that screams in that one comic. Made a robot
Yeah,
that
she
can
is not
scream.
allowed to leave the facility. Speaking of lasers,
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's so cool. I knew that was gonna happen too. I didn't jump because I thought I could beat it by outmashing it.
Mew. What are those, Met Joes?
These are
they're
normal enemies.
oh, I don't remember their name, but they're from the Game Boy game, Mega Man 5 for the Game Boy.
This entrance leads to a highly restricted area due to the dangerous research conducted beyond this point. Only personnel with proper clearance, robots with authorized energy signatures such as Prism Moment will be admitted. So it looks like there's two paths, but you don't need to go down, you just need to go up.
For reference, oh, Shoehorn is their name.
Oh no, there is
For
there's a
reference,
separate
Right
path.
now, that door actually just straight up does not work for you.
That's cool.
it is not a coincidence that it names Prism Woman's allowed. That Prism Woman's allowed to go in there.
Okay, gimmick. Uh-huh.
I don't like
Tie
fighting this
horn!
enemy, so I'm just gonna, don't mind me. Die.
Death. Yeah, that enemy is like.
Actually,
Ice Walls to the rescue.
Holy shit.
This level actually is like. Did somebody order a ton of ice wall?
Have you considered ice wall in your life?
I have not.
Oh
Interesting.
man, Ice Wall is
purchase.
very awkward to use. Not the level's fault. After a long day of research, I saw something on TV. It was of a girl walking somewhere with sand and water next to a sunset. Oh, it was beautiful. I'd love to go there. She seemed happy being there. I don't think I really felt happy being in here. All steel walls and darkness unless I'm in an experiment. I've heard some researchers talk about a place just outside here that sounds like that place. Hope I can go there someday. Emoji.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was the geomets are called Fuku horns.
Okay.
Yes. I really hope I can stop experimenting on Crystal 800 soon. That thing gives me the creeps. Like it's alive and thinking about me or something.
Yeah.
I asked them if I could go to the
yes.
area outside the facility. They said, I can't. Ever. I'm apparently too dangerous to let out. But they must be right. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not okay. I'm crushed. It's not fair. Everyone else looks happy. Why can't I be happy? Looking at this terminal, there appears to be rust over the keyboard.
Oh.
Aww.
Crystal 800. I get that reference.
I don't. I met the most wonderful
I'm-
man last night. He said he
I
could
am
let
not
me
allowed to
visit the
explain
beach
it to you
anytime
yet.
I wanted. I did him a small favor first. I didn't feel comfortable with what he asked me to do at first, but he gave me an adorable little microchip. That if I put it in me, I won't feel so bad about doing it. So I did. Truthfully, I don't think I've seen him around here. He has a lab coat, so he must work here. Okay, Wiley. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Besides, it did feel nice chasing all those mean spoil spurts out of the building. I'm off to guard this place until he comes back. I don't know why he wants me to destroy anyone else that comes in here, particularly anyone in blue. He must have his reasons. Besides, I'm too giddy to wait till I can get out of here and learn what sunlight feels like. Less than 3.
Classic Wily. That just makes me think of Mega Man 9.
Yep,
left.
give him what he wants. You might say he's crafty, that's Wily.
You just did this.
No. I hate Ice Wall so much. Wait, that's right. Yeah, we don't need to go this way. I thought this was the way back. Was you still had to go through that screen. I got no one to blame but myself on that.
Good time. Nice. That one was a bit less nice.
Oh, the sign actually hurts you.
I see the puzzle here.
First off,
Soft
let's
lock
get you out of there.
tackle.
How did you get
Is
soft
it
lock?
possible to destroy those? Ow. Ah,
You're
whoops.
Behind
stuck
the prism.
behind the prism. That's impressive. Have to double check if there's anything over there.
Yeah, fair. I was about to say, I think you might want to heal.
I was confident.
I think you might want to heal.
Feeling confident, don't worry.
Have confidence.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
It can stop you.
Oh, whoops! You see, it didn't even matter if I took the tank. I didn't even see where I land. Wasn't even the confidence. It was I looked away and was like, oh right. Or... Thank you.
Yeah, that screen is probably one of the hardest screens in the level. Trying to think if I have ever bothered to get that E-Tank in life. I don't know if I have.
Doesn't seem worth it.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh. That was
Before that screen would have been real nice.
That was unfortunate.
Press the wrong button.
Yeah, I can agree with that. A checkpoint probably would have been nice there.
I guess you could actually just cheat this.
Yep. Laser Trident for the win. Which also, admittedly, cool Laser Trident interactions.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You think Mega Man has the same energy in this game, well, in this level, as that one episode of Pokemon with, God, who was it? It was Sabrina, where they're like, oh no, why would you have this picture unless... Oh no, he knows!
Oh.
It ate my input. But it's like, oh no, he knows, and it's like, you're the guy who took the photo, that's why you have this, instead of, you know, Sabrina's dad. That's the same energy. He's like, I wonder what the W, Dr. W could mean.
Yeah, you could use Laser Trident to do some of the prism puzzles faster. Someone was commenting, it's like, oh my, someone was like, oh, that, yeah, that.
Dr. Winter.
Laser Trident, speedrunning weapon, for reasons other than 1001 shields. Ah! Gosh, you meant, yeah, now that you mentioned it, that does sound like a bad an incorrect Ace Attorney answer.
Yeah.
Now I realize,
Yeah.
Spectrum Science is like, yeah, we're totally friendly, and there are tanks in the walls.
So I had meant to land there on my first go.
Rude shield attacker there.
That's not too rough. Hey, get back! Get back! Get out of here!
I don't want it.
Get out of here.
I'm just like, oh, he's about to get shot.
Well, mistime that.
Yeah, there could have definitely been a checkpoint in that one room.
I like her. Oh, she's really cool.
Good design.
Pretty.
If you see spin attacks around, they come out here once in a while. Let them know I thought this was level.
Well, of course, you're definitely not done the level
Oh,
yet. You got shot. Funnily enough, she has has supposed to have intro dialogue that didn't play for some reason. I have no idea why.
I guess it glitched. I guess I'll take a point off function for that.
Once it kicks in here.
Nope.
Weird.
Yeah, she has I remember her having dialogue, which is like, "Hey, an intruder! Prepare to be refracted."
Oh,
Yeah, a little hard to time that attack.
A bit.
So it seems to be mostly just 3 attacks so far.
Figuring it out.
It's a fun fight.
yeah.
Oh, 4th
Kind of
attack.
simple, but still.
She put on armor. Or she put on her face guard.
Spin Power Rage on you.
Henshin a go-go, baby. Ooh.
Hey.
Alright, so she's upgraded all of her attacks in a different manner. You haven't seen one yet.
It's a cool fight. I like it.
Kick ass.
I actually kind of like the damage that it takes.
Now, of course, we ain't done yet.
There's more.
We gotta go back in? No.
I know the stage music. But admittedly, also, I didn't know it at the time. I found out after the fact.
So did you say what Crystal 800 is, or was that still to be referenced somehow?
No, that is still to be referenced.
Okay.
Crystal 800 is absolutely going to be explained.
Alright then.
Heck, man.
Huh.
We were missing 2 tokens. Go back in.
Yep.
2 tokens and an element crystal, wasn't it?
Yep, this is the last level with multiple energy elements.
But this is kind of the same as what was it? Fu Man, where I'm kind of like, I see this as it's kind of one level that you play in 2 parts.
Yeah, it's also like the 1 second element level where the judges afterwards were like, you know, we don't hate this.
I want to go back in.
I want more.
In fact, I think that's part of why Ace put his bronze on it, is because it's like a second element that doesn't completely suck.
So I guess now that you've beaten Prison Woman, you're like, now I've got your power. And the game's
yeah,
like, yeah, you can
just-
go in. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, that. And funnily enough, you also have, and as you said, you have her altar weapon.
You need the ultra weapon to go in?
No. That would have been impossible for the level creator to work with. Because, like, the altars weren't decided when the contest was being made.
True.
I would kind of put the cut. There wasn't that.
Unless. No unless. But unless.
Unless.
Let's.
Crystal 800 Research Lab.
Alright then. So we are learning more.
Yes. And also, we spoopy now.
Spooky.
Spooky.
Yeah, I would have liked if there was like a teleporter or something. Would have been cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Whoops. Ooh, flashy.
Yeah, I am not a. That's a dev kit problem because Fooly, but also, Fooly.
I'm gonna not say it's a penalty problem so much as I understand it's on the dev kit. Whoa, slowed me down.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the that enemy does that. I think you need to shoot it more.
Oops. I
Ah.
panicked. I was like, uh-oh. It wasn't moving with the,
With running into it.
The atmosphere in a classic level must be a day ending, and why? We can't spell Mega Man without day.
Ay, that freaking foolie.
Ow.
Ah, okay, I can immediately see what you're expected to do here.
I might be breaking this just a tiny bit. But it's also a strat. The level lets you...
Okay, yeah, it looks like you need to heal. And yes, that flashing is less than ideal. I wish we had a better way to deal with the telegraph foolies nonsense. We weakened it, but it's still... I would not, under any circumstances, say it's perfect.
Right. Thank you. That it didn't heal. Project 8 Black Refracto Crystal 800 discovered in the Arctic wastelands 3 weeks ago by the Siberian branch has arrived without incident. It displayed unusual properties. It resembles a handcrafted statue of an unknown being. Molecular structure doesn't match any known terrestrial element. And it refracts light despite being pitch black. Further research on how we can adapt these properties into our technology, particularly for military purposes, will commence. Girl Master reverse engineered from Crystal 800, now named Prism Woman. Stationary armor and weapons have proven to be just as effective at refracting light into a high-powered lasers as Crystal 800 R&D. Breeze Ultra Prism prototypes have proven similarly effective in testing. Weapons Research Management has discussed the potential use of both in warfare, but Prism Woman's developers have vehemently argued against both it and the continued study of Crystal 800. Nonetheless, the mass production of the photonic tank and the development of another combat robot and Crystal 800 have been authorized.
Yeah, if we can get the foolies flashing tone down, that would be great. Because it's bad.
The game is fully from
Mega Man 5 for the Game Boy, where the flashing is significantly less of a problem on account of the the tiny screen.
Prism Woman has Roy Rogue and fire 2,000 trillion watt laser into Crystal 800. It absorbs its alive, woke up, and violently devastates stability. Its refracted lasers are times more powerful than any known to exist if it escapes humanity extinct within 2 days. Stop this monster we unwittingly discovered.
Honestly, I think...
You get the last token at the end, I take it?
Something like that, yes.
Oh no!
Joe, I knew it was gonna be a Joe.
It's a laser devil!
I said Joe,
ironically,
I meant devil.
Ironically, significantly less annoying because it's
You can still hit
good
it.
at being vulnerable.
Or bad, depending on how you want to put it.
Continuing the trend of Magmal Devils somehow being really tolerable.
I was trying to tell someone this today. I'm just, every time I see a devil, my gut reaction is still gross. But then I'm like, well, actually, quite good.
Yeah, it's like the only devils in Magmal I can think of that are bad are Grey Devil and Red Grey Devil.
Grey Devil had it coming.
Yeah. Kool-Aid Devil.
No.
So, anyone here recognize that sound effect?
Pokemon?
That
Yes.
was a Pokemon sound effect, yeah.
I don't know which one, but that's a Pokemon sound effect.
That was the
was a
original
Hyper
Hyper
Beam.
Beam sound.
Yeah.
Huh.
And this is where I think I get to start. Soon I'll get to explain Crystal 800.
Prison woman collapsed in a way emulating a. Oh, it's a Reggie. Is that it?
No, it's the
Let's see.
I see it now, yeah. It's
Into
the
sharp pains in her diodes. R&D is baffled by this unprogrammed quirk, not helped by her inability to remember what precisely caused the incident. Could remember for no clear reason. It was the word necrozma. Ah, I forgot about
Necrozma's
Necrozma.
Pokedex
Ew.
number, by the way, is 800.
Yep.
So nice from the
Huh.
outside. What's going on down here? Yeah, Wiley didn't even need to fuck anything up.
So
And its
yeah,
category is
it's-
Prism.
It's Crystal 800.
That thing, you mean Prism Woman, those tanks, that devil? This is what all those were based on? Need light. Yeah, let me out. I don't think that's such a smart idea. It's unfortunate Necrozma is such a cool concept, and then it didn't do anything in its game, and then Ultra Sun Ultra Moon happened, and I mean, well, we know how that went.
Yeah.
Take a Pokemon, or at least something from a different continuity, and include it in a different way. That's pretty unique. I mean,
Yeah, I think it works.
there's an argument to made of like you're just taking something from a different franchise,
I think it
but
fits the level really well, though.
yeah,
It actually builds up to it.
yeah, it's not just like
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
throwing Pokemon in here for any reason.
It builds up into it in a way that feels organic.
Yeah,
And obviously this is definitely this is a very fair boss fight.
It is.
very much. Yeah.
Alright, it's pretty weak. Does anyone have a ball I can throw at it?
You gotta let
no,
1 HP. You gotta put it.
no.
You gotta put it to
It's,
sleep
yeah,
first.
it's at 1 HP right now. What do I use? Fuck.
Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball. Wait, you got an M. You got a Master Ball. It's in the tank.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, let me just do that. I got all the money to spend. Here, I think you have to catch it with Ice Wall. I think that worked.
That's one of the Ultra Beasts too, isn't it?
yeah.
No, kind
Hence,
Sort of.
Hence how it
Yeeted
disappears.
it.
Okay.
Yeeted it through a portal. And as an yeah. Oh, I was going to say something, then I'm like, wait, I'm just gonna say it in my review.
1 second.
But yeah, it's like nah. Necrozma is built up to well enough that it's like I didn't realize what Crystal 800 was referring to at first, but then it's just like I heard the Hyper Beam sound, and it's just like
Oh.
no, we're going there, okay. It's just like the dawning realization.
Oh, this is where we're going with this.
As I said, it's just like, no.
Yeah, I really like this level. That was.
Mega Man EXE.
EXE.
I think this for me is a 29. The blue guy. That's him, the blue bomber.
The blooper.
Yeah, no. I hate what Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon did. It's kind of a shame. Like, it's really weird the backpedaling Snorunt that Pokemon has done. Have you noticed this with, what's her name? The mom in that game? Oh, she was always being a good mom, according to, like, recent mobile games, apparently. They've, like, reworked it. I don't know why they did that, but she's like, no, I was a good mom. I swear. She is...
Heaven forbid you have a serious story for a bit.
Honestly,
Jeez.
you know,
I would argue she's the most disappointing thing that Pokemon has done, in my opinion at least.
You know what's funny? I personally feel like that bit with the mobile game actually fits the original Sun and Moon better than Ultra. Because in OG Sun and Moon, it's a plot point that she's been driven mad by Nihilego.
Yeah.
And then in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, the whole driven mad by Nihilego thing isn't there anymore, and yet she still acts very similarly, but also is meant to be, and it's just like, I'm just staring at it, and it's just like, you've stopped making sense.
That's
Got a little too
question.
convoluted.
Whereas like the mobile game
I like
trying to make
Original game.
make her seem like a decent person when she's not literally poisoned by a rock jellyfish, I can appreciate that on the grounds of being like, yeah, your brain hasn't been poisoned by a rock
Yo.
jellyfish.
Thanks so much for the raid, one man. Welcome on in. Biscuits are fictional. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're just talking about Ultra Sun and Moon real quick. It's not very good. It's a shame. It's probably the better game in terms of gameplay, but like everything else, so disappointing. It's a shame. I would love to play it if it had everything that people like about the original Sun and Moon in it.
Yeah.
Like I've debated if I ever stream Ultra Sun and Moon or Sun and Moon, which version do I do? And I'm just like, I want to do Sun and Moon.
People should figure out how to hack Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon to restore the original plot.
Yeah. We have a villain. I like the villain. I still think in the original game, though, it was a crime that we were robbed of the boss fight against her. Where she's like, I am possessed by this Pokemon. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna throw out a Pokeball. And I was like, you were so close to doing something really cool. Shame. But, I mean, I still really love Sun and Moon. I think it's like one of the best games they've ever released. Anyway, fun. That's a 20 for me on the fun. Gave us Machamp. The anime did the fight. I mean, I wouldn't really count that. It's not really the games. And even then, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon don't do it.
Yeah, they just don't give you that fight at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say it's pretty creative. I can give it a 13, I can agree with that. Thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, that's valid. Aesthetic! I like a good Vaporwave aesthetic. I can give that another 13. I didn't run into any glitches as far as I know. I would have liked if it had more checkpoints, but that's not a function.
I believe that puts you at an 85.
Good level. Real quick, let's show off the new weapon.
This one's, yeah, this one's an altar.
I've already shown this off. Technically, because of a glitch. Costumes. Hold it, and then you release. Oh, I didn't even realize the map works here.
You can pull a map there.
It's a salt, yeah, Prismatic Laser is one of my favorites to pull out. In the right circumstances, it is delicious.
Always gotta use that P laser.
Oh, this place definitely likes its flashy rainbow lasers. Still, this was pretty entertaining, and it makes good use of its pieces. The gimmick set was a highlight. The ring platforms are not only well used, but they feel infinitely more appropriate here than they did in Ringman's stage. The various laser prisms are just plain fun to work with, although they can be a bit inconsistent. And the force beams are distinct and fun! I wouldn't have guessed Fully would work well with force beams, but here we are.
Yeah, it's a good enemy choice, minus the green stuff, but that's not Level's fault.
Yeah. Speaking of Fully, the dev kit enemies are generally solid, particularly with Dachshund getting to do something, or Fukuhorn using all of its behaviors. I did find the Prism enemies a little dull by themselves. Prism Joe was a generally boring concept, though I appreciated him being less bulky. But Prism Attacker was disappointing, as it really didn't get to do enough with its its counter attack, because in my experience, I just charge shot at the thing and almost never encountered the counter. Still, they work well with the Prism gimmicks, and the Bun Bees were adorably silly, so I can't complain too much. Overall, this was a treat to play! The first element really feels like a Robot Master stage, the gimmicks were used smoothly, the difficulty curve flowed solidly, it all felt authentic. The first moving prism was a little annoying compared to its cohorts, but that's not a huge deal. The second element had a poor start, since you have to replay the first half of the level to access it. However, the thematic shift and the force beam challenges made up for it, creating a natural extension to the stage that led to a solid ending. The diamond token could be a chore due to the finicky prisms, that was the only real issue in the section itself. Finally, we have boss fights. For the main route, Prism Woman is both entertaining and challenging, and I appreciated both her combat form and her characterization. Props for her character not getting in the way, either.
Would have liked to have seen that. It's fine, though.
I also mean it's like, yeah, she has characterization, but it's all like off to the side and things you definitely don't have to read, and compared to, say, the lore in Arcane, man, they don't take that long.
Yeah.
On the other route, Prism Devil was an awesome devil boss, managing to be way less tedious than the norm. And considering he was a fake out rather than the actual boss, I appreciated that he still gave me something worthwhile in the 5th token. It didn't feel like the fake out cheated me out of an ending. But it's a rare case where, yeah, the 5th token is basically just handed to you, but I loved that because I'm like, oh, he's not the... It's like, oh, he's not the end boss. Oh, but there's the token I don't have yet. Okay, yeah, this is cool. I'm okay with this. As for the final boss, my eyes went wide when I heard that Hyper Beam sound. Shut up, Solitaire. I haven't followed Pokemon much after X and Y nearly put me to sleep. But I knew full well what was coming even before I read the file with its name. Necrozma made an excellent climax. It was fair, challenging, and altogether very imposing. I'm also extremely glad we didn't see Ultra Necrozma, because between that thing's OP-ness and the level's length, it would have had no place here. 3 bosses and 2 elements is plenty, and Necrozma ended things on a gameplay high note. Overall, this was pretty great. I'm not going to say it was my absolute favorite, but I don't have a lot of complaints either. This is easily the best of all the multi-element levels in the contest, so it definitely did something right. Yeah, it was like a one case where it's like multiple elements, and it's like, I don't want to smack you.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. I gotta see what Pink's review is when I'm finally done with all these levels at some point. Like, 2 more streams, I'm gonna be like, alright, let's see what Pink said, and I'll be like, damn. If Pink liked the 2 split level, then you know it must be good.
My understanding is
that
that
Pink did not. No, Pink, no!
Oh no!
Of all the songs I was expecting to hear across this contest, AI Bomb wasn't one of them. At least, not in the context of a level that plays itself completely straight. So on that note, here to get kudos for taking a song I've only ever heard used in conjunction with games and now making me associated with this stage right here. As far as the level itself goes, it's a pretty laser-themed one with a lot going for it. Chief among these is the Prism gimmick, as it's designed to work off several things at once, such as other gimmicks and even your own shots. Having it act as both an obstacle and a helpful tool to bust down certain walls gives it a lot of utility as the level's main hook. Though I did notice a bug, as some prisms will keep firing lasers for the duration that they're being pushed by the force beam. It's supposed to be an intentional feature, it's an inconsistent one. That aside, I don't really have an issue with how they function. With that in mind, the stage takes a really good advantage of all the ways the prisms work. Some segments do feel like they tread similar ground after a while. There's still enough variation here. It's fresh and engaging, with the rainbow platforms and the Mega Man 9 lasers see what's arguably their best usage here than any other stage across this contest, especially when the Prism gimmick gets involved. Enemies are a bit of a mixed bag though. Prism Joes and the new shield attacker variants aren't exactly all that interesting in the grand scheme of things. especially since the latter's counterattack doesn't really come into play often. The Chone still manages to be pretty threatening, and it can trigger the prisms, though I would have liked to have seen more in one instance of this. Hi, Boix! How goes the gaming? Well, come on in. The Bunby Catchers. Okay, I get a decent laugh when I saw them carrying the Wiley logo around. Safe to say they're not meant to be a serious enemy, which is fine. Right about now, it's time to rock with the biggity Buck. Oh yeah,
Buck Bumble?
Rockman, yeah. Yeah, you know they actually wanted to put Buck Bumble as a Robot Master in the X games. It's fucked up. Real fact, I definitely didn't just make that up. You ask me for the source,
Totally believe it.
My source is I made it the fuck up.
How dare.
There's one last aspect to the stage, though. Admittedly, I found rather odd. The optional bosses are far, far easier than the main one. Can someone understand this from the perspective of that you're fighting one boss after the other? It could end up being a slog, if both were incredibly difficult fights. And so both the Prison Devil and the Necrozma are a little too simplistic with their attacks, to the point where I didn't get much enjoyment out of either of their fights. Oh, you were playing Buck Bumble? Hell yeah. By comparison, Prism Woman is far more interesting thanks to having more involved attack patterns. Like with a phase transition that adds new ones on top of that. She definitely ends the stage on a high note, making for an overall pretty enjoyable level. So I assume when you say you made a lot of progress, you didn't play the game, you just listened to the theme for like 2 hours, and then were like, I guess we should play the game.
Ooh, Patchy didn't like this one. SS Not a Ship Lab Ship. The stage has a neat central theme being about prism and lasers. The theming is very creatively implemented into the existing enemies, though I have a few moments where I still don't quite understand how the prism blocks work, particularly when it decides that it will fire a charged laser. I think it has to do with whether or not the Mega Man 9 laser is connected to it. It's not quite intuitive, and that can be a problem for your main gimmick.
I mean,
it also could
Prism Woman. I thought that was pretty self-explanatory.
I think maybe between the 9 laser and the quick lasers, maybe they found issue?
Maybe. It's hard to say without asking them directly.
Yeah. It's not quite intuitive, and that can be a problem for your main gimmick. It could also use a more distinctive appearance for the face where the laser fires. It depended on the direction it was or the direction you shot it from, didn't you?
No, it's dependent on the scratch marks on it. There's like a glint scratch mark thing, and if it has one, that's how you can tell. I agree though with that.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was from the direction you shot. So yeah, I guess that's true there then. The Wily Sign Danglers, they are funny creatures. Don't know why, but it's just a funny concept to me where the whole purpose of a robot is used for poorly vandalizing logos. Prism Woman is a fine at fight. Not too complex, a pool of attacks, just a bit unforgiving with the damage value. I like it overall, and she serves as an excellent bookend for the main stage. Then comes the second element, and a train.
I was gonna say the train, yeah.
I'd have liked this entry more if it was only the first part existed. It's colorful with energetic music to boot. All of that got thrown out of the window and turned an absolute 180 in the atmosphere. The time-slowing enemy and quick laser together is a really nasty combo, together with the prism blocks serving as on-the-fly think fast puzzle solving.
Try saying that 5 times fast.
Apparently, I can't even do it once. It's too much. Even if it's only lasting a few rooms, it was truly a miserable experience. The devil-like boss is alright, goofy design contradicting the area aside, fights well enough as a mini-boss as it's more supposed to be a fake-out for the real boss of the area, which is none other than Necrozma? Weird crossover moment, 1.5 health bars, but still hits you like a truck. Given that most of his attacks are dependent on your position at the time, it's somewhat manipulative, but I was feeling pretty sour after going through the quick laser segments. This entry as a whole just left a bad taste in my mouth. It's unfortunate, but to each their own.
Unfortunate, but hey, valid.
Yeah.
I mean, different opinions.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to have it all different areas in each spot.
I appreciate the level with mood-setting music, professional-looking custom graphics, and a well-told story. I like to see novel gimmicks used in creative ways, especially when there are unique interactions with special weapons. I enjoy seeing side gags, ominous background details, eye-catching set pieces, and other little things that add character. I expect my robot master designs are diverse and inclusive. There are so many reasons why I should love this level, but one element that let it down for me is the one I care most: gameplay. While most of the early challenges are introduced well, minus the out-of-nowhere shield attackers, late-level laser puzzles can be baffling at first because there's so much going on, architecturally, graphically, and gimmickily. Despite the explanatory side, it's unclear what actually unlocks the gate to the alternate path, or if it's unlocked at all. Individual challenges are purposeful and often pretty decent, but they frequently feel out of order. The info checkpoints are regular intervals. They're never where I need them. By the end of the level, I don't feel like I've mastered any of the gimmicks. Until closely reviewing my recordings of the level, I was convinced the prisms were wildly inconsistent in behavior. I could spend a whole paragraph elaborating on this, but most of it comes down to how things are and aren't communicated with graphics and sound, with the rest of attributable programming complication. One thing I will say is that the movable prism probably should have taken more programming cues from the MM9 Spike Pusher fight. The bosses are solid though, prism moment is challenging, the crossbite is easier than expected, but memorable. Prism level feels authentically Capcom, skipping the dialogue on a retry is thoughtful. With some reorganization in the team, this could be awesome.
Oh, maybe that's what the problem is.
Oh, you're looking
Fun
at
fact.
the code?
No, what I'm noticing Flashman's review commenting on the dialogue actually skipping. I wonder if there's an interaction with us adding cutscene skips to everything after the fact that may have messed that up.
Oh, that might be worth looking into.
Like, I'm just like, I wonder if that's part of the problem. Because I don't remember running into that issue when I was judging.
Mhm. Oh, I like this level. Wanted to make a laser theme level? By golly, this is a laser theme level. Firstly, fantastic teaching here. First encounters with gimmicks and enemies are minimalist, thus the player quickly picks up what is needed to know. Also a big fan of just how useful and interactive the weapons are with these gimmicks. It allows for some useful skips or alternative methods of bypassing challenges. It's very welcome on return visits or after a few deaths. In a contest where many have arbitrarily limited the player's options by disabling weapons, out of some fear that players may shock hard use their arsenal to bypass challenges like any other Mega Man game. Embracing it goes a long way to making a level replayable and rewarding. For the most part, this all just works. It's got a nice take on Shield Attacker. Prism Joe as being more a stage obstacle than a time-consuming enemy single-handedly makes me regard them kindly. By the end, combinations are interesting and the primary path does not outlive its welcome. It's also very pretty to look at. This is a good-looking level with enough flair and just enough rotating color palettes to be interesting. The reused official tiles mesh well with the new stuff. If I had to nitpick something graphically, and this is a nitpick, I am not a fan of scaling objects. Results in the primary lasers used throughout looking very out of place. Also, of the three bosses, only Prism Woman looks like she fits. The other two look fairly amateurish and ill-fitting at a level that otherwise looks very professional. Some issues I take with the stage, the alternative path is decidedly weaker than the primary one. Nothing feels fresh here. It just exists to pad out with two bosses, but it at least doesn't detract from the level, rarity, and multi-element stages. On the main path, the penultimate long dark room with the pit, probably the worst design area in the level. It often feels like things are just placed in the right location to screw over the player. The dark background means the primarily black crystal wall and shield attackers blend in, resulting in a few gotcha moments as the player easily bonks into a solid object or gets knocked into the pit by an enemy, where it wipes itself underneath. Some more leeway with where the player can safely... Yeah, I was gonna say, safely would have gone a long... could have gone a big way here. Let's finally talk bosses. The Devil is really good, fun patterns, and frequently open to damage. I wonder if it could have just replaced the somewhat dull tie horn on the main path. Frankly, I don't think it added anything to the stage. This dull as bricks boss from the 5th Game Boy game is just obnoxious to fight Buster only, and not even a threat if you use weapons. Prism Woman is close to being fantastic, but I do feel her sound effects and visual tales are very decent. When they activate, this alone made her hard to battle. Aim too, because she's so close to being great. And then there's the go out on a limb and say Pokemon boss. But it's since confirmed it is a Pokemon Prozma. I am not at all familiar with the games. Probably the easiest of the 3 main bosses, but also the most fun. I had a blast fighting it. Excellent graphical and audio tells all around. Attacks, and I felt the urge to try and best this thing, buster only no damage. Highlighted level, even if I don't know what it's doing here. Overall, well done. This is probably one of my favorites.
You know, I just realized, thinking about Ace's mention of the tie horn, we should have gotten, like, one of the laser tanks from the background as a mini-boss. That might have been cool.
Nice. Also,
Yeah, they were
shout
pretty
out
good.
to
Well
Nick's
shown in
favorite
there.
level, secretly, the Pineapple.
I didn't know who made it, so...
Also true.
But,
Well, I need to go. Good night, everybody.
Alright,
Take
well,
care.
but, like, considering the whole Prism Devil fake out giving you the token, I don't agree with Ace on, it should have been the mini-boss on the main path.
Yeah, I disagree. Also, this enemy's
It's like-
very cute.
Yes, the Sozu deer scarer thing is adorable.
Uranus platforms. They move, too.
Mobile Uranus platform of doom.
Oh, it's the little bamboo tink things. Cute.
Yes.
The 3, okay. Get out of here.
Dare you pull a
You're not
rabbit?
even Big Chungus. Nothing
We
good has
hadn't
ever
we
come out
hadn't
of a
done the
rabbit.
big
I mean,
Chungus jokes yet at this point.
The
Thanks.
song is oh
Owned.
wow.
They're,
Evil bamboo shoots.
Bamboo shoots. Bamboo is delicious, by the way. Eat some bamboo. That's my request to you.
Got
tried
it, Panda.
They're delicious. Hey,
I'm messing with you, don't worry.
I know, but they're so good. Go the wrong way.
I think you're supposed to go left. Oops. This song they've used for this, it sounds almost Super Nintendo, I would call it.
Oh, snap. Aw, so close.
I don't know, it's just a little more than you would expect on an NES.
Oh,
Oh,
snap.
that's well mentioned.
Alright, unfortunately I have broken this. I must live with the consequences of my own actions.
Have you broken this?
Don't think so.
What?
We'll give it a
Denied. No, I think I could see what you need to do.
Oh! I think I get it. Okay.
I understand.
It's a puzzle.
Yeah. That's why it actually goes left and right, so you can reset this, doesn't it?
Correct.
Uh-oh.
That
Hmm.
one is finicky to get rid of.
Right here.
Maybe there's another weapon that'll work? Like, I don't know, a laser trident get you?
That works there
works.
too. What do you think?
That works.
I was gonna pause after it worked, but that works.
So, question to see if this doesn't break the level. What's preventing you from power charging through there?
From break dashing through there?
Yeah.
If memory serves me well, absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you have to go down and get it to scroll. Not go down. Sorry, wrong way. My bad.
I appreciate the puzzle setup, but it's just like I think I can see how you can get past it without actually having to do the puzzle.
Yep. Oh
But
yeah.
that is a cute interaction where the ice, forces the bamboo to, retreat. And then you have,
We can do that.
and then you walking around him actually gets him back up. Neat interaction.
Dude, I like that.
Yes.
Does only the ice force the bamboo to go down? Or is it anything that can damage it?
I have
Nope.
no idea.
Because I'm
Nope.
trying that right now. See?
Alright. Oh, and they are insta-kill. Okay.
They are spikes.
It's like in real life, you get poked by bamboo, you die.
Mega Man is allergic to bamboo.
You're to hear for first, folks.
I may not be a big X fan, but I want to say shoutouts.
Get out of my brain.
To in Mega Man X8, the greatest named Maverick ever. That's right, Bamboo Pandemonium.
Yes. Bamboo Pandemonium is a great name.
Nobody's gonna disagree with me on that. That's a fantastic name.
You have reminded me of that little ambition I developed from last stream where it's like, I might want to try and make an X-Fan game if for no other reason than my brother would enjoy it.
Could be cool.
Yeah? Get down, girl.
Try it. I'd probably
be the
enjoy
person
it
who's
more
like-
than the actual games.
Just be the person who's like walks up and be like, I'm just gonna make a normal X-Fan game.
What
In
is
the
that?
in the Sonic Amateur Games Expo, there was one. Oh hi, Alita. Hello. Hi. Your spin.
Up we go.
Okay, so I need this. Uh oh.
Aye. Oh.
Don't ask me how I didn't get hit by that leaf.
Skill, daring, and years of practice.
Yes.
Oh man, that was close.
Oh, and you lead me directly into the next token. I think this is arguably some of the most fitting enemies used in this contest so far. Oh, I don't know if I was supposed to solve that by that, but I mean it works.
The rabbit, you needed to kill the rabbit to pop open the wall, so... nah, you're fine.
Missed all that stuff, but it's all good. Short, sweet level. Very good, I like it. Oh no, it's
Piss off Yamato!
Bamboo
Bamboo
Man?
Yamato.
What do we call him?
Ooh! He actually does have new attacks.
I think his official name is Yamato Man W.
That's for Wumbo, right?
Sure.
This gives me, Wire Sponge vibes with just being able to summon the bamboo up.
A little bit, yeah, I can see it.
Still, good set of attacks.
Mmm. Yeah, Yamato Man W is very fun. I need to BRB. I'll be back.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Write down my thoughts. Okay. $23. $16.
Good fun. Creativity.
9. It didn't do anything stand out, but it was kind of neat. I like the ideas. Aesthetic. 12.
Fits it well.
I didn't run into any glitches. So. 3. 9. 60, 70. You want to do this one, Mooch?
Yeah. If there's one thing this place has, it's a whole lot of bamboo. This bamboo jungle starts off nicely. The spinning stalks are a simple but highly effective gimmick, and they combine well with the Sozu cannons. The tiny bamboo works well as HP boost for combat scenarios, and the growing plant spikes are an effective deterrent with an awesome intro. The explosive moles are a bit weird, and the yellow rabbits are horrifically underutilized.
Rabbits
but the
are
level
kind of
is-
horrific. I do agree.
I'm gonna go for your spins. But the level is otherwise really solid, at least at first.
Hi.
You want to take over again? There you go.
Back to you, Mick.
Yeah, I can do that. Sorry.
Y'all good.
Oh,
So, unfortunately, while the first half of the level is great, the second half almost completely drops off the radar. It's not the bushes, those are a neat idea, although I wish there was a way to tell the difference between the regular ones and the ones that spawn enemies prior to them firing. Rather, the main path is basically an afterthought. It pulls off all the cool introductions in the first half with some neat platforming, and then it's just a whole lot of basic combat, which feels uninspired. One time it steps away from that, the double bush bamboo room has some very annoying timing. As a result, the main path is kind of a dud. Thankfully, the token challenges do what the main level doesn't. Putting aside the fancy ice wall puzzle, the climb to the second token feels like an actual climax. It puts the bamboo to more direct use with the climbing section, uses the falling leaves as a challenging but fair obstacle, and uses the plant spikes as a fair punishment you can recover from. It's much more interesting than the original path, and it makes that final combat more palpable as a wind down if you choose to take the downward path. The final token is in a similar boat. Oh, shoot. I just disconnected briefly.
Oh no.
More interesting than the main path, though the sheer amount of spinner spam can be irritating and more or less guarantee a hit. Either way, these stick out a lot more than the main path, which leaves me genuinely thinking one or more of the paths should have been cut. Because yeah, the path that you didn't do, you didn't miss much.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that level.
As for the boss, Bamboo Yamato Man is an excellent evolution of the actual Yamato Man. He has an excellent attack variety, and pulls off being a fair and fun challenge. I also kind of like how you can't just prepare a charge shot for an easy first blood, so you have to blow up his relaxation Sozu first. All in all, he ends things on a high note. And yes, he is secretly weak to Ice Wall.
Of course, nature. I have to admit, I initially left this stage with very mixed feelings on it. Certainly an interesting level, one with a lot of fun concepts going for it. Execution, however, leaves a lot to be desired. The beginning of the stage has some solid structure to it. Everything gets a proper introduction with the room layouts afterwards, offering some interesting setups that play to the gimmicks and enemy strengths without it feeling overwhelming. For now, at least. The Shishio-doshis feel like a more threatening version of crazy cannons thanks to how they're used. The lotus flowers are effectively motion-activated spikes, and while perhaps not very original, a ton of things you could do with that idea alone. While things do get a bit more hectic once the leaf spawners enter the picture, you can still mostly ignore them by using the water shield. That aside, the only major nitpick I have for the main path of the level is that it feels rather short. Agreed. Trying to get all the tokens here in one go definitely extends things to what feels like a more proper stage length, but once you already have them, it feels like the main path ends a bit too early. Yeah, 20XX and 30XX are good games if you want a good roguelike Mega Man X experience. I haven't played 30XX, but 20XX was good.
I'm not sure if I do or don't, because I've kind of I've bounced off roguelikes more than once, but who knows?
If you could play it with your brother, it's a good excuse to do co-op roguelike. Moving into the tokens, that's where a majority of my issues with the stage start to creep up. The first one notwithstanding, I actually found the process of getting that token to be pretty enjoyable. The puzzle bit with using Ice Wall isn't all that difficult to figure out. It does showcase some versatility with the gimmicks here. But with your weapons bouncing off of and being cancelled out by specific obstacles. Strangely much more involved than the other two, both of which are behind rather annoying gauntlets. Second token in particular is where most of my grievances come from. I really, really don't like platforming segments where getting hit once is basically guaranteed to either kill you or reset a good chunk of your progress. That's essentially what the second token room is in a nutshell. Really abusing Water Shield or Magnet Beam. Meanwhile, the room following that, which leads to the final token, is crammed with so many enemies and hazards that it's almost not worth trying to tackle it normally. And getting hit is pretty much guaranteed either way. Deep Cover Gex, that is the best one of the three, that's true. Boix, what's your favorite Gex line? Can't wait for that. It's like, I have a sexoskeleton, well, you have an exoskeleton, which is a real Gex line.
Oh, God.
Besides all of that, we also have the end boss. Well, I get the idea here. I don't think Green Yamato Man needed a smaller playing field to make things harder. Due to how frequently he can spawn those bamboo barricades, he does have some interesting attacks. But he could also end up killing you very quickly thanks to how much space his moves cover. Kinda ruined a bit of my enjoyment. Overall, there's definitely a solid foundation here. It's just that most of the token path, and to an extent the boss, sour things a bit.
Oh, shoot! Quite impressive with all the different bamboo-themed gimmicks. I especially like that the bamboo shoots that grow into deadly bamboo spikes. The rabbit that triggered one of the spikes initially was a very clever way to demonstrate their deadliness. The ice wall puzzle is fantastically executed, giving you the ammo supply and easy to reset. Also taught me that the interaction between it and the bamboo shoots. Very neat. The main problem I have with the stage is that a few rooms just feel kind of lacking. Straight paths with a bunch of shooters and falling leaf enemies wasn't all that engaging. Another problem room is with the falling leaves and jumping through the thin, sinking bamboo platforms. I don't think that's really doable without the help of special weapons. I like the little bonus drop room with the screws you have to race for before they fall too deep. Bamboo Yamato Man is a neat fight. His attacks are nicely telegraphed and overall give you enough pressure, especially with a narrower arena. I also like the fact that you started the fight by shooting down his beloved deer scarer. I always adore silly interactions like that.
It's obvious that a good deal of thought went into this level. Look at the enemy/gimmick roster. A focused assortment of bamboo-centric novelties that look nice and combine well. Feel the unmistakable sense of place established by the music and tile set. Pay attention to the deliberate manner in which new concepts are taught to the player. Notice the ice wall token's handy refill station, the nearly foolproof safeguards against unintended ways to die in the boss chamber, and other player considerations. Thoughtful design goes a long way in making a level enjoyable, even when certain aspects could use more finesse. Graphically, I'm thinking of the repetitive dirt tiles and the bamboo backgrounds that are impactful but a bit rustic. I also wouldn't mind slightly earlier bush rustling to telegraph an incoming leaf attack. However, I do like how the spin cutter is easily mistaken for
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think there was just an earthquake. I don't know if that was an earthquake or not, or it was someone shaking the apartment. But things just got really shaky here in California, so I'm like, was that an earthquake?
Ah, fun.
I guess it's time for me to log on to the interwebs and see.
Okay, apparently it was an earthquake. For a leaf. That's a nice, devious surprise if players aren't paying attention. Challenge-wise, a few things cut down on the fun. The second half is held back by an arduous vertical section full of slowdown, an enemy spam corridor, and an underwhelming lead-up to the boss.
Nah, you'd be surprised, one man. A lot of the time, the neighbors could shake things.
Yamato Man's attacks are interesting, but hard to predict and react to in time. Occasionally questionable architecture, e.g. an unexpected off-screen ceiling in an outdoor area, fuzzy directionality of the numerous path splits, which you encountered,
yep,
and inconsistent use of wall-destroying rabbits make the layout a bit bamboozling. Almost any other shortcomings are minor enough to mention in passing, e.g. a few polish issues with the ice wall token area. More important are the various
5.6 apparently. Sorry to interrupt you. The 5.6.
That's fine. More important are the various successes. such as how satisfying the ice wall puzzles are, and how well the level explores the potential of its versatile hazards. I also enjoy the subtle humor. From the level title to the Madcap power-up bonanza at the end, to Yamada Man's wrathful response to property damage.
Thankfully, that is not going to be enough for property damage. I am a little bit disoriented. This always happens whenever an earthquake happens. They usually almost never happen on stream. I will be fine. It's just like, ooh.
Yeah, fair.
Such a thematic level. Everything here, enemy set, gimmick set, and the music helps sell the stage's concept. Of the new gimmicks, I think the simple change that results in the bamboo platforms changing the rolling platforms from Uranus from being solid to jump through results in a much more compelling gimmick. A lot of recontextualized stock assets here, and I am a big fan of how they often turned out. Getting all the tokens have some reasonable challenges. The ice wall puzzle, while hard, so they're satisfying to solve. The other token rooms can end up a tad too chaotic for my tastes. But weapon use requirements are fairly intuitive here. Tile sets and graphics are solid. The new sprite work here feels very on model, and it's cohesive. If I had any real issues with the graphics, the bamboo shoots really do not look like they should be lethal. But this is a minor quibble, since this aspect is introduced via fun aside. I think the biggest problem with this stage is that certain screens are very, very crowded, yet others have too many projectiles, often combined with rather tricky platforming. Not a deal breaker. The stage is overall very fun, but every so often a screen or three that are on the verge of becoming frustrating. Finally, the final room in the lower path doesn't really scream final room. The stage just sort of ends abruptly. The boss, Stalkman, Bamboo Man, he's good whilst he hurt a lot when he wallops you. Fun tells make him a fun fight. Fitting end to the stage, a difficult but fun stage. Good job. I swear every fucking time there's an earthquake, my chair just will not feel like it's staying still.
Dorkman?
Oh, this is Aelita's favorite level. The one with the 3 heads.
Oh, yes.
Eat the boys! Tier 12 stonewalled you? Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't think the platforming was that tight in Tier 12. Remember, you don't have to play every single level, though, Dragon Lord Carter. You could always skip some levels. Nobody forces you to play every level. Like, if you played all of X6 Meme, that's on you. Shame on you, the player, for playing that level.
Who's been holding this gun to my head about that level, then?
And too many levels with precision platforming, I guess?
Friends don't let friends, X6 Meme. Hey, nobody stop me when I stream that. I kid.
We thought it was funny.
Ah.
Aww. Unfortunate.
So it's Doorman, essentially. It's not Dorkman, it's Dorkman.
Man.
It even uses Doorman's music from Mega Man Rocks.
That's what this is.
I haven't heard that music in a very long time.
Like, the music's catchy, if a bit simple, but I didn't realize it was a reference. Nice.
Really, at some point, play Mega Man Rocks.
Mega Man Rocks is...
It's a parody game, essentially, is how I would describe it. From what I remember watching, was it Raocow played it?
My Mega Man Rocks is a game that I found awkward to play, but for...
That's what I remember.
But the main thing I remember for that game is I actually used a program to temporarily hack my own registry because it didn't have customizable controls.
Wow.
And the game's control scheme was literally, I refer to it as WASD.
Yeah,
It was
it's dated.
literally WASDUH.
It's a dated game because it's a what year was that game?
I think literally it is the first. Yeah, it's like 2009 or something. I want to say it's like the very, very first Mega Man fan game with like full custom graphics and similar.
Yeah, probably. I could believe that. I just like that it knew what it wanted to be, and I respect it for that.
Yeah, and honestly,
Man,
it's like
Anchorman, you know, all these classics.
And honestly, like for me, it's like when I got, yeah, it's like pretty much, it's like when I got rid of the controls problem, essentially, the game was fine.
Have you heard of a program called Joy to Key? Because it does basically.
Have.
Yeah,
Does it actually work with keyboard controls too?
It works with everything.
Oh,
You
neat.
just
I will
map
have to
it to a
experiment
controller.
with that.
That's actually, believe it or not, since you know I've played Dongs, what the people who made Dongs recommended to me. That's how I found out about Joy to Key.
Duly noted. I will have to give it a try. Oh no, not another one!
Oh no, what is
It's like
it?
there's another. Apparently, Flashman is called Fishman in a European manual. And it's just it's like, oh no, not another anchor. We're not adding one.
Not adding one this time.
Yeah, but it would be really funny.
Well, the thing is like it would actively mess with stuff. So
Understandable. How do I get? Actually, do not see what.
you don't, yeah, you don't see yet because, yeah. If I'm recalling correctly, the safest method will end up involving Rush Bike.
Oh, should I turn around?
No, do not.
Guess let's go up. Come to our attention that certain employees have been jumping off the platform in an attempt to commit insurance fraud. In a measure, we have installed several threatening pits and spikes to ensure death. Survivors will be shot. We hope you are all not too concerned with these changes. You to have a wonderful day. XOXOXO management.
Why does that sound plausible these days?
I understand now. Clever token. I respect it.
There is a tell. Not everyone gets it.
I had to go for it without it. Now let's try it with the bike. I see the tail.
A pillar.
That was the wrong
Not that
one.
pillar.
Yeah, wrong one. Looking for the one pillar that isn't against a black background.
Hell is USB overdrive. What? I'm sorry, man. Are you having like a conversation with yourself or something? Because I'm like really confused by it. I'm like, what? You tell.
Success.
Why do we even have that pillar?
Why don't we have that pillar?
Ow. This be similar to Joy to Key? Oh, you probably should have said that. I've never heard of it. That's not a no love for that. That's like a, what is that?
Whee!
I don't think anyone else has either, because I don't think anyone else mentioned anything. Tell me more.
I love how quickly that platform shot back for us.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I appreciate it.
That Fury Spark is giving you a bit of grief.
It is.
It was.
Yeah, I mean, if it's useful, it's useful. I'm gonna go to the right.
Or not.
Oh, there's a
Down
problem.
sliding. It's a place you can only slide from. It's a cute puzzle stage. I would describe this.
Yeah, that's fair.
There you go, Pink. That one's for you.
Win.
You know, I'm curious. No, I can't go back, never mind. I was gonna see if Ice Wall worked on that. I guess we're gonna find out now.
Ooh.
Wish Rush Bike was real. Okay, Pink, you could learn how to ride a bike. I'll teach you. I don't know how to ride a bike, so it's gonna be a little complicated, but I'll teach you. Really awkward every time someone's like, ah, it's easy, it's just like riding a bicycle, you'll never forget. And I'm like, I don't know how. And everyone's like, oh.
Yeah, I'm also in the does not know how to ride bike club.
A buddy of mine knows how to ride a motorcycle. There's like two people I know that actually know how to ride motorcycles. They're pretty sweet. True story, by the way. My uncle was a member of the Hell's Angels rivals that are much lesser heard. No, that doesn't work. That's a little disappointing. They were the pagans, and fittingly enough, his biker name was Rain. Because he rained the pain down on you. That was why he was called that. He quit that to start a family, and then they found him eventually years later and broke his legs, and then he got better. Don't join biker gangs. That's my advice for you, chat.
If you do, join the one that protects kids from
I was just
their
about to
abusers.
say.
Yeah, that's the only one I can really like.
I love
I
that
don't think
one
I've ever
too,
heard
yeah.
anything bad about them. So, yeah, join that one if anything.
That one is valid.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of Bikers Against Child Abuse.
Is that their actual name?
Yeah,
I have
believe that is their name,
BACA.
yes.
Okay, I knew they had. I couldn't remember if that was their actual or if they had a different name.
Yeah, it's like that is the one. That it's like because like you mentioned, like don't join biker gangs, and I just immediately thought of that one.
They're cool. Ow.
Oof.
Thankfully, Thankfully, there's actually a checkpoint nearby.
Come in with a break dash. Ah! You.
Hmm.
Ah, and now to puzzle it.
Why did I do that?
All right, well,
Oh.
it's good to know that's possible.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
That was so unfortunate.
You got owned there.
Wait, what was that? Hold up, I didn't even touch that spike.
Hitbox?
Yeah, me and Pink are gonna play bingo. We're gonna play Mag Mammal 3 bingo, and the boxes are just gonna be new ways to find, ways to crush yourself in a level. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to doing like a Mega Man bingo with Pink. That actually would be a lot of fun.
Hmm.
Of just complete various challenges. It actually does sound kind of fun. Uh-oh.
Oh.
That's a little tight for my liking.
Yeah, could have just waited for it, actually, and been fine.
I guess.
Boop, 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 boop.
I'm sorry, where is the token?
Keep
I
going.
like that thing.
Also, no mercy, by the way. Don't die.
I mean, I've got full health. I cannot believe you just jinxed that. It just ate my input. Do I have to restart the whole level?
That was well timed.
I guess I do.
Yeah. That token is very, very mean.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, this level and checkpoints is just an unfortunate story in general.
Yeah, I don't think that checkpoint needed to be there. All you need to do is put a checkpoint right before the door.
But also, like, I think I remember hearing, actually fairly recently, that it turns out this level was meant to have more checkpoints than it does.
No, doesn't.
But then they got... that depends on who you talk to.
I think the level's fine.
Yeah, I don't mind the level, but I've seen it is one of the more contentious ones in this tier. But the author actually mentioned that they had more checkpoints, but then accidentally Control-Z'd them.
Ooh.
Seems like
Which
it's
is a-
every ad though.
The thing is, by the time they realized that they had accidentally Control-Z'd them, they were in the late period.
Viking.
That was an excellent use of bike. Oh my word, Twitch, stop with the ads.
When you're not really missing anything right now anyway.
I know, but it's annoying. But I'm going to complain. Oh, apparently that USB overdrive thing is like one of the only ways to get scroll wheel support on Mac OS 8 and 9.
No, Max didn't have scroll wheels.
Oh, that was close.
For given the chance, I was. I'm pretty sure he's in the other McMammals. There you go.
I don't remember if we ever had a Bad Box Art Mega Man costume.
But he was almost in.
I don't think we had
what was
one
it, Mega
officially.
Man Universe or whatever it was called, that canceled game that looked really promising. Look, there you go. Enjoy your gift sub. No more ads.
Ah, that should help. Honestly, I'm more annoyed for other people, because, like, yeah, this I can just... Like this, because, yeah, it's like the ads don't bother me. I'm literally in the stream over here.
Kill ya. Oh, you don't like the rename for that? Well, let me tell you about the awful Windows world, where they had things like Windows 9 that doesn't exist. They skipped it, even though Windows.
You know why they actually did that, though, right?
I do.
Yeah. Friggin' spaghetti programming at its finest.
It's
Yeah,
still
I
dumb.
do get that.
Still dumb, but yeah.
Not for no reason. That was unfortunate timing. The reason why the 9 was skipped is because of, like, a few programs which is like, oh, where they decided to detect Windows 95 and Windows 98 by just being like Windows 9.
Yep. So old programming that was still being utilized in modern Windows would recall back those lines. So if you put in Windows 9, it's think it's Windows 95 or 98. So
And it would
basically,
complain.
Yep. So it would basically just cause problems all the way down.
They could have just named it anything else instead of a number, and it would have easily solved the problem. It's not like Windows 8 was any good.
Yeah, I've been getting the full screen ads. For the new Windows, they're very annoying.
Yeah. And it's just like, hey, your computer is good or not good for the next thing. It's just like, yeah, thanks for letting me know.
I'm lately real sick of the artificial intelligence ads that I've been getting on
Oh
Twitch.
gosh.
I thankfully, with Twitch Turbo, I definitely don't have to deal with them. But obviously not everybody's in that position, sadly.
Oh, you don't want to see the ad where it's like, let me show you how easy it is to make your own AI art. I draw like the shape of a butterfly and it does the rest.
How about no?
I think I heard that actually people figuring out that a product has AI in it will actually decreases sales.
Yep.
It's like, good, the bubble is beginning to burst.
Good.
Honestly, if they had the screen transition go like backwards, it would have been fine. Would have been a good spot for a two-way transition.
I don't have to go that much farther.
There we go.
Come, baby. I can't tell if that was meant as a joke or not.
I think so. Also, smack for competence. I'm smacking the person because it's like they thought they were gonna get in like the bottom 2 tiers, and it's like tier 13.
Have confidence. No confidence.
It's a whole design level.
We've certainly been here a while.
Oh no, Darkman. Okay, bye.
Yeet!
Yeetus deletus.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that was really funny. I see what it was.
It is absolutely intentional. Just push button.
Uh-oh. Regilecki.
Hit, like, push button, yeet. Push button, yeet, dark. If the boss spontaneously combusts, specifically because you pressed a button, is it really spontaneous?
Nice, nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah, thank you so much for the gift sub to Pink. Okay. Dorkman by Zambo. I am not too familiar with Zambo. I don't know if they've competed with. It's a 20 for me. 14 for fun. Yeah, don't forget to get your free Apple, gamers. You love Apple TV. We love
Apple a day gives no shits away.
creativity. Really that creative. To be honest, 8. Is there anything on Apple TV? The Apple TV is a lot like the PS5 in that it doesn't have TV or games. Aesthetic. Fine. I didn't run into any glitches. What does that give us?
A 59, apparently. Not enough dorks in this level for my tastes, but there's certainly a whole lot of doors. The Astro Wall puzzles are spiffy scenarios, and they get novel usage compared to Astro Man. The press button, wait, go sections can be a little dull, but for the most part, the level finds ways to shake things up. An honorable mention goes to the joke boss at the end, where you make the combustion. Don't repeat this, folks. My personal favorite is the one puzzle with a button you don't press. Well, it doesn't play with my expectations, but it's satisfying to solve that puzzle and has some fun surprises. Green rocket goes zoom! For that matter, I like how any puzzle reset buttons act extremely quickly, cutting down on wait time. Unfortunately, that's about the peak of the level. The lasers and extra spikes breathe a little life into it, especially since I like it being simple puzzles instead of yet another Quickman stage. But otherwise, this overstays its welcome. Having 50 plus screens isn't automatically a problem. That requires a bit more variety than doors everywhere, especially since the rooms without doors tend to be dull. Top Fiends are the only other piece that gets good use, owing to unique scenarios in the puzzle areas. However, their difficulty curve is hampered by their introduction, which is more challenging than ideal. By themselves, these issues aren't too bad. The concept is entertaining, and the level can be downright hilarious. Unfortunately, when it's not being hilarious, the level's aesthetic is a tad dull. I could tell from the music that some inspiration was taken from Mega Man Rocks, but if the idea was to make a hotel level, judging by the management text, why not make it look like a hotel? As it is now, it's a boring purple building with smatterings of outside sky. The only interesting visual being some day-to-night progression and a basement floor sign I happened to notice. As it stands, this is an alright level. Absolutely better than Tier 2, but there's definitely room for improvement.
For the most part, this is a pretty solid stage with a small twist on a basic mechanic. His Vaster Doors is more than just blockades, it really helps this stand out a bit more than it normally would, especially when it comes to overall challenge structure. Definitely geared a bit more towards puzzle platforming, although it does end up being pretty easy. Don't really mind this too much on account of an issue with the checkpoint placement. If you happen to die, the checkpoints are just far enough apart to the point where it can be tedious. Get back to where you were, so in that sense, having the puzzles being more straightforward works in the stage's favor. Redoing earlier parts can still end up being a bit monotonous, but it's nowhere near as bad as it could be. Can't really complain too much about the rooms themselves. Some are pretty decently designed. The laser segments near the end are easily some of the best parts of the level. I think the stage could have ended right after that final horizontal stretch, instead of padding it out with 3 rooms of enemies afterwards. Speaking of enemies, I kind of wish more set up to take advantage of the doors and their placements. The Komasaburos are the only ones that do this. This makes their interactions with them a lot more interesting by comparison. That aside, the only other major thing about this stage that I have any issues with are the aesthetics. The outside sections are a lot more visually appealing than the inside areas, at least as for the music. I get the joke. I don't think it would have ruined the stage to pick something other than Doorman's Thief. Pull isn't exactly easy on the ear sometimes. I don't think it was asked for permission either. I had a complaint about that in a previous level. Hard to say. Overall, I wouldn't say the stage is bad. It's perfectly serviceable, if a bit rough around the edges.
Dork of the Doors. Looks to be a puzzle-oriented stage involving doors somehow. Actually pretty creative and impressive, given that there's such a simple gimmick, yet there are plenty of fun setups here. Color me surprised. Music is oddly fitting as backdrop for puzzle thinking. Oh, I get it now. Dork from door. Took me a moment to realize that pun. I'm also impressed that there isn't really a situation where the player can wind up getting stuck by the Astroman doors. There was clearly enough effort put into testing each room thoroughly, which I can applaud. The only part I'm a little iffy about is the outdoor area where there isn't an easy glance at where the final green doors are going to end up at. Glad this isn't one of the stages that could play mean tricks on the player. And to finish the level with the other side of the pun, it's the Dark Man! And he's foolishly spawned standing on one of the doors. That was a pretty satisfying execution of the whole combust man joke.
I'm a sucker for puzzle levels, and this one's pretty good. Weapon lockouts are perfectly sensible. Clever setups such as the out-of-reach token, the electrifying ladder jump, and the final door plus laser combo are satisfying to overcome. Up until the final stretch, there's never any risk of irrevocably messing up a puzzle. Variable door speeds ensure the player never waits longer than necessary to reset a puzzle. For the most part, the difficulty curve is steady and the pacing is good. The focus wobbles here and there, especially in the laser section, just less of a challenge arc and more of a sampler platter. Some sections could stand to be better about consistency and clear causality. There's potential for confusion when doors travel through solid objects and stop wherever they feel like, and when a single button might control multiple doors, or a door on a different screen. Additional colors and styles for the doors and switches would help. More checkpoints would also be welcome. Puzzles lose their sparkle if you have to redo them right after solving them, and the level feels a tad long even without losing any progress. The length contributes to music fatigue. Main theme is fun, but it wears thin after 10 to 15 minutes, and it's unpleasant to replay the entire level if you blow your one shot at getting the last token. I could do without the telltales. They're easy to avoid, and the rain adds little to the challenge aside from a touch of nausea. The screen transition next to the door to the last token looks like a bottomless pit. Otherwise, I'm very happy with the visuals. The blend of tile sets is impressively seamless. The boss is a charming anticlimax, and I got an extra laugh when the name of the level finally clicked. Good stuff.
One problem with puzzle stages. I experienced them first with Loyana. The puzzle element was kind of lost when I finally was able to play the stages for myself. So this review is mostly based on those initial notes, that initial review, and how much fun he found it. I don't think it'd be fair to account for puzzles I already knew the solution to. Best I can do, I'm afraid. This is certainly a better door-themed level than Eric Root's original Doorman stage. Usage of Astro Man's doors in fairly big situations is novel, and nowhere do the puzzles leave you stuck. The door puzzles could have been pushed further, in my opinion, but what was there was certainly good. Second long room was particularly enjoyable. I also found the rooms with trapped top fiends pretty amusing. A constant positive throughout the stage is how well things are introduced. And if they are dev kit assets, the player will understand them if they have not encountered them before. Some issues with the level, such as fairly infrequent checkpoints, and I felt the telltale enemies were pointless. I felt that 2 of the tokens were a significant drag on the level. The club token requires almost a minute of backtracking, and frankly, the diamond token is abysmal. For an entire stage of clever and thoughtful design and consideration for the player, failing this room in any way requires a complete restart of the stage due to the poor checkpoint placement. Aesthetically, the level looked okay, if a bit dull. I don't think using a song from Rocks lends itself to such a lengthy level. That sound font gets very grating. Finally, the use of Dark Man did not have enough of a payoff at the end of the level. You can see the joke of the boss from a mile away. For what it's worth, Loyana did like to solve it quite a bit, so hey, the puzzles were in fact fun to solve.
Fury.
Power Ascent.
Oh, this level. With banger music.
Oh,
Sounds like sounds like a clown music.
You know, all I know is right now I am literally bopping my head with the music.
It's some good speed to it.
Good music.
I think Like, I think this is one of my favorite songs in the entries. Honestly.
Also, somehow we can link the title running on the screen above it compared to the one just before and after it. I feel like it's that big of a title. I've definitely seen some bigger levels in contests, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah, Luminous Tower Ascent doesn't feel like a title that was long just for the sake of being long.
Why are they invincible? What?
I guess so you can't break through on them.
Probably because of the fact that Tornado Blow can kill those things normally.
I never knew that.
I was thinking the
I think that's
charge
in Mega
break.
Man 9.
Oh, what do you know?
You go up. Alright, whatever. Is this a big pet? Heat boss. Dig it. Feels like a fort boss that would have existed.
If memory serves, it's called Beam Stack.
Towers 2? Maybe. I don't remember.
Huh.
Ah, no.
Yeah, this isn't a, that I didn't even know that. And yes, actually, I'm looking up beam stacks in Crystal Towers too, and yes. It's a reference.
How do you... I see you fall down. That one's going crazy. Nope, that's not over. Oh, fuck off. Dang hitboxes.
Ow. Unfortunate.
So what is the Crystal Tower series? I'm not familiar.
No idea. Never actually heard of it.
It's a platformer of some kind, made in Multimedia Fusion 2. The old indie platformer.
I do love me some old indie platformers. Thank you, Cave Story, for your hard work. I'm sorry what happened with the Callus. We hate them. Would have loved the Cave Story too, but, you know. What's done is done.
Indeed.
I love going around twice to get... was surprisingly clean.
Victory! I think that, is that the last token?
It is.
Nice. We just gotta win now.
Done with this almost spam. Oh, come on.
An understandable reaction, honestly.
This feels like spam. It doesn't feel like a great level to me.
I definitely remember feeling like I was getting very nickeled and dimed.
Valid. Go.
Oh,
on.
rude.
What do you mean the spikes are
Oh.
instant kill? Come on.
Ugh.
Unfortunate.
One fast hammer.
It is
Hey,
far
did you go
too
to go?
precise, this level. Definitely not a fan. This is a little bit too precise.
Thankfully, that part's over.
Get a boss. It's the same boss, but harder.
Oh no.
Beam Stack Mark II.
I'm done with you.
Unfortunate, Beam Stack is quite fun.
I know. I don't mind it, but I'm just like, I'm so done with this level at this point.
Eh. You can give it a proper fight later then.
That is true. Water Shield is a weird weakness for this one. I'll go back and do that in the arena later.
Place your bets. I don't know what I'm betting on.
Ooh. I think it was well designed.
And yeah, the swinging mace is affected by something, by which we mean the Tekkuns randomly being recoded at one point. I don't know if that's fixed in Jewker's version or not.
1.5, so I give this a 21. Fun, I'm gonna be honest, I did not have a lot of fun with this one. I'm gonna give this an 8.
Fair.
Creativity wasn't really creative. 7. Aesthetic. Another 7. It's kind of whatever. Functionality, yeah, the level worked. $31, $39. That 53?
Seems so. Honestly, that is a distinct possibility, Yoshi. I wouldn't know. I was not involved in border creation.
Alright.
Gotta admit, I really like this music. It has just the right energy to get me pumped up without going overboard, and it adds a fair amount of fun to the place. Luminous Tower Ascent isn't exactly very luminous, but it very much feels like a tower given the, mostly, constant vertical ascent. All things considered, it's a pretty decent climb.
Here you go.
The enemy set is a little dull, if only due to feeling generic. Waltriats and Caterpillars work well, although only Waltriat ends up actually interesting. Regular old Mets can sometimes help, but Cannon Joe isn't very useful thanks to his fire threshold, barring a few instances. The Gimmick End is a bit more effective, if still lacking in a theme, using springs in conjunction with Smaplar and Tekkun to get some decent scenarios. Unfortunately, while the overall difficulty curve is solid, the super speed Snaplars are an absolute pain to deal with. I usually resort to Tornado Blow with them. Getting around them is a pinch more hassle than it's worth. In general, the level design is decent, but without any kind of significant theme, it can struggle to be very memorable. The only parts that stick out to me are the awesome music, the super speed obstacles, and the boss fights. Otherwise, this wasn't very memorable to me, and it wasn't as entertaining as it could have been. Speaking of bosses, the first laser tower is an effective mid-boss. Simple to fight, but unique enough to be enjoyable. I was a little disappointed when the boss was just an angrier laser tower, but that faded when it started fighting. Between the attack variety and 2 weak points, the red laser tower is a respectable example of a boss with multiple health bars, and it ends things on a high note.
By and large, this is a pretty decent level. I wouldn't say it's to the point where it's completely non-distinct though, since there's a fair amount of things here that make it stand out in some form or another. Starting off, everything is structured pretty well. Enemies and gimmicks get good introductions, and the difficulty curve adjusts appropriately from there. Clearly, there was a lot of thought put into the room layouts here, as just trying to rush through punish you more often than not. Ain't that the truth? Also commend this stage as being one of the only times I've ever seen Cannon Joe, an enemy I've always deemed as being kind of pointless fodder, in an actually threatening way. That being said, the way in which he is used also ties into an overarching staple of the stage that I have mixed feelings about. Most notable thing about the level design here is precision involved with a lot of the room layouts. I mostly noticed this whenever the swinging bases got involved. Quite a few setups involving them and the surrounding enemies make things feel very cramped. Combined with what little room you typically have to maneuver, I ended up feeling like there were some situations where I felt it was better to just take a hit and abuse iframes to get by. This didn't happen for every room, but it still gave me the impression that some of them could stand to be a bit less cluttered. Probably why I enjoy the ending stretch leading up to the boss so much. That section gives you more leeway when it comes to avoiding things when compared to some of the other segments. It still managed to maintain a good challenge that the last section before the boss should have too. Then we have the boss, or rather bosses. The mini-boss I found to be pretty decent and straightforward. Not much can really be said for him, since his attacks are all kind of standard and have good telegraphs. Definitely take something like that for a mini-boss over something overly complex. Though, thankfully, the end boss, which is an upgraded version of said mini-boss, doesn't push things too far either. It also doesn't manage to feel like a complete retread of the previous fight. Has a good amount of variation on its attacks to keep things interesting. Overall, while I think most of the difficulty here came from a few overly cramped rooms, it still felt, up at the stage, a pretty good, left this stage with a pretty good impression. Not read.
Ascent with ascending energy. I quite like this one. The premise is simple run and gun platforming fun, and that's enough to create a solid experience. It even has really catchy music to go along with it. What more can you ask for? It also managed to make Cannon Joe somewhat relevant as actual threatening enemies by making it so you need to get in close in order to get a line of sight. Therefore, you need to watch out for the stage hazards as you try to tackle them. The swinging hammers are excellent components to go along with the platforming challenges, especially when the stage starts changing up on their speed later on. It really tests the player's sense of rhythm to go along with platforming timing. The bosses are also interesting. They are stationary targets, where the threat lies in the form of the projectiles, which is great for keeping players on their toes for the dodging maneuver. Very fun and engaging.
The bosses are fine. That was not my problem with the level. I think you meant to call this normally illuminated building meander. Oh yeah, that's the area. Sorry.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, it's fine. I think you meant to call this normally illuminated building meander. The level sense of identity would benefit from beefier aesthetic and gameplay theming, but the raw creativity of the challenges totally makes up for it. All I want out of a level are some fresh ideas used in interesting ways and design choices that don't aggravate me, and this level delivers. Flip platforms swinging around to the other side of a wall, smap lines shielding other enemies and acting as a jumping hazard along the ceiling, Techunes paired with springs and ladders in deviously clever setups? Yes please. Challenges are generally fair and paced well, giving the player an appropriate amount of time to plan and react to everything. Power-ups and checkpoints are where they need to be, special weapons are helpful without wrecking the challenge, a clear effort was made to reduce backtracking after collecting a token. That said, there's room for polish. Visual clutter, e.g. odd gaps in the architecture, often distracts from the purpose of the challenge at hand. Enemy and gimmick introductions could be more careful and instructive. The level feels a hair too long, partially because the complexity stays relatively consistent, though the difficulty increases. Repurposing a mini-boss as a boss is fine if handled a certain way, but here it's slightly anticlimactic, despite both fights being very professional and fun. I appreciate the attention to detail in the graphics, e.g. buildings appearing further away as you ascend the tower, subtleties and excellent sprite work of the boss and mini-boss. Another color to represent the background building lights would have been preferable, though. Orange is too easily mistaken for foreground. However, the overall color scheme works pretty well, and there's a good balance between indoor, skyline, and starscape segments to maintain visual interest. I hope you keep making levels. I'm curious to see what else you have in store.
I like this. It's simple, but the stage design is solid, great stage length, good checkpointing, tokens reward the player for paying attention, always a plus. It's good stuff. The Mega Man 6 flip platforms especially get some really good use here, and despite a rather safe and generic enemy set, they got good use here. It doesn't fall into the trap of not putting thought into placement. Enemies have a clear idea of what they're designed to do, and they do it. With laser focus on gimmicks and enemies, it continues to iterate on the stage mechanics and feels super cohesive. Graphically, it looks rather nice, doesn't it? The bosses are a net positive to the level. The mid-boss is very, very simple, but does its job, and the rather more complex shot patterns of the end boss are rather challenging, but ultimately feels rewarding to defeat. We're to see an end boss iterate on an earlier encounter in Mega Man, but this stage pulls it off, as despite the obvious similarities, they feel like very different fights. Not sure the end boss quite justifies its 2 health bars, but at the same time, I can't say it really drags its feet, which is good. I must also give props to the rather great attack tells both have. I find the stage does just rack up damage to the player over time, and I'm of the opinion certain challenges ask a bit much of the player to avoid, especially when the Mega Man 5 swinging maces get involved, but there's not too many instances of this. It's egregious, since just tight timing leads to untimely damage rather than an untimely death. Some of the backtracking and retreading familiar ground if you go for the tokens is also just that bit of extra annoyance. Some slight modifications to level layouts could have smoothed this over. While the stage does look nice, ultimately the theming is really generic. And that is to the stage's severe detriment. A good Joe Metz City level, but it's still a Joe Metz City level. Those are a dime a dozen even within the main series. I think the theme will hinder how memorable it really is going forward. When I came back to review it, I had quite forgotten the stage's existence, which is a shame, as I really like the stage. Hi, man. Dark Castle. Aped Luigi Yoshi. If only they were here, what would they say? It me.
Probably something like "it me." Yeah.
Shame they're not around.
Hi, Kirby.
I already made this joke earlier, but yeah. Hey,
Did somebody order some Kirby?
oh, this is really cute. I like this so far. Thank you for making a level that doesn't have extreme precision.
Yeah, this one is like... It is such a difference.
4 token. There I am.
Oh,
I was like,
bottom
where
is
am I?
bottom is a death pit. I thought that was a way to proceed.
Yeah,
up
it faded to
Yo,
black.
I
actually
recognize-
using your abilities.
Yeah, I recognize the gimmick that's going on here, because this is a thing they do in... Lane 2? I forget which one it is.
I think they're
Adventure?
in Dreamland 3, actually.
Might be 3. It's one of these games. I just know it's a Kirby game.
Yeah. Those specific enemies just having like a thing that uses the power you would get from them. But very good to adapt it into like the Mag Mammal, because I didn't even catch that until Tornado Blow, that it's like, wait, that's your ability.
I noticed it immediately. You know, corporate wants me to tell the difference between these two pictures. Honestly, same picture. I'm actually gonna... This... Sorry. Level creator in chat, they're just like, I can't believe you just did this. This is a
Oh,
Dream Lane
damn.
2 room, actually, I'm pretty sure, judging by the look of it. Make a Mag Mammal level that isn't a reference at some point. No, 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 it's fun. Let's see what else is down here. Surely everyone has done that, don't worry, it's all good. Yo, Blocky? Blocky. Okay, that was underwhelming. Okay. Taking some?
Taking everything.
I think something
I
tried
do.
to sneak up on you and you just went past it.
There was? Oh, well, I can't go back.
Yeah, it's fine.
Food brained.
Nah, it's just I think I saw an enemy like try to appear behind you, but you slid, and so the enemy just vanished.
I like how they make the ice wall, but they can't move them.
As a heads up, by the way, this is probably going to be a shorter-ish Mag Mammal stream for me. Reason being, I really want...
Ice wall
What
mentioned.
I was gonna say, what? Anyway, I was gonna say, well, it makes sense with how the rest of the levels are, that I try and coordinate the levels appropriately, and how many levels are left, it doesn't make sense for me to do more than, like, 2 levels after this one. Yeah, Kirby and Mega Man are just the same character.
Hmm.
So that's why he was so easy to take down.
And also, you know, he shows up more than once.
Red
Ah.
Rainbow dropped room. Oh, I know the one. Poor Waddle Dee.
Grumpy
He's so
Waddle
upset.
Dee.
This is really good. I would maybe have colored the rooms per rainbow. You know, going order Roji Viv, but this is still really cute. That's just me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I suppose it is the Dark Castle, though, not the Rainbow Castle. Oh no, it's the Woody Devil?
That's a good change up.
Okay, this is great. I love how well this is animated. You did a fantastic job. Double check. Oh, there's still more of this stage, apparently.
Oh yeah, no, this is just a mini boss, it seems.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, you could probably lay into him then. No, invulnerability frames.
Didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that was like one of the longest fights I've ever seen with that one.
It makes the Dark Castle purple in particular. Okay. Oh, now we're going in the opposite side. Very cool. Yeah, we're gonna do, 2 levels after this, thank you.
Cool.
We'll do 10 levels next time, and then we'll, I think also next time, tackle, hopefully, the last Casino stream? And I want to also maybe do the Mega Mammal 2 arena? I want to make sure the top 10 are left for its own stream, as they deserve it. You might say otherwise, but I'm like, I don't know. I think they deserve it.
Yeah, fair.
Black Knight, what are you doing here? Get out of here.
Whoa!
Oh no.
And you give you
Wait a minute.
Oh no. I see what they're doing. Yep.
I saw that too. Funny. Right, say something tonight. Rates ripped by the helpfully named some guy. Good gag.
Oh, I think you need to go to the right.
No, I go left. Or maybe you're right?
I'm just like, that can't just be there for no reason. Although I will admit, one of my favorite things to do in this level is to just let the wind push me along while I'm not doing anything. It's funny.
Ruby loves its wind physics. Have you got a Gordo? Yep, we did it on stream already.
Yeah, that was in Fooey.
Or I didn't do that one on stream, I did that one off stream, but yes. There's Mega Man's owl.
Ooh.
Good question. I mean, he's got a bird, isn't that the same thing? They're basically the same thing.
3 different levels and they all have Gordos.
Hey, you were supposed to fall in the pit. Or... I find that really funny, the 3 levels had Gordo. Mega Man Deus Ex. Not really cool, you gotta guess which one it is, unless you could redo them. I don't really mind.
There is a telegraph.
What's the telegraph? I mean, I have the compass, so...
I mean,
Oh, that was
no,
that was the signs in the background earlier. Never mind. I'm smart.
Also, you know, the enemies. Like those Parasol Buki sets are the like right here. Those are break dash enemies. Break dash is the one you need to break.
I'm smart.
SMRT.
SMRT, I mean SMART. Gooey, my friend-shaped friend. Good job there. So credit stuff, let's see. Most of the original Kirby sprites rips were Ermengander, the book that's ripped by Nemu, there's a bunch of... Find the secret? I did.
That would be, yep.
Thanks for the compass.
Uh-oh. DDD, but inflicted by Shadow? Heartless? Whatever the heck the thing is.
Dark matter.
Nightmare, dark matter. There's too many of those villains that do that.
So is it Dr. DD? Or is it DDD? What do we call this guy?
Apparently it's called Dark Matter Capsule, which is weird to me because it's meant to be a DDD capsule.
Well, that's because Dark Matter's possessing him. That's the
Yeah.
extreme Kirby lore. I love my Kirby lore.
Ah. Now it's
see?
dark matter for sure.
Kirby, whatever you do, do not touch that fountain. Kirby touches the fountain anyway, even though he's told not to. I really like how well animated everything is in this level.
Seriously.
Hmm.
This is a much more tolerable version of the fight with Wily Capsule 7, is what it feels like. The way the shots work.
Hmm.
Definitely feels like a final boss, though, which is good. I like that a lot.
He begs.
And
Doing the Wily
yep, I was
thing.
gonna
Oh,
say
that's
do the
so
Wily.
good.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Funnily enough, both of his weaknesses are rainbow weapons.
Makes
Ah.
sense.
Because he's weak to Laser Trident, which becomes the Rainbow Hero Guitar. Something the level creator didn't plan for, but is, you know,
So
amazing.
be it.
Had to write my thoughts down.
Hmm.
This is a good one. I liked it. I think I'm gonna give it 5. Fun. This is an easy. Creativity, it's not the most creative. It's definitely not the first Kirby thing we've seen in this contest. 7.
Indeed.
Good way of at least using the abilities, Mega Man's abilities, though, incorporating them into the level.
Aesthetic,
Hmm.
10. I didn't run into any glitches, so 10. What is that final score?
72.
Go. I will be right back. Start.
I would like to apologize to any Let's Players going through this game. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how we can avoid a copyright claim on this one, because we've had Kirby music has been a problem in the past. At any rate, this is a cute Kirby level, and it captures the design of its source quite nicely. It has a fun selection of enemies, my personal favorites being the Buki sets and the Waddle Dee Walkers. And it has some entertaining gimmick sections, particularly the Wind Room and the Auto Scrolls. I also am Pineapple.
Mm.
Shocker, I know.
Wait, I am. Heck. Gonna down.
I also really liked the Rainbow Drop token. That was a nostalgia trip for me, having played Kirby's Dream Land 2 myself, and the puzzle was very fair. Unfortunately, Kirby level design doesn't quite work for Mega Man. The Mega Man series strives to challenge players, teaching them how to tame the wolves before throwing them into the wolves' den. In Kirby's case, you're still taught how to make things work, but you're never really thrown into the fire until you start going beyond the regular final boss. As a result, this level design doesn't seem to go anywhere with its gimmicks, though they definitely aren't forgotten either. For other problems, the swarms of Buki sets, the first interior room and first big interior after Wispy, work great with Kirby's mobility, but Mega Man doesn't compare, so those sections are a mess. Ending things off, the two bosses are pretty great. Wispy Devil is my favorite of the two. He's an excellent hybrid between the tree and Cyclops, making an entertaining enemy that I wish had a little more HP. DDD Capsule is fun enough, and I appreciate how the second phase amps up his attacks. However, he has the typical Capsule problems, spending too much time out of the player's reach. He's not as bad in the first phase, but the Dark Lightning is non-threatening, lengthy, and he's out of reach. Reach when he uses it, meaning a ton of vexing hang time. It's still not a bad fight, but it can be a bit tedious without weapons.
Presentation-wise, and this is a pretty solid level. Admittedly, I have pretty limited experience with the Kirby series itself, but I was still able to pick up on and recognize most of the details references. For the actual stage itself, I found it to be kind of a mixed bag. An issue I found here is that, similar to some Kirby games, at least the ones that I've played, there's very little in the way of challenge here. Granted, it's not always like that, as there's still a number of rooms where you need to pay attention to what's going on. The room just after the mini-boss is a good example, since all the weapon copying enemies are positioned in a way that can easily punish you if you don't react and move accordingly. For every room like that one, however, several more that don't pose much of a threat. One example being the room with a group of Spark Chaser copying enemies lined up below you. You can easily ignore by continually sliding to the right. The progression in this stage bounces back and forth between situations like that, which ultimately made for a pretty middling experience. Unfortunately extends to the bosses as well. The mini-boss has a nice design and idea behind him with the devil-esque attack. Gone too fast to be enjoyable, which I guess is par for the course for Wispy Woods, but I still would have liked to have seen more of him beyond a single cycle of attacks. As for DDD, I found this fight to be pretty fun at first. He mostly avoids the usual Wily Capsule syndrome and actually stays within a decent range of your Buster shots until the second phase hit. Once that happens, it's basically a coin toss as to whether or not he'll be at a level where you can hit him. I think he also could have stood to have a little more attack variety in this phase, since I found myself getting bored with the fight towards the end. He only really seems to have 3 attacks, with the only remotely threatening one being the 4 projectiles he sends out that have the typical Wily Capsule-esque delay and homing on them. Overall, however, I wouldn't really call this a bad stage. Like I said, the presentation ideas present here are on point. Some of the rooms can actually be fun to traverse through when they make you pay attention. Just that a good portion of them are filled with non-threatening enemy placement, and the bosses are a bit too easy. While I feel those issues definitely hold the stage back, I don't think it would take that much effort to fix it. Up into a more engaging stage, it's got a lot of potential, and I'd love to see a more refined version of it.
Scale the Evil Pillar. A cute and nice Kirby's Dream Land 2 crossover level. Coincidentally, this isn't the only entry where the Dark Castle music plays. Neat touch with the night enemies attacking based on contest weapons. Could do with a slight health reduction, though. They're quite plentiful showing up throughout the stage. Not really a fan of the room where it's a bunch of them at once while you have to quickly run to avoid the falling blocks. I found a weird quirk with its disappearing blocks where its fade timer seems to keep ticking down even when the time is supposed to be stopped, for example from life pickups.
Huh, that is weird.
That is.
Cyborg Wispy Woods is kind of a weird concept. It serves as a cool mini-boss regardless. Dark Matter DDD spends an annoying amount of time out of reach with that laser attack he likes to spam. Otherwise, the boss is fine for being a capsule-style boss. I like that the Galactica Knight's secret, that was a good subversion to the Combust Man joke, where you can clearly see the block above them slowly inching down to crush him. Now, not understanding what GUI means by super secret, was that the Galactica super...
It was.
The super secret? But then it shows you the right weapon sequence in order to get to the GUI room with the token in the first place. I'm confused.
Pardon me, but I believe you're looking for the Make a Good Kirby level contest.
God damn,
which is
you
down the
got
hall.
so much mileage out of this joke.
He did. From the aesthetics, to the layout, to the gameplay, absolutely everything about this level feels exactly right for Kirby. Top marks for atmosphere. Well, okay, I'm unhappy with how the weapon blocks are painfully obvious instead of loosely disguised as foreground. See Kirby's Adventure. The tokens are practically given away. Functionally, most everything is neat and tidy. Long load times and a couple enemies/mini-boss quirks are the only shortcoming. There is an inherent novelty in dropping Mega Man into someone else's game. There's also an art to determining which elements will make an effective crossover. These challenge arcs make good use of wind, crumbling blocks, Gordo, and other Kirby staples that have analogs in the Mega Man world. Occasionally, though less frequently and less prominently than I'd like, ideas from the two franchises are merged to create something new. Bukiset, Wispy Devil, and DDD are especially effective. At the same time, Bukiset is a troublemaker. I love all the different weapon variants, I don't love how they're arranged. The easiest encounters are at the end of the level, the messiest ones are at the beginning, when the player is trying to learn each variant's pattern. And the most deliberately crafted ones are too easily overcome by standing in one place and mashing the fire button. A problem shared by some non-Bukiset challenges too. Miscellaneous thoughts, the level could have been one section shorter, the final puzzle challenge is nicely tricky, checkpoints and power-ups are just right, the Meta Knight secret is fun. I was hoping for a good Mega Man level. I got a good Kirby level that understands enough about aesthetics, design, creativity, and functionality to do pretty well in a Mega Man contest.
That's rare. And it works. You know what? Honestly, it's a good level.
It's not your fault people decided to be evil with your assets.
It's a very competent, charming, and enjoyable level. Let down slightly by the lack of any real difficulty. Nice to see a level take full advantage of the theming and not do a half-baked job of it. Graphically, the stage was very well drawn, animated, and assembled. However, the level being mostly monochrome and the background tiles being so messy was quite distracting on the eyes. Made certain assets such as spikes blend in and became very repetitive quickly. The repetitive nature applies to other areas of the level. The enemies using your weapons was the idea and gave the stage cohesion. Overuse made the player feel like they had worn out their welcome by the end. The rest of the enemy set was nice, simple, got the job done, though never pushed too hard. Full effect of this level for the very tame, as the level never got any harder from the start to end, barring a couple of sequences. If it was a little on the long side and had it gone any longer, it would have started to drag. The level really suffers from a lack of difficulty progression. Puzzle Tower was a really neat idea. Admittedly, I didn't get to experience it for myself blind, but during the proxy play, Sagana and I were worried all 8 weapons would be expected. The Wispy Devil is a really competent devil fight. Plus it dies quickly, always a positive with devils. The DDD capsule looked cool, was well animated, but it was just as easy as the level. Landing attack was simply a waste of player time being so easy to avoid. There appears to be quite a bit of criticism. This is still a really good level to both watch and play. And when I got to experience it for myself, I ended up really enjoying what was there in the level. I just wish it was a bit more challenging. Alrighty, let's do the boss, and then we got 2 more levels before we stop, and then we can do 10 levels next time in the Mega Man 2 arena, and then we'll save the final tier for another Rigor.
Recombining signatures.
What the heck is that poster even supposed to be?
I think it's that lady that appears at the start of like almost every movie.
Actually, the poster is specifically a snip from a stage in another fan game.
Oh.
Okay.
The screens. Did I enter the wrong room? Oh no, what if I'm caught without a ticket? That janitor over there. Corrections. Time has come, Mega Man. The show is just about to start.
Oh, hey!
With the adverts. Yes, man. No, not you, evolved robots. Some food or drink from the concession stand to ease you. Haven't already had a fast food serving Grim Reaper try to kill me. Please do not compare me to that rage-fueled skeleton. I never felt any anger towards the robots I had to hunt down and decommission. Only remorse. Never my true calling. This new, quiet life brings me peace. It hard, isn't he? Yes, it does. Whether it's ushering in the moviegoers, sweeping up the drop popcorn, or silencing anyone who dares make noise during the film. Hey, been there. The loud, obnoxious phones have felt the bite of my scythe. I love you can see the screen is on. Detail. Trying to calm me down, or are you not? I'm not here to make you watch your life flash before you on the big screen. I ask from you is to help me fulfill my duty as tier boss and to accept my compliments. Compliment? A lot of myself and you, we both desire to settle down and live outside the spotlight, but are constantly doomed to hunt dangerous robots. I mean it when I say you want to be in the pictures.
Gosh dang.
So
Mega
that,
Man,
yeah,
your
that
sentence
was a
is death.
that was a snip from Deathman's stage.
Okay.
What game was this again? I think I fought
This
him.
is Rock Force.
I think he was one of the fused robots.
Yeah, he's the fuse robot that starts the fortress. Although,
Rock Force
actually, yeah. Fun development fact for Rock Force. When the game was first conceived, Deathman was going to be the final boss.
I think I like it better with Justice Man. I know some people didn't like it when it came out originally, but
Yeah, well, yeah, Justice Man was added afterwards because he's like, I should have a fortress. And then that led to the fight, basically.
yeah, I was surprised people said it was too dark at the time. I was like, really? I didn't mind it. I actually liked that it had a plot.
Also, he's ironically an inverse of where he was really. He's one of the nastier bosses in Rock Force. Among the tier bosses, he's actually a breather.
Yeah, most of his
Yeah,
stuff seems to be
I would say so.
predictable.
He's pretty slow in this. He gives you health and ammo, which is nice.
Yeah, it's quite fair, honestly.
I guess they're his stunt doubles in this case. Thank you for the biddies, Captain Joe. How you doing?
What's up, Joe? Tear down. A gruesome face.
The thing with Deathman in Rock Force is how challenging he is really does depend on how well you handle his ability set. Because he hits like a freight train.
Oh my god, Regal again.
What an absolute disgrace. My plans ignored, thrown in the garbage, my reputation ruined, my evil flair disrespected. What to do now? What to do?
I don't know. Have you tried working on the internet? Tried crashing a meteor into things?
Oh, the glorious Dr. Regal.
Maybe
You
take a
spent
vacation.
so long planning your every move, and now you are at a loss. How detestable! It would be easier if that wily fool's patrol robots were not attacking me at every opportunity. I'm lucky to have a moment of peace. Evil peace, that is.
That's cool.
Gah! Have I spoken too soon? Not another guard robot!
Certainly wasn't expecting anyone else to be this far in the outskirts of a gauntlet.
Also, I'm reading Regal because I did a bunch of writing for him, so
Fine, I don't mind.
I'm
Someone with a
hamming
gaudy
him.
outfit talking to them. So I actually knew that was Cerberus Man just from the coloring.
Yes.
That was the dog head. I thought it was like a piranha.
I thought it was a piranha too.
Ah. You're not one of Dr. Wily's cheap sentries. You're one of the tournament contestants, aren't you?
Don't tell me that you're just a straggler from the paparazzi.
Far from it, in fact. Perhaps you could think of me as a potential sponsor. I quite heavily vibe with your delightfully evil appearance, you
I
know.
love that he keeps trying to be hip with the cool kids.
Yeah. I like how
love
we
how
all
we're
basically
both
just went for
doing
that.
Gah! What was that for?
Your type is far from subtle. I have no sympathy for people like you. I figured it wasn't a coincidence that you were dressed up like a wannabe evil ruler. You heroes and villains, no purpose other than leaving behind fields of waste, brought about by your arrogance. Get out of my sight.
You're a smart one, aren't you? It figures there would be at least one to see through my darkened veil. I sense so much hatred boiling in your heart, though. Why not put aside our differences and raise the world together?
You fancy yourself a manipulator? You're completely
ridiculous.
Sure
Makes
that
sense,
right
too,
now,
kind of
while
talking.
you stroke your own ego, you're already planning your theatrical moment of betrayal. No, we were just in the theater.
Ah!
I don't have time for this nonsense if you won't crawl away like the scum that you are. I'll be off on my own.
Hey, I'm not done with you yet. You get back here and... Good boy?
Evil boy.
Yeah!
I like to imagine he's doing like a Tom scream. Ah!
I realize this week's Cerberus Man is not 3 loss compliant. I think that was the last of those blasted months. Woe be the evil genius on a string of detestably terrible bad luck. If I cannot break into the tournament, and no one will take my side, then how shall I re-enter the grand stage of villainy?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
no.
checks out considering considering Battle
Man
Network.
noises.
Pokemon, what?
What was that infernal sound? Was that coming from you? And yes, you just ran. And yes, he has Steven's theme. Because it sounds slightly weird, but also for anyone who recognizes it, it's a good cue of, you know, maybe don't underestimate Element Man?
Yeah.
I assume when you actually do fight him, though, it was programmed in that his weapons can change, or his weakness changes.
Yes, he does have that.
That is accurate, then. Yo, Pan, what's up? We're doing a couple more levels today. Welcome on in.
I see what's going on here. Confusion techniques won't work against an evil genius such as myself.
Don't mind me, what? Because Element Man was in a previous...
He's in 6.
No,
Battle Network 6.
yeah. Oh, he's in Battle Network 6. I thought he was in
Yeah.
something... I thought he was in another Mag Mammal or something
Nope,
of that nature.
Nope.
Battle Network 6.
This is our first
And
element.
he doesn't talk in that game either.
Get away from me, you disgusting goblin! I won't let myself be taken hostage by a foul beast like you!
Yeah, Dr. Regal's really gotta watch out for those mind goblins.
Hostage? That's it! I know my next vile move! Leave it to someone as brilliant as I to make connections like this at the lowest of lows. Thank you, Angry Goblin Man, for providing me with the inspiration I needed. Ta-ta! Boing. I hope you've been enjoying your time in the spotlight, Mega Man. Advanced darkness like you've never seen shall soon envelop you! It should have been a black screen flash, honestly.
You know, he's in Battle Network 6, and he's a fucking joke in that game because the second that he turns into, I think it's wood, you could just obliterate him with fire. It's real funny.
I was just curious because it's like, what prompted the idea to have him talking wingdings?
Because when we started and I did the when I was the P key re, that is how he talks in Battle Network 6.
Ah,
It is,
okay. Never,
So, and
never
it was
finished
changed.
so I never knew.
And it was changed into this not wing things here.
It's like boomo. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, I've done this, yeah. Okay, this is the Toadman stuff. Figured that out on my own.
And Element Man is a Blorbo. I enjoy him.
Cool area. Right, time to go shopping. Go buy some more abilities.
Woo!
First off, let's go talk to the janitor. I swear I go to the right every goddamn time, and he's never to the right. Actually, I gotta buy stuff anyway.
Actually, I think Element Man is a good contender for like my favorite of the 5 rivals. Although that's definitely Battle Network bias.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what are you doing here?
I mean, there is definitely bias no matter who, because I mean, it's just down to preference. Because my favorite out of the tier bosses is still, you know, the Mythbusters right there.
Yeah, fair.
Wow, that's illegal.
There he is.
And I could have seen the paparazzi by blending in with the crowd here. From his eye, it's difficult to escape the glance of the people. You imagine how much pressure being a tournament finalist is, however. Suppose as I feel right now, I can only imagine Cerberus Man has the same feeling tenfold.
Yeah.
Similar designs. You know, when you
I
got
talked to you
skulls for
already.
round heads. Well, yeah, you did see him. He's solid.
Yeah, I think. Up we go!
Yeehaw!
Three. This one seems not great because lowering the drop chance of everything else at this point in the game is worthless to me.
It's like kind of the point with Element Man. Yeah, it's like, as I said, it's like the point is that you don't understand him.
Yeah, you're not
They-
meant to.
Certainly, you aren't actively missing anything beyond just the fact that he's a weird Blorbo, pretty much.
Ah, can actually drop the base.
And I love how impossible it is to get through the elevator here. This is what Lonely's plushie wall looks like.
Any new cheats? Ooh, costume
I don't think we have any new costumes, actually.
I don't remember there
Is it
being.
cheering you on or directing the airplane traffic on this floor? Good for you.
Ah. Maybe you gotta find his head.
One sheet, please. Hey, come on, I gotta spend these, I gotta spend this money.
Have you spent money on tokens? Ah. There was a cheat for the crosshair to follow you everywhere, turn
Oh.
everything into Donkey Kong. I did find out that actually we have the wrong engine, so crowd control won't work after all, which is sad.
No.
It would be fun to do things like just pay coins and have the crosshair follow you everywhere for a time.
That would be kind of sick. I don't really have a whole lot to do for this tier. So that was short. So say hi to everyone in the next tier. Where Ernest expects us to train, I'm not particularly impressed. True strength comes from the desire to pursue a cause, not from punching cloth over and over. Heard tales of the dummies here taking on a life of their own, however. Perhaps they too have desires. I'm guessing that theirs is to some effect of, I want to leave as soon as possible. Welcome to the world-class gym. Most cutthroat gauntlets. You'll find plenty of challenges training here and high-quality simulations to tackle. Just remember to keep it cool and to not break the gym equipment. It's not that hard to repair, but it's kind of annoying. No slacking off here on my part. I'm always on the grind 24 hours, 7 days a week. I'm strengthening the alloys in my body so I can crush anyone into dust just by ramming into them. Hello again. Hi, nice to meet you. I've heard only the best of the best train here, so I've come here to improve my skills. Tournament contestants that come here fit right in with the legends I've heard. Not just you, but others too. Cerberus Man, Forge Woman, Hunter Woman, and even Element Man. What power. Presto's a loser, though. Presto's a nerd. Where people used to work out, they used to work. Not a truth to that saying, Chuck. Staying fit is obviously important, and if you need a place like this, ain't my place to judge. But personally, I'd rather live a life that keeps me fit than pay some poxy subscription. Again, I worked doing what I left. That's an even bigger privilege than well. Oh, hey, I was wondering where you were, Airman. I must admit the challenges here have been besting even me, the mighty Airman. I thought entering the tournament would be easy pickings, but and I, the once unbeatable robot master, am falling behind. How could it have come to this? Can't wait for him to say.
That's right.
Again.
That's why you've been able to beat him. He's been losing his edge.
We installed these ladder workout machines here since they're so efficient at burning calories. After we get our money's worth, we've made using them necessary to get around. Our visitors will burn calories. This is a threat. I have fast climbing ladders, you fool.
But you don't have fast running.
Oh, take that, yeah, take that, you stupid punching bags. You're nothing to me. Yes, I'm aware that I'm not actually near punching bags right now. I'm psyching myself up for the real deal. Hi, Presto. Dang, I can't stop Presto by running the other way. Mark my words, I will break this treadmill and they will throw me out and I'll be happy about it. Hey, that doesn't really seem like a safe thing to do. Do I look like I care? It's the thrill of the hunt, baby. Are you kidding me? Why is Presto here of all people? Well, I guess they're a competitor in the tournament, but look, I don't want to see their stupid face, okay?
Run the other direction.
I
Hey,
bounce
man.
pad. Ooh, bounce pad. You know the routine here, work until you sweat, flex those muscles, stretch those calves, if you have any of those, that is. If you're a robot like me, I'm sorry, but I'm out of advice. Whoops.
I just realized, small little thing, like, what the?
Gene Booster? Who is Gene Booster? Boss making me watch Guard Gormless Pratt, we're perfectly hidden. That was one of the guys from that bootleg I played. Oh, they are, yeah, they are. We're in a den of thieves, so I give one warning, beware the eyes of March. Recruit? Be pretty impressive if Gene let you through. Yes, I'm impressive. Have to be to join the Paulung Tang? What are your credentials? We don't answer that. Just tracking down our hideous, our hideout and finding a way in is the work of a criminal genius.
Yeah, this was the boss from Tier 2, right?
No.
Tier 3.
Tier 3.
You're not here to join the Fallen Gang?
Same colors.
Forge of Gadam City? It's for the best, no offense, but the last thing we need is some bootleg-looking characters like you at our ranks.
Clever.
My robot, I was built to have all the functionality of the human's ocular system, and then some. Except blinking, most of my heist money goes towards eye drops. Ouch.
My thought process got completely overwritten by this at the moment.
Come on, yous mugs, I ain't getting any youngers. Now that muscle juggler up and left us, yous gotta work hard to step up your game.
Now I remember. Bounce Man. Realized that his name actually got changed in the translation to
Rubberman.
Bounce Man. Yeah, I was like, what's so bad about oh, now that I said it aloud, I get it.
Look like a rare friendly ear, so I'd like to tell you a story, and maybe that'll make me feel better. Boyfriend, I mean, my ex. One evening, he said he had something big coming up. When I said I couldn't leave with him, we had a fight. See how that ended. He's not here. Clearly, he broke the mold. First robotic member of this gang to leave. I miss him, but I'm glad he got out of this life. Truth be told, I'm planning on ditching this place, too. Looking for a new beginning, but I'll need funds. Got a nicer casino membership than you have. Could I buy it? I'd price it at around 500. Take it. Really? That means a lot to me. Here's your membership, then.
Ta-da!
Dad, I've got enough money for a first start. Thanks.
I never realized that character was from a bootleg.
All of them are from bootlegs. The Thunder Blast, man.
Or Rockman X.
It would seem that you and the Mega Man require external implements in order to accomplish something I do all by myself. Shut up, Spider. I am absolutely pumped to see how this tournament finishes out. The original robot tournament I was a part of was good up until, you know, it was taken over. But the competitive spirit in this tournament is the strongest I've seen. It's quite admirable. Good for you.
That Aircon man? Yeah, it is.
Oh man, you would not believe the fortune I've been making off the setup I've got here. Where I see a tired-looking gymnast here, I go up to them and cool them off, then charge them for it afterwards. Pretty clever, huh?
What a
Sure.
fiend.
Because of my anger issues, the gym said I either have to pay for replacement punching bags or bring my own. So I brought my own. It's in my locker. I'm not sure how that'll keep theirs from exploding when I hit him, though.
It's me.
Gymnasiums, such artificial places if you seek to throw strong. Why do so in a building full of machines? One should train directly from nature, climbing trees, swimming up waterfalls, and wrestling bears. Dummies that fight back are clever, though, I'll give them that.
Also, I appreciate Aircom Man being a jerk here, just like how he is as a boss fight.
There is. Monitoring your heart rate is important for a healthy and safe exercise. That's why I've decided to propose a way to really motivate people to keep their heart rate in check. I have a giant heart rate monitor on display here and have it scan and broadcast students' heart rates at random. Blatant intrusion of privacy is sure to make this plan a success. Think? Fuck you. That's mean. I've been working on my core strength a lot using the equipment here. By core strength, I mean my CPU core. What did you think I was referring to? The torso that I definitely have? Head might be the strongest tier boss in this tournament. They won't be pulling any punches. I understand now. Challenges will keep getting tougher. Good luck, you'll need it.
I understand now.
I understand who the boss is, since I mentioned a thing to you. I won't say who it is, but would you be in Salvador?
A Magmal 2 judge and the creator of Kamuso Temple from Magmal 2.
Oh, I remember that stage. That was the one that was just, like, perfectly themed for Kamuso Man.
The Fiver. Okay.
Yeah, there was also some other hidden stuff that didn't get grabbed yet, but...
I mean, it didn't seem like there was a level hidden there.
Yeah, no. No,
think there's
nothing
no
that,
more-
nothing that grand.
No more hidden levels as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, no. It's just the hidden plushie capsule, basically.
We'll get it before the stream ends.
That's one way to do that.
Okay, as long as it works.
You call throwing dynamite a martial art?
Yeah, as long as it works. Gross.
Ow.
Thank you for putting this here.
Oh, Jill Sheldon, I did not know.
Clever use of these. Unfortunately, as much as I'm like, oh, that's cool use of the bombs, they're kind of ugly because of the black background on them by natural.
Yep.
So, I don't know if I'd say that I would put that against the stage's aesthetic, but, like, I like these as a gimmick.
Fair.
Just, I don't think they really, I guess it was accurate to include the backgrounds for them.
Yes, it is definitely more accurate that way.
Pum, 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 pum. And you solve my puzzle, Mega Man?
Easy there, Lex Luthor. I have not fucked this up.
Lex wins.
Wiley wins, you mean? All according to plan. The puzzle is solved. Found ladder hell. It was much shorter than expected. Yeah. I was expecting to hate that level a lot more. I'm gonna be honest. Kind of surprised I didn't. Actually, kind of rules. Maybe I'm not sorry for making that level a thing.
I suspect that one is...
Oh, fuck off. I got squished.
Oof. Well, that and also those are death spikes.
Oh. Jumped a little too
Uh,
close.
Yeah. Jumping did not work there. I think the problem is you jumped and scrolled the platforms off screen by accident.
Yeah, Pink likes X6, does not like X5. And I was, if not for Meg Mammal coming out, I would have been like, yeah, I'm down to play the X6, but with quality of life options that Pink linked me, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll do it. But yeah, this happened, so that's not happening anymore, for a while at least. I have the pet. Oh, I did the same thing again.
Yep.
Yeah, the custom settings look good, it's just, I didn't get a chance because of this. I'm like, sorry, a much better game came out. Not gonna be sorry to X6, sorry to Pink, because I'm just like, oh, X6? I do not care for your feelings.
Understandable.
I do not care for your shit.
Ow.
Wish it continued. And for the best. That series just didn't know what to do. Classic Mega Man was a great example of if it ain't broke, just don't fix it. Okay, this is like the music fading out and the colors changing. That's really...
Into the boss. A very big boss star.
Mmm.
Would that have crushed him?
Probably.
I have no idea.
That's why I moved.
I don't remember.
Like, I'm kind of curious.
Okay, it just pushes you off.
Okay. One of the few things that does not crush you. Oh, but I wanted to see him go squish.
Seen me go squish many times. How is that any different?
Because it's funny.
I see what I have to do. I realized it a little too late, so I'm like, I'm dead.
Yeah, we've gone from X6 music to soccer music.
Gross.
Oh my gosh, that's what this is.
When's the Make a Good
Ow.
Mega Man Soccer level contest?
That's making a different game.
It's like the one game that when I was doing my marathon years ago, everyone was like, what about this one? I'm like, nobody wants to watch that. You don't want to watch that, I don't want to watch that. I don't want
Oh,
to play it either. I was just like, no. Why must you ask about Mega Man Soccer? It's not even a good soccer game. It's really boring. I don't even think that was a Mega Man game to begin with. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think it was. I have no proof, but I'm kind of convinced on this.
ooh. This one is not going well. There we go.
Westerford, how's it going? Doing this in one more level for Make a Good Mega Man level 3 today. How's it going? So much for the raid. Why do I look over and just see Possum spit? What?
Honestly, if you made me pick between Yoku blocks and one-tile girders, I would pick the Yokus.
I thought you were gonna say between that and Possum spit, and I was gonna be like, I would probably take the Possum spit.
Hmm. Understandable.
Meow.
It's like, nah, I'm not doing that 3 times in a row. We're playing Advance Wars. Was that the remake? I'm sure there are some people in the chat who'd be like, yeah, you know,
Ow.
Possum Spit sounds like a good metal band. I'd probably rock it. I think it could work as like a metal or a punk band. Everybody, welcome on in. Possum Spit.
Make a good Mega Man level 3.
Yes, this is the Make a Good Mega Man level series. This is a fan game, and you'll never guess what it's about. That's right, it's where we...
Ow.
Oh, okay.
It's where you die, I guess.
This is where we play through a bunch of levels where people made a good Mega Man level. This is, if you've never seen my streams or the other ones, and judging by that logic, I'm guessing you haven't. Never seen my Make a Good Mega Man level 1, 2, 3, 24-hour or 48-hour streams. Yeah, they're very simple. They're a lot of fun.
Ooh, spooky background.
A lot of bullets thrown.
Is that bullets or robots?
Those are bullet robots, because that's Dangan Man. Dangan
Oh.
means bullet.
Oh.
Surely you've heard of the game Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. Wait, I have all the tokens? I don't remember grabbing
Yep.
the 5th one.
Yeah, you have them all.
Last one was the one on the bike.
I assume the bullets in the background are a reference to how, you know, bullet casings...
Or left behind.
Yeah.
I suspect
Either
this is going to
that
have a
or
phase
this.
2.
Either that or this Dangan factory has, really struggles with making Dangan, man.
To quote Flashman, pardon me, I think you're looking for the Make a Good Dangan Man contest. That's down the hall. It's not exactly like a Mega Man Maker, but yeah, you enter the contest, you see if you can make a good level, then the judges enter the They rate the levels, and then they get placed from worst to best, and then we play them worst to best, and we read the judge comments, which we're about to do, Westford. You're shiny hunting a Y on the side? Yo, congrats. I blessed the run, I guess, with your raid.
Yay.
I'll give you a shout out, I don't think you got one. Also, if you're curious, you can see my spreadsheet here with my scores and my reviews of levels. I did not do this for the other games, but the other games are over on YouTube. You can easily find them. They're in one big playlist, so easy to find. You'll notice Mag Mammal 3 is way longer than all the other games. Funny about that.
It's a Blaja.
Lahaj.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. Lonely told me this from when she worked at IKEA. All IKEA words are fake. They are not real. Told me this was... Lied to me. Oh no, she's entered the chat. She's angry.
Okay, so, no, first off, hi, chat. And, so, what I told you, that not all of the words at IKEA, there are some real... There's some of them are silly, like that we haven't... that was named after... It literally, it's tomato and sweet. But a lot of those words are just gibberish. That's just... Oh.
Cutting out because she doesn't know how to use a microphone because she's talking so quietly.
I'm tired. I've been at work all day.
They're not real. Point is, they're not real. Give me a second to write my thoughts.
Oh dear.
Mine was like a
Internet
21
problems are
for me.
unfortunate.
Oh no. One. Creativity. It's a very vanilla level, so 7. Aesthetic. 12? I think 12 is good.
Yeah, 12 sounds reasonable.
That's not a sound that if you like auto. No, because I'm telling you, there's an AI thing on my mic. That's why. N. All right. Kind of was all over the place for me.
Yeah. Believe that scores at a 66 with you?
I wasn't wild about this one, but it was a nice vanilla level.
They say first impressions are one of the most important things for communication, and Dangan Factory makes an excellent first impression. It also makes an excellent mid-level impression, with one of the best signals that, yes, the gloves are off. This makes good use of its assets. The challenges created with girders and conveyor belts are quite fun, and there's some interesting setups with ballad missiles, like the club token. At the same time, returning Machine Gun Joe makes a decent obstacle when he's not a required kill.
Boy, does he sure like to return a lot.
And Suzy is an effective slowdown opponent. That said, there's no real theme to these enemies or gimmicks, which hurts the level's memorability outside of dem aesthetics. And since it feels generic, a lot of the challenges run together, becoming an indistinct blob of bullets and platforms. I genuinely forgot that Bomb Flyer shows up in the second half, which is a shame as he's the most thematic opponent here. But the real flaw? The only time I really noticed the difficulty curve was the halfway aesthetic transition. Otherwise, the sheer amount of spikes disguises a lot of the difficulty variety, which hurts both the level's curve and memorability. That's not to say there isn't one, quite the contrary. Earlier sections threaten you more with just screw up and you lose your platform, whereas later sections actively try to skewer you. Plus, the spike amount is never truly unfair for the player. That said, a level can't become deadly if it already starts deadly, which contributes to a level design that feels indistinct on its own. Beyond that, while the opening and midpoint are all around excellent, the ending is a bit of a letdown. There's no real climax before we reach the boss, a stark contrast with the impressive spike elevator halfway through the level. Instead, the gameplay just sort of ends, as we fall into this hallway full of broken down Dankins. And for all the build-up he gets, ending the level on just a Dankin man feels like a huge waste. I'm glad he's here, but the big corpse pile leading up to him ended up being an excellent setup for disappointment.
I'm real, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. This is a very solid level altogether. Doesn't do anything too flashy, save for its aesthetics. Visually, it's absolutely wonderful and easily a contender for one of the best-looking stages in the whole contest. Yeah, I definitely agree. The actual stage design isn't anything too complex, but it does manage to stand out on its own thanks to good usage of gimmicks and enemy synergy. Of course, there were a few parts here and there where I felt the enemies didn't mesh all that well with the room layouts. Very easily run past some of the Vicky bombs and the machine gun Joes early on. Become less and less of an issue as the stage goes on, though. The overall difficulty progression seems to be pretty even. Save for probably the one segment that I didn't like that much, the elevator. Yeah, I don't like the elevator. There's not a whole lot of leeway for squeezing into some of the final gaps and the spikes there. Thankfully, there is a checkpoint directly afterward to help mitigate this a bit. All that aside, there's one final issue with this level regarding its ending. Normally, I don't knock the use of dev kit bosses against the level. This one is a special case. The ominous build-up before the boss doors made me think, about to face something big, only to be met with Vanilla Dangan Man instead. Yeah, I feel the same. You can't just tease me with such well-crafted spooky build-up and give me something mundane. Ultimately, despite that one major fumble at the end, I think I've really enjoyed my time at this level. Really good job on this one. Did I do this one, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, you can do this one.
Okay.
I have my throat's scratchy enough that trying to do a patchy voice doesn't seem wise right now.
Victory over the sunset. Ah, what a beautiful stage. The aesthetics, the dynamic changes, the atmospheres are all excellently crafted. SMB-like platforms are a simple gimmick. Stage really squeezed it to its full potential, working together well with the missiles, conveyor belts, and even spikes. Difficulty is just right, and the platforming throughout felt nice and fair. The challenge rooms with the tokens are all short and sweet, in creative use of the stage's gimmicks. Bonus points for placing them next to checkpoints, so it's easy to try them again. Looks like most assets used here are from the base engine as well, so well done on relying only on unmodified stuff. The only real downside I can think of is that the music is a bit unnerving sounding to me, although that's probably intentional. I wouldn't really call that a downside, I think it fits. I also find it quite amusing with the fact that the hallway before the boss gives off such an eerie vibe thanks to the silence and ominous backdrop. Subverted completely by the goofy design of Dangan Man. That one gave me a good laugh.
This is how you do level design. Thoughtfully, deliberately. Pick a theme and stick with it. Show the player something new, then test them on it. Gradually ramp up the difficulty and complexity. Make every object count. Anticipate where the player will need a break, a power-up, a chance to reset the room. Leverage the aesthetics and challenge progression to tell a story without saying a word. The layout is intuitive, and I appreciate how the one token path loops back to the main path without skipping any screens. The learning curve is incredibly smooth, with a series of smaller challenge arcs, driven by section-specific enemies, expertly layered over top of one long challenge arc with the moving platforms. This makes for a satisfying, well-paced experience that renders the screen count irrelevant. The level never feels too long. Familiar setups, Susie blocking hallways, Joe's guarding ladders, dodging spikes on an elevator, intermingle with rather innovative ones. Hurry off this line of platforms. Watch your aim or you'll destroy the floor. I'm particularly partial to the missile puzzle with the invincible blocks. Technical complaints are minor. Invincible blocks are inconsistently affected by gravity, and the elevator shaft has some wonky invisible collision at the bottom. Overbearing pitch bends in the Mega Man Soccer cover and a jarringly unappealing boss theme take away from a soundscape that is otherwise masterful, especially when it comes to the use of silence. Gorgeous graphics and memorable set pieces get my hopes up for a couple surprises that never arrive. There are no secrets hidden in the clouds, and the awesomely ominous junkyard at the end culminates in regular old Dangan Man. Fine, but disappointing. Even if a few creative and aesthetic elements keep me from being more than modestly blown away, I respect the heck out of this level. More like this, please.
This level really takes too long to get going. The first half offers little in the way of originality, challenge, and fails to engage the player at all. Enemy selection does not help. It was just waste players' time when used like this, and the other enemies were not much better. Explosive platforms almost felt like an afterthought, and the whole thing felt really easy. The club token and the room before it are the first signs of life in the level and almost catch the player off guard. The lift segment was neat, though the spikes blended in a bit much and the transition into the clouds was surprising. The second half of the level hit and it got quite a bit better. Suddenly the vertical platform use became challenging and the use of explosive platforms was more intelligent. The enemies stopped being time wasters and it felt like there was a bit of flow for the first time. The atmosphere in this segment is much stronger than the first half, although ending on Dangan Man after such a strong build-up was a bit underwhelming. By being quite generic, the aesthetics were really strong here, and I've always had a soft spot for Mega Man Soccer and X6 music, two of my greatest enemies. Ruins of a Forbidden Kingdom.
Wow, all 5 of us. Really, all 5 of us highlighted the Dangan Man. Go figure.
It's underwhelming.
Yes. Crows.
4.
Ah! Your internet's back.
They're in the shower. Means we can say whatever we want about Mooch, and they can't do anything about it.
How diabolical. And this is the last level for tonight. Fitting
Yes.
choice to end. It actually ends up being a rather fitting one to end on, honestly.
I want to end it on this one mostly because, like, then we get to do 10 next time, 10 next time. I don't remember how long the Mega Mammal 2 arena was, but it should be fine.
It'll be a relatively short arena.
Either way, I think it's a good way to cap off the stream because I don't want to start your 15 on the next stream. I think it works out.
Yeah, I can understand that.
If it wasn't the final tier, there's a big asterisk at the end of that of, well, you see, there's this left and that, you know.
Yeah, no, I get ya.
You will see how much of the tier after that, like the castle, I'm gonna count it as its own tier.
Honestly, counting it as his own tier is, appropriate.
So that means we'll get a stream of tier X on its own. Again, I don't know there is, but there likely is one. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's random which one of those skull mets has the token, but lucky roll that.
That's kind of cool. You know, you can do random stuff like that.
If you got the programming chops for it.
Why are you smiling, Pink? No, you don't do that. What are you doing? You can't just scare me in the chat. Like, that's like the worst thing that any streamer could ask for. I'm
Shoot.
sorry.
I'm actually slightly lost myself.
Hold up. Is this Holy Diver?
I think it is from a whole.
Did
I
you
think it
fucking put Holy
is.
Diver in this game? God, that game is mean. It's a game that I would love to play on stream, but it's so goddamn flashy and seizury.
Yeah, it's like if someone who streamed the entire post-game content in one go. Don't.
I suppose we'll see. I tend to go a lot longer than you, but also... out of curiosity, how long did it take you?
Honestly, like speaking from... With you usually doing like 6-hour streams, I am reasonably confident in your ability to do the entire post-game.
Good to know. Hey, can I
Or at
get
least the
confirmation,
entirety
by
of
the
Tier
way,
X.
on if that was a Holy Diver boss? Because like I'm pretty positive. Whoops. Eat my inputs like every time I want to jump. Get out of here. Get out. Yeah, that's about how I thought that would go.
I will admit, if not for the fact that it's like you stream for such a generally long period, it's like I would be very much in the camp of do not try to do the entirety of the post game in one stream.
The good thing is I don't have to do any more judge reviews after the final 10.
Indeed, and those definitely take a lot of time with how you play.
Your argument of like, well, you don't have to read them, and I'm like, you're right. I want to. That's what I thought it was. Holy Diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. I'm not expecting any other judge to recognize Holy Diver. It got an official
I certainly didn't.
American release eventually. I think the graphics are also Holy Diver. Again, it is a very flashy game. I don't recommend it. It's kind of a cool game, minus the flashing. If anyone made a hack of it, I would possibly check it out. It's kind of Mega Man-y. It's like Castlevania meets Mega Man. Couldn't tell. Holy Diver is the game where, yeah, you're down too long in the Midnight Sea. What's becoming of me? Holy Diver, went down too long in the Midnight Sea. Oh, what's becoming of me? I miss Ronnie James Dio, the legend. I watched a lot of my friends in the retro achievement community do Holy Diver, and the achievement set for that was bad.
I think I think the radar was up.
Good enough.
It worked.
The left. That didn't matter. Great, I've taken from Jewel Man's stage.
Yep. Oh, with extra blocks.
Maybe one day, chat, you play Holy Diver, and then you go, yeah, you're right, wow, that did kind of suck. But when it's not flashy, yeah, it's pretty brutal NES game, if that's your thing. Hey, GTM, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, there's no such thing as a good NES game. I mean, retro games are bad, they stink, they're not good, they're not fun. There's no such thing as a good Mega Man game. That's why these contests exist, we're trying to make a good one. Alright, what's the prank? Ooh, I can't believe my trap actually worked. Fell for that so easily. Now, Mega Man, here comes the part where I swiftly destroy you once and for all. Yeah, I think this is a Holy Diver boss. Forget.
The dragon's from Little Samson.
Or as I call it, Little Sam Sam, because one of my moderators is named Sam Sam. Little Sam
Fair
Sam.
enough.
Sam Sam usually just lurks, but Sam Sam's a good dude. Killer Brother told you so much about it? Hell yeah, Galaxy Frog. What's up? Love that name, Galaxy Frog. You love galaxies, I love frogs.
Oh, hey, Holy Diver mentioned?
I see, someone else who recognized it. Sorry, Mooch, but your internet was down too long in the Midnight Sea. What's becoming of you?
I guess somebody hit a... I don't know what's become of me, but I'm assuming somebody hit a pole somewhere.
Probably.
Holy Diver and also Shovel Knight sound music, I believe.
Yep.
Apparently this boss is from Little Samson, but there was Holy Diver stuff earlier.
Yeah. I caught just towards the end when somebody mentioned that it was Samson. And also Sam Sam. A little bit of a longer fight, but neat introduction for it.
Yeah, 2 health bars.
Definitely a very
Tolerable
different
2 health bar
art
boss.
style.
I like that better than the normal Mega Man 2 dragon that doesn't give you room.
Strange memories of death.
Yeah, it's like I was thinking that's a rather climactic boss, so it makes a good one to end on.
got my thoughts down. I had to put a warning of, yeah, maybe don't play Holy Diver, that game is flashy.
But it's Holy Diver. Holy Diver.
Alrighty, I think
Excuse me.
this is a 26 for me. Really like what this level did. 19. Creativity. And static. Holy Diver without the flashing. I guess I'll give it a. I didn't run into any glitches, so 10.
75.
25. Nice.
Well, certainly the right vibe for a ruined kingdom. Skyline's foreboding, the castle is gray and lifeless, and the whole place is infested with bats, crows, and undead legions. Well, they're all robots, but you get the point. My main aesthetic issue was with Quickman. He was such a stark contrast from everything else that it took me out of the experience. And I feel like there were better ways to execute that jump scare. As for the level, this was surprisingly quaint. The enemy selection is good and simple, keeping things interesting without going overboard. Props go out to Skullmet and Docran, both of whom did more than I'm used to seeing from them. And I also liked Shadow Mega Man and the Bats, although the former's telegraph could use a little animation. The destructible blocks are both appropriate and effective, with more variety than expected. Some fun points go to dunking Skeleton Joe for standing on them. That gave me a chuckle. As for the pendulums, I appreciate that they were used without a massive horde of spikes involved. It was a very different experience from Jewel Man, ironically. Sadly, while the design is solid, the level's aesthetic works against it. This is primarily because everything is gray, including the fake platforms that the Kjellrones are standing on, and the destructible blocks. That is havoc for readability. The level already has gray bricks and gray pillars for solid platforms. Having the destructible blocks as just smaller gray pillars was not wise. I'm thankful the enemies and pendulums have some color. The alternative would not only make the level less readable, but would make things insufferably dull to look at. Fortunately, the bosses are not dull fights. Devil Tower's attack variety is excellent, and the fight is straightforward and fun, if a little annoying to land hits against. The giant dragon is an awesome climax after that awkward cutscene. It's a tense encounter with fun attacks and a great battlefield, and it's really satisfying to kill. It does get a smidge too dicey in the second phase. Considering the scrolling, semi-randomized battlefield, turning everything up to 11 may not have been the best decision. Still, it's a fun fight and a satisfying ending. It helps that not everything in there is gray.
Yeah. Easily one of the best castle-themed stages I've played across the contest. Sure, it has its share of problems, but the positives highly outweigh the negatives with this one. The design is really solid here, as nearly every section is backed by proper introduction, a reasonable difficulty curve, along with some pretty good gimmick usage. I wouldn't say it does anything groundbreaking with the destructible blocks and jewel swings. The challenges surrounding them are still perfectly fine for the most part. The only time where it gets to be much is the third token room. Doing it the intended way by jumping across the jewel swings is easily the most precise and difficult part of the stage, to the point where I honestly think it's not worth doing without using the magnet beam. Thankfully, none of the other rooms are anywhere near as demanding and are generally both well-structured and enjoyable to traverse. However, while the level design itself is quite good, I feel the stage is lacking somewhat in the visual department. The design of the tiles and background details aren't bad per se, but the color palette definitely could have been more varied. Outside background and parallax effects do help make things stand out a bit more, but it doesn't really change the fact that a large portion of this level is saturated in shades of gray. Other than that, my only other major gripe at this stage comes from the end boss, not necessarily for the boss itself. I think he's actually really well done for the most part. Or rather, his flame breath due to the way the room moves. It sometimes feels like there's not enough space to avoid the attack, even if you try to bait the flames properly. Typical dragon, knowing how to dodge the dragon. Those few things aside, I found myself really enjoying the fight and the stage as a whole. Very nice work overall.
Dodge the dragon, Dragon Ball. Beware! Eldritch lurks. The tile set is pretty amazing. Just a little bit on the grayscale side, otherwise the aesthetics are pretty stellar. Pretty neat rooms with the breakable blocks and how you need to work your way through by going through each layer until a gap you can drop down. I like the use of the enemies like the little skull guys and the skelly. Skeleton Joes here, which are normally easy to dispose of, but are made actually somewhat a threat in these layered elevation rooms. Tokens are nice, challenging rooms. It got a bit scary with the swing platform one with the closed ceiling spikes. I think that's the one you had, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Tokens are nice, challenging rooms. It got a... Oh, wait, I just read that one. The Devil Tower mini-boss is a neat concept. Just a little bit drawn out due to how they have a very small vulnerability window for each of the eyes. Nice one with the boss fake out. Double fake out, in fact. That was funny. Though, if you have a keen eye on the autosave notification, you can kind of catch that something is wrong. Neat little finale boss with the dragon at the end, although a bit rough with the health exchange on some part. 2 health bars is a bit excessive as the player is constantly on a threat of insta-death. I guess, you know, it can, if you fall, yeah. The fireball attacks can be almost unavoidable if you don't have much room to work with, and if it's the most damaging move. The dragon could also fire it twice once he reaches half health.
When I think of this level, the first thing I think of is the boss fight. It's an awesome and well-programmed set piece that's worth the extra health bar, and the surprise twist leading into the fight is one of the most memorable moments in the contest. The rest of the level strives for a similarly cinematic feel. Gorgeous backgrounds, intricate foregrounds. I'm a sucker for efficient architecture with artistic negative space, cool gargoyles, nice boss foreshadowing, and energetically spooky music create an excellent atmosphere. That, crows, shadow clones, skull-themed enemies, swinging platforms, and destructible blocks combine well and add to the sense of location. The nifty mini-boss is a perfect guardian for this kind of place. Some parts of the gameplay uphold that standard of excellence. Large swaths of the learning curve are very smooth. The swinging platform introduction is particularly superb. Enemy placement is thoroughly on point, leveraging the architecture and gimmicks for maximum effect. I'm especially pleased with how Doctrine, Skeleton Joe, bravo, and a few specific bats are used. The rooms where you destroy the floor to proceed make me very happy, as do the safeguards against getting stuck anywhere. Other parts of the gameplay fall short. The level expects the player to be a master of precision jumps. I'm thinking of the first stretch with bottomless pits and the side room with a third token. Those difficult areas become inconsequential with special weapons, but without weapons, it feels like the checkpoints are intimidatingly far apart. A little more warm-up to the notion of don't destroy every block would have been helpful too. My remaining critiques are fairly minor things, mistaking background pillars for foreground because of their color, glitching the mini-boss with breakdash, not finding even one secret behind a gargoyle, facing Quickman when Skull/Shade/Blockman would have been a more thematic fit, etc. But oh, the good parts are great!
Unfortunately, for this particular level, it turns out to be as lifeless as the name implies. While aesthetically well constructed with a few graphical flares, decisions such as making almost the entire level monochrome meant that the aesthetic fails to hook in. The entire level seems to blend together into a single gray mess. The first half does not seem to do anything noteworthy effectively, being just corridors of enemies. The destructible blocks are not interesting enough to use by themselves. The one interesting pattern where you are digging downwards was a neat idea, but you see the same challenge repeated in succession. Second half does introduce the Jewel Man swings to mix things up, but other than a few places, they did not seem to be used very effectively. Some of these challenges are taken whole hog from Jewel Man. I enjoy the club token room and could you try to start putting gimmicks together in the final rooms, but this simply did not lead to any particular scenario of interest. I feel that this level would have been a lot stronger if you had introduced and used everything from the start. It would have allowed you to build up to more interesting concepts later in the level, combining your gimmicks. The mid-boss was simple, but I quite liked it. It not only offered good variety and clearly defined attacks, like a hidden vulnerability counteracts, so long it is not possible to hit this boss. I did find the boss cutscene amusing. You definitely got me. Not a real fan of the dragon itself, though. He had a bit too much health for just how little threat he offered. Many of the attacks seemed almost effortless to dodge. The big exception to this was the fireball attack, which is occasionally impossible to avoid due to the platforms below you desyncing the boss's attack. You're going to have two phases, so you should have been both more threatening in the second and being granted new attacks rather than just doubling up the fireball attack.
I mean, he also gets. I think some of his other attacks also get faster.
We are done for the day then. This means... Alright, we got
Indeed.
20 left. I might even squeeze, I know you were saying it wasn't really that good, but I might, for the content, squeeze in that Battle Network level next time. We'll see. Might just squeeze it in just to add out the time, depending on how things go.
Yeah, see how it pans out.
But that was a lot of fun. We're getting better and better. I'm very excited to see what comes next.
We're getting to a lot of the good stuff.
Yeah.
They're really, really good stuff. We will be back on Thursday as usual with Jukebox. Get to pick the game for a half hour. Friday, we will do the rest of this tier. I'm not starting the final tier. I refuse. So if I even at some point go, maybe we should do that, remind me, be like, no. The most I will do, I will do the usual talking to the NPCs. About as much as it'll get for me.
We'll distract you with. Have you done everything in the Coliseum?
Most of it.
Damn.
As soon as it was unlocked. Let's see. There is no stream of this on Tuesday next week. Be on Sherm's stream. I say Sherm because one time he got shouted out wrong, Shrum. And it was really funny. So I just call him Sherm now instead of Shrum. And I will be on that stream. I will be having a blast. It's a good time. You check out Shrum. He's a lot of fun. He does a lot of really cool things. He asked me like months ago if I could be on, and I was like, yeah, sure, I don't mind. I will be over there doing his Community Tuesday. Be hanging out together. I am going to find a way to fuck with him the entire night. It'll be great. Do not snitch. If you snitch to him, I will find you.
Snitches get stitches.
Other than that, Sunday we might check out a different contest, a shorter one. The Simple Flips ROM hacking contest. I know did these slide hacks recently, and I kind of want to check those out. Not want to talk to you. I was trying to climb the ladder. But, that could be fun to check out.
Burn your calories.
Burn all the calories.
Yeah, fun times. Let's go find someone to raid and see who is live. Can't raid that person, not allowed. They're playing Yakuza 5, so I'm like, nope, can't watch.
I know who you're talking about.
We need a raid message, though. But what's the sound that Element Man makes? Maybe that's a good one.
Beep, 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 beep.
Do that? You wanna do pee pee pee? Yeah, your level was fantastic, Cape Luigi. I'm gonna show that to some of my Kirby friends. Thank you so much. That level was incredible, like seriously. Absolutely loved it. I am gonna show it, yeah. Pee 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 pee. For subbed, add the raid emote on. time I was doing a raid, I remember talking about a theme park. And you know what? I feel like we have to do it anyway. It's a different person playing the same game on a different port. Pretty my buddy Kyle, he's playing Universal Studios PS2.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
So last time Sark was playing Universal Studios on the GameCube, I guess they're both just playing it.
Why?
I love Skank, so that's probably why.
Why not, right?
Thank you all so much for watching. Stay safe, be nice to each other, have a wonderful night. Also, I just noticed someone I know playing Mega Man Soccer right now. I'm not gonna raid them, but goddamn, they're playing Mega Man Soccer. That is fucking embarrassing that they would play that. What losers! I can't believe this.
That
Everybody's
timing.
choosing the real winner of games tonight.
I ain't gonna be playing Mega Man Soccer. You can't make me. I'm gonna play it. Good night.
Night all.